I already went live, tricked you.
You son of a bitch.
You guys thought you had 2 seconds to spare, but no. Tricked you.
You're a liar. I haven't had a notification for it at all.
What a liar and a scoundrel.
Now I'm gonna get all flustered.
You can sue me. You can, like, MooLer exposed starts podcast. Earlier than promise. Hello, chat. Salutations. That's what people say, right? Normal people.
Salutations.
Salutations.
Yeah, that
It
means...
worked in Demolition Man.
Oh man, I love Demolition.
Greetings and salutations.
The more I think about it, it's like, oh man, I love films that were made before I was alive.
Is it not a bit? Is it not kind of scary that Demolition Man is kind of reality now?
Oh, the one that I can't wait for it to be true if it ever happens. But if you say like a swear word outside, a machine detects it and then gives you like a citation. That's the shit where you're like, well, we did it, guys.
That's the verbal morality statute right there.
It is now okay to kill ourselves because there is no hope left for the world.
Guys, it's gone too far. I'm sorry.
We get a ticket for murder.
Toxic Brood Unite.
Hello, all my N-words.
I actually watched that opening. It was when we were looking at the cats. That was one of the best EFAP openings ever because it was so kind and neutral.
Do we have cats now?
No.
Good.
Never watched together.
Oh god.
Talk about jumping the gun, raggers.
I didn't say we needed to. I was just asking about them. I was inquiring to the status of the cats.
Why'd you have to ask about them? Aren't we good enough for you? Got a feral wolf here, a guy in a mask, and a guy who's drunk. What more do you need?
I'm working on the drunk part.
I was gonna say I have alcoholism as well. We haven't done like any kind of EFAP under the influence. Has that ever even happened? Have we done that? I can't remember.
Under the influence.
If you count last Sunday's stream with you and me,
I don't think we do count that.
Yeah.
Well, there's no
count
time
in our
like the
subjective
present.
opinion.
EFAP Left 4 Dead. Yeah, that's gonna happen eventually. Yeah, hello everyone. Let's go long enough to say, like, welcome to EFAP number 4-0. Wolf, you still pushing the whole we should do a 24-hour thing at 50, yeah?
Yeah.
Why though?
24-hour show at episode 50. Let's do it!
Yeah, because you said that, now everyone else is gonna say it, there's gonna be a post on the subreddit and the Discord, it's like, they promised it! They promised it!
I have to say it publicly.
And how would that be formatted? Would it be part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Would it be... Because it splits up into 8 hours. 7...
You get cut off after a while, don't you?
Yeah. 7, 14, 21, 28. It would probably be 7 hours apiece, and then the last one only needs to be 3 hours, right? 7?
Yeah. Let's do it. 24-hour show, episode 50.
And then people are going to be like, do a 48-hour one for the 100. I'll be like, no, I will not. Unless I'm always sleeping on stream.
Do a week-long one for the episode 1000, I guess.
The thing, a long EFAP is like, we did half a 24-hour naturally once. Either way, we're welcoming a wonderful guest today. He's called Rags. Hello.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Glad to be back here in the EFAP studios once again to cover videos and look at memes and do the tisms. Always glad to be requested.
And then reoccurring hosts, Wolf and Critical Drinker. How do you do, sirs?
It's going great. Although I'm not really keen on having Rags here. He's like our worst guest by far.
Why don't you go and stuff a pizza down your pie hole?
Oof.
Yeah, I'll have you know, I did that before we came on.
That doesn't really.
Thanks guys for having me on your show. I'm going to keep talking until I pass out in a pool of my own vomit. So we'll see how that goes.
Felt bad.
I'm going to fall on your side.
Saying hello to you and Wolf at the same time. So I was like, well, I've just invited you guys to talk at the same time. Good job. I'm very good at hosting.
I should have waited my turn.
No.
I should have waited my turn.
It could have been anyone's turn. In fact, Wolf should offer you guest rights. Wolf, what the fuck? You watch Game of Thrones. You should know about that.
Guest rights?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure we had a whole episode about guest rights where a bunch of people die violently.
We're not having a wedding here, Wolf.
How do you know?
Oh my god, is this Rags, Wolf? What's happening here?
We're not getting married.
I've been asking for it. It's gotta happen eventually.
What?
You know what?
No, I don't.
You'll figure it out.
All right.
So, what's that?
Previously on EFAP. You're fired.
You're fired. No one's gonna get that joke, goddammit.
I don't even want to explain it because it's just too funny.
Someone just ask us enough about it, and one EFAP will explain it, and then you'll be really disappointed by the explanation. Like, oh. Anyway,
I feel like I've just walked into a whole bunch of personal history here.
When you start seeing some of these memes, you're gonna be like, okay, is this like you guys just like collectively high? And we'll be like, no. This is all based in reality. This all makes a lot of sense, 100%.
High on objectivity.
Yes. So, I don't really know what we could talk about like literally anything because you kept track of a lot of properties that we have too. For example, did you cover at all that that deleted scene from Captain Marvel, Drinker, the one where she abuses that poor man?
The Dawn.
Oh, the Dawn, yeah. No, I didn't make a video about it because
everyone else did.
I didn't trust myself to talk about it. Yeah, I was just like, you know what? I did my review of Captain Marvel, and then I was just done with it. I don't want to talk about that movie anymore or anything to do with it. But I've seen that scene, and it's awful.
If that had made it into the movie, man, that would have changed the conversation again. I would love Brie Larson to try and defend it. I wonder what she'd say.
I have this weird suspicion that she pushed for that scene to be in. Like, she almost, like, you know, she insisted on doing it, and they're like, oh, I don't think this is a good idea, but we'll shoot it anyway just to appease her and deal with it in editing.
Imagine you have, like, it just keeps getting elevated, so it's like, oh, those asshole guys who ask you, like, trying to hit on you when you're clearly not interested. It's like, we should have it so that, like, you can maybe have him fall over, like he slips on something, and it just looks stupid.
No,
like,
she originally, they had to ask her, you mean, like, hit on you as in, like, smack you physically, like assault you? It's like, no, like, flirt.
Yeah, just kind of look suggestively at her and say something.
I mean, I'm assuming everybody on set was insane outside of the editor and post, but
some of the cameramen were probably just there for the paycheck.
But they keep like
trying this assault
to one up each other, and so they're like, yeah, he falls over. It's like, no, you can hit him, push him over, hit him. It's like electrocute him, kill him, and then someone's like, they all look at each other like, no, we can't kill him. Like, maybe we should though.
You can't kill him. You can't just kill men, Brie.
Too bad that so many guests. Wait, that doesn't even make sense.
No, you can't just kill white men.
Ghost SS said in chat, too bad that so many guests that MooLer ignores chat. You want to make sense of that? Like, okay.
All right, fine. We'll say something. If you want us to pay attention to the chat, then
we tend to read chat. Yeah. I'm assuming.
I always have my eye on the chat.
People have questions for the critical drinker. We could do that for a bit. We did that with ER. It could be fun.
Yeah, you guys can answer the questions addressed to me. That would be fine.
Yeah, ask him questions and we'll answer them. That'll be exactly what they want.
I have a midget Skittle. It's like 6 times smaller than all the other Skittles in the bag. What the fuck?
Wow.
You might win a prize for that.
I bet that's your idea of a diet.
I don't even want to fucking eat it. Yeah, it is my idea of a diet. Instead of eating pizza and drinking Dr. Pepper, I'm now eating Skittles.
You already had the
Pepsi.
pizza. Now you have Skittles, Pepsi, and pizza.
Is it partially attached to another Skittle, like Quato from?
No, I'm going to take a picture of it and show you because this is the fucking craziest thing.
A mutant Skittle?
Okay.
If before you cut the pizza, is it one slice of pizza?
I don't cut the pizza. The people at the store cut the pizza, and I buy it from the store cut.
How could it be a slice of something if it was never taken from something else?
I don't even want to like eat this Skittle because it's like it's special. There we go.
Is it weirdly discolored?
Oh, I posted it in the wrong chat.
Oh look, that's a good start. Critical drinker. What are your thoughts on Eric Taxon?
What the fuck?
Oh, no.
Wait. This Skittle picture doesn't really work because we don't have a scale. Maybe you have really tiny fingers.
Okay, I will show you a normal size Skittle then.
No, could you?
I'll take a picture from the exact same angle with a normal size Skittle.
Well, how do we know that the normal size Skittle is normal sized?
Because I'm telling you it's normal sized.
I don't think that's good enough.
Can we trust this wolf guy
or something?
Here we go. Normal size.
We're waiting
Skittle.
with bated breath on this one.
Exactly.
And in fairness, you can see that Discord is behind it with our slot in it. So yeah, we can verify this image unless he did. You know, you said it was like 10 times smaller. Now you're just a straight up liar.
How do we know that's not the same Skittle, just
it's
larger, lighter,
color.
with an S on it?
What the fuck, Rags? It's not the same.
And you know what's really one advantage that Skittles has over M&Ms is that M&M has an on it, but if you turn it upside down, it's a w. But with the Skittle, regardless of whether or not it's face up or upside down, it's still.
Someone was like,
"Wait, that's intelligent design right there."
10 times smaller, Wolf. 10 times.
God loves Skittles.
I'm calling lies on this. Anyway, yeah, we got.
Chat wants to know about Critical Drinker and his opinions concerning orphans.
Orphans. I strongly object to the existence of them.
Well, you're in good
you
company.
Fit in just right.
I think we're getting along just fine.
We got to ask him the episode 9 question. Has to be done. So, with how well written every Star Wars film has been up to this point, which do you think of all the characters in episode 9 will be the most inconsistent? And the disqualifications, the ones you cannot pick, are Kylo Ren, because that's the obvious choice, because he's never consistent. Palpatine, because he's not even supposed to be in the fucking film. We didn't know that was going to happen when we made this bet, so it's just not fair. And same goes for Lando, which we probably should have remembered, but ruined probably. So you got to choose anybody. Who do you think will be the most inconsistent of all of them?
I'm going to say Poe, to be honest, because he was all over the fucking place in The Last Jedi, and yeah, I see them trying to like reset him to some extent in this one and give him some kind of purpose, and it's clearly not going to work with the whole, you're just a dumb fucking flyboy, and that's all you know. So yeah, I think Poe's going to be the most inconsistent one this time around.
What do you reckon they'll do with him?
They'll give him a love interest and try and tame him, or try and give him some kind of grounding with it. I don't know who they'll give him. They might.
Let's do it.
Because they need their representation, and they haven't got it so far.
Poe X Finn. We can call it Pin.
I like that a lot of people in chat have already noticed, like, what's with the title? Why does it say Doom Eternal looks terrible? Why have you put that there? And I'm like, that's not my video, it's someone else's. We can look at it. It's okay, guys, I'm sorry. Everyone's very quick to assume that it might be something we're saying. No. I'm pretty sure all 4 of us really like the way it looks.
It's in quotes.
I thought the quotes would help, but people are very concerned and antsy. We're getting to it. Give us a few hours. It'll get there. In the meantime, what are you planning on doing with your channel, Drinker? What's next up for you? What are you going to be destroying? Because Terminator's not out yet,
Yeah, I've got to take my time. I've got a sneaking suspicion.
Suspicion.
There's a fisherman that's suspicious. I shouldn't have had so many drinks before I did this. Yeah, I've got this weird suspicion that Spider-Man Far From Home is going to be a bit shit. And if it is, I'm going to go in on it hard, because I'm at that point with the MCU where I don't really care about it anymore. It feels a bit pointless. Like, I saw Endgame, it was fine. It wrapped things up mostly. And now it just feels like they're spinning their wheels.
What did you think of Homecoming?
It was fine. The plot was a bit weak. It felt a bit small. I think Tom Holland's a really good Spider-Man, so give him his dues there. I fucking hate the actress that they got to play. What is it? MJ?
Oh, is it Zendana? Is that Zendaya?
Yeah, that's the one.
All I know is she has
maybe not the actress, but like the actual character, the way they've written her, she's just this really snarky, annoying, insufferable arsehole that kind of reminds me of Shuri from Black Panther. I don't know why. Michael Keaton was amazing in it. Give him his dues.
Yeah.
So it was a movie that it kind of relied on the charm and the charisma of a lot of its actors rather than being a particularly good story.
I thought it was a good story.
I thought it was a good story too.
Well, I'm in the minority here on this one then.
Well, I don't know about that, because a lot of people seem to think that Homecoming was pretty bad. I always felt like, because I've told people this before, but when I originally watched it with a friend of mine, we went in like, oh, this is going to be bad, we've heard a lot of bad things, and good to get it out of the way so that we actually, you know, follow the continuity of the MCU, and we were pleasantly surprised, and we didn't really get why everybody was hating on it, because a lot of people were. Because like the people over at the High Council, so World Class Bullshitters and Geeks and Gamers, they really don't like it, and we're yet to figure out exactly why. But I think a lot of people in the chat don't like it as well. Homecoming is a divisive film, from what I understand. I don't really know, but I thought it was. Yeah, so you got Homecoming as a bad Spider-Man movie. I was like, why though?
I mean, it's a million times better than the Amazing Spider-Man movies. So yeah, like. It's definitely a step up from them. It's just, I don't know, if the story just felt really small.
I liked about it though.
Right.
I'm fine with a small story if it's solid and it makes sense and it all fits together.
It was just cool to have a small scale superhero storyline.
Something that wasn't end of the world.
Yeah.
High stakes.
The galaxy is gonna turn into a popsicle stick.
Yeah. There was no skybeam in this one, which I guess was a plus.
Yes.
Marvel does a lot of those.
Everyone does a lot of those. Was it Man of Steel that started the skybeams? Who started the skybeams?
I think I don't know actually. I can think of several movies that have the skybeam, but I don't know which one started the trend.
Yeah.
Suicide Squad had a skybeam. Pretty sure.
Did you ever seen that terrible Skyline movie?
No.
No,
that's a bad
movie. I'm pretty sure it had a skybeam. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Avengers has a skybeam, sort of.
Did Suicide Squad have like some kind of variation of it where the Enchantress did like a really shit dance, and that started like all kinds of weird gravitational waves just knocking shit over like across the world?
Yeah,
I seem to recall something like that.
Yeah, they definitely had a skybeam in Suicide Squad. I don't think of one of the cliche ones. But Justice League definitely didn't, because it was just like the cubes smashing together and then something happened.
I don't think Independence Day counts, chat. Wait, I'm thinking of when they say skybeam, they mean like the ones where they just blow the shit up, right?
No, I'm thinking of like it fires into the sky and it's like this warning thing.
Like
it's like, oh no.
In a portal.
Okay. I haven't seen it in a while. Must have forgot about it.
It's like kind of like the one from Minas. Wait, what is?
Oh yeah, Lord of the Rings had one too.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings had a skybeam. But yeah, I mean, I have hopes, some hopes for the MCU to maybe not all be bad now, but you know, not looking forward to Captain Marvel turning up in what was the recent thing that she's already set to be in 5 movies, not including like she's gonna pop up all over the place. It's gonna be like, oh. She's like the most forced thing ever.
What can you do with her though? Like if she pops up into any movie, surely she's just going to be able to solve everything in like 5 minutes. It'd be like having Superman just pop up into people's movies.
If she ends up being a mentor to like Spider-Man or some other character, I'm gonna be like, I cannot take you seriously. Like if she's like, you know, life isn't about revenge or something. You'd be like, oh no, please no.
She can sit down with Spider-Man and explain, like, if someone touches your newspaper, it's okay to rob them. And
she convinces Spider-Man to be evil.
If someone winks at you, you can like blast them with webs.
Yeah.
Like Iron Man was wrong.
I would love it if Captain Marvel turns out to be the next Thanos.
Oh yeah, I think we'd all like that. But
she gradually morphs into the next villain.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I want it to happen, but they're never gonna do that. They don't have the guts to do it. They're awful people. I mean, they're wonderful people. What? The people who make the
You just hate women, don't you, MooLer?
I mean, only most of them. Jeez. Not all of them. God, what the hell?
I like porn.
Yeah. That counts for something. The little feminist like... What else is Marvel doing outside of Far From Home that we know about?
There's another Guardians movie coming out, but...
I mean sooner than that. Are we getting Doctor Strange 2? Is that a thing yet? You guys gonna be hyped for that?
I fell asleep when I watched Doctor Strange the first time around. Like, I passed out for a good 20 minutes in the cinema.
I think it was, Rags, was it me, you, Fringy, and Fortier that watched that relatively recently?
Which one?
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, somewhat recently.
And we were like, "Hey, this is pretty good." And they were like, "Oh god, it got really bad really quick."
It probably had, I think objectively, it probably had maybe the second worst plot after Captain Marvel.
Yeah, and if people were like, "What?" It would be like, "No, seriously."
No, like really, actually watch it and pay attention to the plot. It makes no sense.
Everything falls apart really quickly as soon as the time thing gets involved.
But I like Doctor Strange as a character, and he's got some good lines.
Yeah, and I don't hate the movie
some
even.
Of the fights were cool, so I'm down for another one.
Dude,
like, I want to see another one.
The fucking ghost fight, though.
The ghost fight was...
that shit.
Ghost Hunters. On today's episode of
Ghost Hunter. It was because the premise was like, Friggy was like, "No, Doctor Strange is good," and I was like, "It's kind of bad." And then we watched it, and I remember thinking to myself, like, no matter how good beginning parts are, when we get to the ghost fight, I know that everything falls apart in the ghost fight, and yeah, it was even worse than I remembered. Fucking ghost fight.
Zippity zappity.
But you know what was cool? Is the Doctor Strange is very upset when he finds out he's killed anyone. Doesn't like killing people. It's a big deal for him, because he's not only a surgeon, but just a human being who hasn't killed people. So that's neat.
He's the anti Brie Larson.
Yeah, she doesn't really... she doesn't really show...
How many people are dead because of Captain Marvel? Like...
Thousands.
She's got a higher kill count than, like, anyone.
Yeah, and like she doesn't care. She just gives a little woohoo, like she's having the great old time. And
murder.
Like, yeah, you're becoming a mass murderer right now, and a lot of these people aren't even bad necessarily. They've just been told to like attack you.
She's a special girl, and I can't wait for
Captain
Marvel.
You guys were on my side yesterday, but fuck you, you're all in.
Where do you guys see Captain Marvel going as a character? Like, where can they possibly take her from here?
I'm expecting the second movie will involve either her getting depowered, her becoming evil, or her, maybe something more powerful than her she has to fight, which would be insane to think about, but yeah, maybe that.
Maybe, somebody on another planet invents a, magic blue stone powered space engine machine, and then they have to blow it up, and then that means that someone else gets Captain Marvel powers, and so it's two Captain Marvels just punching each other for eternity.
Do you think Jude Law's gonna have another crack at her? Because like
he's probably gonna come back, right? They must have left him alive for a reason.
Yeah,
he can be the new Loki.
He wouldn't look a bad Loki. He looks like kind of a Loki type.
Well, the important thing is that she didn't have anything she needed to prove to him, so she just kind of knocked him out and then threw him away. And we can take a lot from that.
Then she threw his spaceship into space.
she blasted it, and it somehow works now because of that. Because it was like broken, and she just goes.
Which is weird because every other point in this movie, when she's blasted stuff, it has destroyed things.
Yeah, and did they even establish that she can power things up?
Heal things.
This is what I do. No, this is what I do when my car won't start. Like I just blast it with something, and it just kicks into life. It's great. Like, don't you guys do that?
Well, yesterday when we were watching a video together, I was saying to MooLer and Jay, I said, as far as we know, there's nothing she can't do.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And the fact that she's going to lead the Avengers is like...
Yeah.
They're gonna have to they need to rush films where she actually has a relationship with anybody in the current MCU that are alive.
Even like Thor, the most powerful Avenger, he could be hurt. You know, if Thanos was to punch him in the face, it would knock him through a fucking wall.
Yeah.
But then he hits, he hits Captain Marvel, and it does absolutely nothing, and she doesn't even move.
Yeah, and then people be like, "Oh, he did with the Power Stone." It's like, guys. When he has literally the power of the universe, he can beat her. That's not that's not a thing that we should be like, oh, thank goodness.
Not a fair comparison.
Inconvenience her.
Yeah, he could inconvenience her because she was fine still. We're all very worried about where the MCU is because it's like very close to disaster.
it's just if they rely too much on this character, they're fucked because no one's going to be interested. No one's going to care. Like, if you can give her some massive flaw, then fair enough. But they've given her nothing so far. She's pretty much perfect. I
wouldn't even give her a massive flaw.
Would you give her a massive?
I'd give her a. No, I wouldn't even give her a massive. Like, have you seen Brie Larson?
She's not ugly.
I don't think she's ugly, but she's
not ugly, but she's not beautiful. She's not like fine. Scarlett Johansson beautiful.
She's perfectly fuckable, but
what was that comment? Was it Coyote who said the only when I was on vacation, I was reading the Discord, Sargon's Mithraeum Discord, and Coyote was saying stuff about how we don't give Brie Larson, we don't give ugly women a fair chance. I guess no one else remembers that. All right.
I'm not following. What is your point?
I don't understand.
I was asking you a question.
What was the question?
If you remember that exchange that took place that we had.
What?
Never mind. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, I think that she's ugly on the inside. Would be how. And when you're ugly on the inside, it makes it very hard to be attractive. But I still don't think that she's ugly or anything.
She's nowhere near as beautiful as the Dawn.
No.
Well, you can't be more beautiful than perfection.
Yeah.
You're talking about like the sequel to Jesus. You can't just compare that to somebody else.
Jesus Part 2.
You know when the Hound says that's how you've always looked on the inside or whatever to Kil'jaeden when he knocks the helmet off? That's what the inside of Brie Larson looks like. Zombie Mountain.
Hey, what's this art that you guys have?
What?
The one that Wolf is using.
Well, you know what? That's a good segue into we've got 56 images to look at.
We're gonna be here a while.
We may as well start. I'm gonna go ahead and in advance apologize for the first one. This is I didn't believe this was a thing, right? I can assure you it is. Someone sent me this, and they were like, "This is from his newest video at the time." Winton Reviews adopting a different style. He hasn't kept it, right? And I guess he thought it was funny, but again, I apologize.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, Quentin,
Jesus Christ!
That's like a character creation screen when you're like pissed as fuck. And you just set everything to maximum. Wow.
No, what this is like
the character randomizer in Oblivion.
This is more like in Mass Effect when the people like intentionally tried to make the ugliest character they could ever conceive.
Yeah. When I saw this, like I said, I was like, is this a Photoshop? Like, why would anyone do this to themselves? Like,
is this actually?
It's in a video. So from what I saw, he shaves parts of his beard off throughout the video until he gets to this stage, and then he shaves it all except the handlebars.
No.
Oh my goodness.
So like normally he's got like a full-on beard going on.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a compensation beard. Yes.
See, yeah, like when I've spoken to women about beards before, they're always like, "Oh yeah, we like them because we always assume there's a handsome face underneath." But that is an incorrect assumption, my friend.
So yeah, sorry about that. Apologies. I showed Rag this already. Rag is this, but this was something that we ordered to have happen, and someone did it quickly.
Yeah.
Friends, perfectly balanced as all things should be.
There are times when the two ends of the political spectrum can agree on something. Not that we actually have Riley Dennis confirming that Vision is trans, but it does sound like something that would be said. Yeah.
I want no bullshit's take on this one.
We got it though. Great.
There's a suspicious amount of transgenders in this picture.
And giant midgets.
Wake me out of a coma. Oh yeah.
TLJ is actually pretty good.
And then I don't know if you guys saw these, but this is quite funny. This is a selection of 4 photos. This is the website. Massive
Mingle. Love is long. Love is objective. Love is here.
Good. We got a first match.
Perfect.
That's beautiful. Good. Yay!
And then, of course,
I'm so happy.
It's beautiful. Someone needs to make this website, unironically. Olives are weird grapes, fists are connected, water isn't wet, pizza makes you fat, wolf, a scissor.
I really like that.
This is a good one, yeah.
That is really funny.
I think this is E-Man Gameplay that made this screenshot, but it's pretty high detail.
EFAP Eternal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
They did the other one, the Doom one before, but it's all updated in this one. You even got Dan and Dave, I assume. Yeah, both of them are in there.
Legal. I love how the axe says it's not made for you.
Yeah, that's Brie Larson, right? I think so, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Mundane Matt in the background. All the peoples are here. I think whenever someone uses a Quentin shot now, they need to
There's the three of us in the
a
background.
specific one. And then, we always have different degrees of art here. Can't go wrong with a comic. Thoughts? So this is called...
not long for this world.
It's Resurrection by, and I think that's Kroviuk. I can't... It says, not long for this world, I'm in a coma, I guess. A real shame, a new EFAP... Oh wait, it's not even me, it's just some guy, I think, but someone who watches EFAP, and he said, real shame, EFAP is live and he'll miss it. Here they got tonaled on, and it resurrected the guy. That would be the ultimate EFAP, getting tonal. This one, I'm sure me and Wolf will get.
Hey,
Raggers, have you got a Switch yet?
I don't have a Switch.
Well, prepare yourself. You're probably gonna get one pretty soon.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
do you know anything about this?
MooLer have been...
Does he know anything about the Switches? I can't remember if Rags has actually been made aware.
Rags, you're familiar with our donator, James Moore.
Yeah.
He bought me and MooLer a Switch, and he plans on doing the same for you as well.
No shit, really?
Like, I own a Switch now because this dude bought it for me.
As do I.
Oh my god.
Does he want you to play anything in particular, or does he just want you to have
himself?
I think it literally just came from, I was interested in some of the Switch games from this E3, and he was like, I'll buy you a Switch. And I was like, okay. And then he did it for
Did he ask for anything in return? Or
no, and he like fucking...
Switch.
I was like, man, I got to figure out what games I'm going to get. And he's like, I can get you a couple games. And I'm like, James, how much money do you fucking have?
Man, that's kind of wild.
So
now we're obligated to get Fringion since he already has a Switch, and now we're going to play like Super Smash Bros. Or something for an EFAP.
Yeah, I'd love to play Smash in some of the games that come out for it. Absolutely.
Well, prepare yourself. James has already done it for 2 of us.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
This is the guy who we covered who said that everything makes sense in Game of Thrones Season 8. It all fits.
Oh.
I love that meme. Got Alex's Mouth of Sauron delivering news to the EFAP community.
TFA Part 3 is delayed even more.
I can't remember if this was made in relation to our podcast or not, but it's still cool anyway. I like it, so...
Fuck.
The iron wheelchair.
Bran the Broken.
How did you guys... shall mount the world.
How did you feel about Bran being the king of everything?
Unearned.
Like a guy who's warged off his tits most of the time.
I could see it happening in the books, but there was no development for him after like the first episode of the entire series.
Everyone agrees to it so fucking casually. It's just like, yeah, Brad.
For me, it makes as much sense as Bronn being master of coin.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense at all.
It's painful. The whole thing was painful. It's all painful. Here's our Lord Tonal's Prime.
Artificial barriers of blockage.
What a hero.
A few rendition of I'm guessing daddled. And then this was on my Twitter, and I was just like, I guess I got to throw it in with the tonal ones. Not sure what I made of it exactly.
It's beautiful.
This was like a summary of the memes of the one with Alex's mic doing insane. It's just like all of the
Looks
things
like
of it.
Keanu Reeves.
It's not as where's Rags?
Not as smart as you think you do.
My master Sauron the Great bids thee not tip thy wait staff.
Wait, what?
There was a back and forth about whether or not you should tip people on stuff. This one's awesome.
You should.
Yeah, I was in the camp where I'm like, this is obvious. Tip the waiter and tip the driver. And I was talking to a Britishman who doesn't understand basic things.
I fucking hate tipping people. Like, I resent it on a fundamental level. We don't do that over here. So every time I come to the States and I'm expected to like tip someone for opening a bottle of beer for me in a bar, like what have you even done?
You have to do more than that.
It's a cultural difference. It's fine. We do tip people over here in some
Plus, we also make
capacities.
significantly less money. So, like, waiters here make $2 an hour.
They can, yeah.
Obviously, depends on the store you're going to, but you know. Oh no, Toxic Brood Inc. Rags is and now I can take out any person I want.
And then there's the follow-up one. This is an EFAP video about meme video about you getting mod power. There's a couple of them. People were amused by it.
What the fuck?
After exit.
I like that you're just saying bark in the first picture.
Apparently, that's my quote.
So this is your like outfit as mod rags, and then there's a description. Wow,
they put a lot of thought into this shit.
I know, right?
Oh,
A
Jesus
points
Christ.
to the eyes, I think, because he has such immense power now. Rags no longer needs glasses to hide his eyes, as they are filled with energy. Is it or something with pure energy?
They flood with energy.
B refers to after defeating Wolf, Rags stole his pelt and wore it for himself, not only serving as...
What the fuck? He skinned me alive and wore it?
No, I skinned you dead. You've been defeated.
Not only serving as intimidation, but looking stylish at the same time. Plus, it fitted the fluff around Rags' neck, so it also does that. Yeah.
Oh my god, I need to bring attention to James Moore. He said, "You're next, Rags. I'll DM you on Thursday using Discord. Then I'll move over to the Great British Podcast so we can get the EFAP versus eventually." He's going to give all of them switches too.
Oh, could you imagine if we set up the three of us versus the three of them on Super Smash Bros?
Do you understand how absolutely insane James Moore is as a person?
Are you a millionaire?
He's a
I'm
Saudi
pretty sure
prince.
he's Elon Musk.
Did
Saudi
your
prince.
rich dead uncle die? Well, all dead uncles died, but
All dead uncles are dead. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he has like that wish upon box and he just wishes for like all the money in the world and it kills his grandpa or something.
I think he's the real producer. I mean, Jay's supposed to be a producer, but what the fuck has he ever bought for us?
He's a manager, not a producer.
Yeah, no, I thought he was the producer.
No, he's the manager.
Pretty sure he's the manager.
All right, so I guess James Moore's the producer now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the EFAP producer is James Moore.
Pointing to C, it says, with great pride, Rags adorned the paws of Wolf's pelt with his badge, displaying his status as a moderator. God, he really pilfered Wolf.
Jesus Christ.
And then D, well, he has a big dick, so he would obviously want to brag about his assets.
Man, I got a big dick.
Just funny memes, I don't know.
Let's go faster.
Objectivity is in the mirror.
Objectivity in mirror is closer than it appears.
Oh, that's from Jurassic Park. I get it.
And then, so just so everyone knows, gotta make sure we put it on here. Captain Marvel is he did commit battery in the film.
He's touching his notebook.
He committed assault and battery upon Stanley in the film. And then now we just got like loads of Don memes. I ordered these into a section. First of all, is legal.
She's McQueen.
And then I really love this one.
Legal explaining why the Don actually committed battery and assault. Literally everyone.
And then we got the awesome cute droid and shit. This came like right after we'd finished the episode, so I didn't get to show it, but we do.
He's got a cast on.
The Ace Attorney representing Don. And, yeah. Justice. I mean, I'd watch the TV show. Great. Watch Legal Eagle fail miserably.
Like even like the letters, the Justice for Dawn letters, they're white at the top and yellowy at the bottom.
Still wearing her outfit. Proud of herself.
She's like, what did I do wrong?
You monster!
This is all from like
the
time between the last episode and this episode as well. Most of this, it's like collecting these things. It's just like a flood of it. Look at this shit.
Don is good.
Is Don is good. I felt the need to send me that on Twitter.
Don is good.
Don Eternal.
I would buy that game.
And you know, this is obviously a picture from an event that took.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. The Doninator. It's nothing personal. Don 316, for the Don so loved the world that he gave his only begotten motorcycle, that whoever smiles upon him shall not perish, but have directions and a ride.
I like that. That's really good.
That's great.
Like daddled, like tonaled. Fans of the old tonals. Tonald and the Dawn, man. That's a buddy cop movie happening.
Could be like 21 Jump Street, but with Tonald and the Dawn instead. Oh my god. No, that's Brie Larson.
Man, Legal Eagle fucked up.
He shows the wrong side. Have you seen this comic originally and they've just put Don's face on it? It still makes sense.
Yeah.
My bike got stolen recently. Was pretty bummed about it, but I think whoever stole it was probably more happy to get it than I am sad to lose it.
The bike cut comic.
The total happiness in the world increased, so whatever.
This is someone's suggestion for a Dawn. I stand with the Dawn t-shirt. It's pretty.
Oh god. I would wear that.
I would wear it too. Totally go on the back. There's a pink version for the ladies out there, and of course a blue version for the other ladies / guys out. You know, anyone can choose any color, guys.
Just whatever you identify as, it's up to you.
And then there's this one, which is absolutely insane. Like a stained glass window of the Dawn.
The Dawn Father doesn't see peonies or vaginis. This is absolutely insane.
Wow.
Get the whole.
The frog at the bottom right.
There you go.
Yeah,
Froggled
top
on the
left
bottom.
is Regs, top right is MooLer, bottom left is me, and that's Froggled at the bottom?
Yeah.
And the cosmic chicken.
Where's the cosmic chicken at?
It's below. It's on Tonald.
Oh,
That's the cosmic chicken.
The detail, and this isn't even. I think there's a way better version of this. The one I've got is like a little bit.
Christ.
Yeah, this is intense. There's a lot of detail here, as well as just.
The Dawn Father doesn't see peonies or vagini.
Is the truth. Another fucking awesome piece of artwork.
That is amazing.
It's when people put real effort into it that you appreciate it. That's glorious.
Wow, that's crazy.
The amount of work people put into these drawings just because we were shooting the shit and talked about how Dawn is actually a sympathetic character.
Got I think is the idea here that I'm the angel, you're the devil, or vice versa, or are we both just fill it out. I don't even know. It seems like everybody's got a halo around their head in some way.
I would think I'm the devil.
Got the robes.
Yeah, well, that was generally the style in a lot of like middle-aged art, is that halos would always be behind the person. So,
and pentagons are obviously evil.
Rag's just chilling in his hands because you know what? The Dawn takes care of puppies too.
Such a good boy.
Yeah, amazing artwork. It bad that we...
It's really good.
I can't remember if I showed this one before or not, but I just find it amusing, so I'm gonna do it again.
Slice and dice, brother.
Pretty sure I have. I just love it.
I love your face. It's so good.
Like, I'm concerned, and I'm like, you need to just take it out. Do it. Think you guys will like this one?
It's adorable.
Save that.
Save it. Then there's this one. I don't know what to say, really.
Oh,
don't worry, buddy. Someday you could be long too.
Darn Longoid.
Longoid.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
what the fuck?
Actually terrifying. Longoid, like
Longoid.
Then there's this destroyed came from me saying that my dad thought that the guy who played Aquaman's dad looked like Keanu Reeves, I guess.
Keanu Reeves, Aquaman's dad.
Read some of the stuff on the other thing.
Interesting.
It's on the cup.
I felt like the MooLer dad is wearing a wife beater and just
Little slippers.
Bomber.
Oh boy. Rhino milk. What? You're gonna farm rhinos? Jay, why are you doing this instead of watching Lord of the Rings? There's no reason not to farm rhinos because they produce milk.
I think that's like the direct quote from the video. Rhino does not look happy about it.
One of the OG memes.
Then a representation of maybe why my second channel is called MooLer.
Still got the gas mask on.
Absolutely. And this is just a really cool piece of artwork from a fan, I guess. This is I like the
Ooh.
Cool.
This looks like something out of 40K.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's original. If it's not, that's, you know, just people tricking me on Twitter, which they can do. We nearly got a trick once with milking a... Wasn't there a wolf? Do you remember someone milking a rhino in like a really high detail?
Oh yeah, the one that was like ridiculously well detailed, but it turns out it's just some some random Russian picture that somebody found and was accidentally misinterpreted as fan art.
Yeah, you never know.
I think it's actually on the EFAP website too.
But a lot of people said is 40K, Stalker, Metro, XCOM. It's like, yeah, it could be any of them.
Yeah. Say my name.
They don't like to say your name.
Yeah, I mean, saying Longman is good enough. Like, it's like summoning me. Pretty cool.
See the future.
Medea.
Again, I feel bad. Like, drinking, you have a fucking clue what the hell's happening in the majority of this.
I'm just cruising on this one, man. I really should have watched more EFAPs before I started this.
You wouldn't be able to. You'd have to watch... I don't even know what the count is up to right now, but it's really hard
I think it's like 9 days almost.
Yeah.
I can check.
To understand every one of these people. I love how different all the art styles are for like every one of these.
It's 8 days, 21 hours, 34 minutes. Oh, 0 seconds.
Stratemeyer art.
Right on point.
I like this. This is very good.
Oh yeah, this one. So you guys know about the me and the boys meme, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Watching a downward throw spinning at 1.5 speed.
Oh man.
Some of these I just want to leave on the screen for a while and just enjoy them, you know?
That is some fine memery.
And then, yeah, okay, so this is the one that Wolf actually took a PFP from, because holy fuck is it amazing.
It's really good.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Like, this one's one I've stayed at for a while. Look at this shit.
I mean, it was so good, I was like, I gotta use that as my PFP.
Wow, that's really good. You got the Dawn back there, Game of Thrones.
The Game of Thrones, Star Wars pictures are slashed.
Yeah, it's got the claws through it. Man, that's really good.
And I like the look of both Wolf and Rags' sort of the demeanor they both have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
It's ridiculously
actually,
good.
If there's a way that this person could DM me on Discord the original for this, the original file, that would be incredible.
There you go. I'm assuming they watched the show, because why would they have spent this much effort otherwise? Do you want to get the Rags one isolated, is it? Or do you want to do...
Yeah, that's a part of it, but I also want, like, legit the original.
Oh, yeah, this is the thing. The one I've got is obviously a one, but yeah, actually, I'd be interested in that too, just to save it. But, holy fuck, yeah. And then this is a Baoin piece.
Oh boy.
How about a smile?
How about a smile?
The halo of the birds.
I like that the mist is just clearing around him.
Yeah.
Oh, the dawn.
And the perfect one to end on was me complaining at one point that it's really hard to keep track of every single...
Why can't I hold all these memes?
You get to look at women, Ragas, massive, Spider-Man's coming out, the orphan question, Medea, oh god, there's Goliath.
He's got 3 eyes.
I like that Joe Svensson has essentially been stabbed as a massive.
That's one thing that's great about the Goliath meme, is that that's not even on EFAP.
Nope.
That's not an EFAP meme.
It will be.
That's an exotic meme that was imported.
It was that good of a meme, it got imported.
It was so good. It transcended.
They'll know about it all one day. But yeah, that's it for the pictures end of this, which took fucking million of years. I haven't got Twitter open right now, so they might...
Is that really 56?
Yes.
It didn't seem like 56.
Well,
oh no, don't let it end. I want this to go on forever.
So if you'll kindly join the good old watch together, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 videos. Luckily, most of them are 1 minute or so it'll be fine. But the wonderful meme portion of have you used Watch Together before, Drinker?
No, I haven't. So hopefully I don't fuck it up right now.
So you have control of your own volume, but then if you pause or play, it'll affect all of us, which is fine. That's the point of it, is that we all stay synced. Yeah, it should be good fun. I only see 3 names right now. Is anyone not in here yet? Whoa.
I've been there.
Oh, so wait, have you clicked it?
Right, hold on. All right, yeah, here I go.
You'll be able to see a panda right now.
Yeah.
So, and don't worry if these make no sense to you whatsoever. It is absolute.
Oh god.
Here we go. So
my Edward, what is your plan?
Wolf is
they really put work
to
in
get
on this
revenge
one.
on Rags and defeat the bots in the bot war. Plan to get revenge on you, Rags, for locking me out of the chat 2 EFAPs ago. It was humiliating and frustrating.
You must not be a mod doing that.
Desperate war. Oh, right, the bots from the last time. I will make sure MooLer takes away your mod access and I won't come over to hate. Death toll from the bots is catastrophic. There have been tons of suicide bombings. Arabics, they will bow before the power of EFAP. You freaking retard, you will not get sex. Now go sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
You will not get sex.
Non-alcoholic.
I love it.
Wolf is officially Hitler in the law then?
I thought that was already confirmed a long time ago.
It's a matter of whether or not the rest of us also are.
Oh boy. Not this
Don't
movie.
you love The Hobbit, though?
This is the worst of the three, too.
I know.
Every Hobbit movie was shit.
I thought the third one was especially bad compared to the other two.
When fucking Billy Connolly showed up riding a deer, I just checked out that fucking movie.
Oh, I think he was riding a pig. It was Thranduil that was riding the deer.
Yeah, yeah. Went in armed with a pork. I'm okay with her being Azog. You know, if anything comes from the Hobbit movies, then it could be this. I love that the people, they always summarize it in the memes as TLJ defenders. It's that simple. Kind of weird to look back on how many guests we've actually had now. It's like, yeah, Robot Head was here. I remember that.
EFAP 36?
I guess that was the Robot Head one.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
People call me.
That's on.
Unfreckled Red.
We got the fucking...
Oh god, it's the Avengers
theme.
Just look at this image. This is perfect.
Oh man, that's great.
Willems, fucking Ryan Johnson and Just Right defeated instantly. Don't even need the original sounds or anything, just the Avengers soundtracks. Eventually gonna be the theme of EFAP. They even animate his head flipping with it.
That's great.
That's good.
So this one is actually a Goliath one, but we always throw the Goliath ones in even if people don't even know it.
Oh, this again?
Did we show this one before? I couldn't remember.
Is this the one where if Rag starts whining in this one, then it will be?
Either way, this one is 57 seconds.
I'm pretty certain we've seen this one before. Yeah, we have.
You wanna watch it again?
Let's do it.
What is this new devilry?
I also love the fucking scared face that Cynic Stacks has for his pizza. Oh, that's Goliath.
Demon of the ancient world. This foe is beyond any. Run!
That face.
The animation is incredible in this.
Oh man, some of these are.
You see him in the background. That was great.
No, that
That's good. Lord of the Snacks, the Fellowship of the Streams. That is great.
I want to rewatch that stream. That was a blast. The Rise of Tonald.
See, our old pal
Oh, that is
that's horrifying.
I have no fucking idea what I'm watching right now, but even I appreciate this.
the meme value, it's through the roof.
1,000 generations live in you now.
Hello, all my
You hear these things? In the distance, I can hear you say,
I know.
Hello, all my enemies.
But this is your fight.
Long shot of the desert. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen.
We can insult.
Oh, long critique is not deep.
Is not deep critique.
All we like.
You can try.
Run while you have the chance.
God, Eric, don't make close-ups of your face. You're so titanically ugly.
What the fuck? Who wrote this stupid shit?
Hate mongers.
Jack, kindly fuck you. I guess we're the first order of this, which I don't mind, to be honest. Wipe out all the heroes, I'm good with that.
I fucking hate Trump.
Slice and dice.
Slice. They put the crossbow on C3.
Play it.
Oh, it's like lagging for me.
Always be
Oh, there we go.
really gone.
Mary Sue?
I was half expecting like a tonal quote in the background, but that helps too. The Rise of Tonal.
I mean, I would watch
Beautiful.
it. Yeah, there's a few people saying the stream's down. It'll be back up immediately, hopefully.
Just refresh it. It always helps.
So this one's interesting. I believe the way this happened was someone put out a recording of like a parody of the Doom, you know, like the delivery of like the lore by the really deep voice demony thing.
Yeah.
They did like an EFAP version of that, and they put it on SoundCloud, which I was actually going to show, but E-Man put it into like a video. It's not exactly like usually visually done. It's just so that I can use it as a video now. But yeah, this is, I haven't actually listened to all of it, only the first like minute. So this is a interesting, different kind of art once again.
Woohoo. The Subjectivity Slayer's Testament.
In the first stream, in the first debate, when the TLJ was first defended, stood, burned by the embers of Adpocalypse, his mind blistered by the bullshit of essays, and tainted beyond ascension, he chose the path of perpetual torment. In his unbridled rage, he found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the YouTubes, seeking vengeance against the dark tisms who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Long Man, and those that tasted the bite of his critique named him the EFAP Slayer. trials of the essays, his iron will remained steadfast through the clickbait that preyed upon the naive. For he alone was the longman bad, the unbridled predator who sought objectivity in all quarters, dark and light, fire and ice, in the beginning and the end. And he hunted the slaves of YouTube algorithms with barbarous cruelty, for he passed through the divide as none but tisms had it before.
Dark
In his conquest against the subjective bullshit of the essayists, his prowess was shown. In his crusade, the word of wolf bestowed upon him terrible power and speed, and with his might he crushed the obsidian pillars of the gaming community. He set forth without beasts of essay channels, unbreakable, incorruptible, unyielding. The EFAP Slayer sought to end the dominion of the subjective realm. The length of his videos was uncounted. The scribes of
r/movie
carved his name deep in the tablets of Reddit across eons. In each battle etched terror in the hearts of the essayists. They knew he would come, as he always had, as he always will, to feast upon the tears of the tisms. For he alone could draw strength from his fallen foes, and ever his power grew, swift and unrelenting. None could stand before the horde of bad content but the EFAP Slayer. Despair spread before him like a plague, striking fear into the basement dwellers, driving them to deeper and darker pits. But from the depths of the abyss rose the Great One, a champion more massive than all who had come before. The Queen Titan of the power and ferocity. He strode upon the plain and faced the EFAP Slayer, and a mighty battle was fought across many streams. The Queen Titan fought with the fury of the countless that had fallen at the EFAP Slayer's critique. But there fell the Queen Titan, and in his defeat, the subjective horde was routed. And in his terrible rancor between worlds and through time, the long man found
what is that?
who shall not be named, but in his heresy was loyal to his evil cause. The rag adorned the EFAP Slayer in a mighty armor, wrought in the forges of the toxic brood, impenetrable and unyielding, with facts and logic of adamantine strength. The EFAP Slayer set to banishing all that were left unbroken by his savagery to the void. Yet as the mighty Queen Titan fell, and dread engulfed the armies of the intellectual gaming community, the tonal priests of the downward thrust laid a trap to capture the scourge of YouTube. Insatiable even by the vanquishing of the massive one, The lure drew him in. The priests brought down the artificial barrier blockage upon the EFAP Slayer, and in his defeat entombed him in the cursed tomb. The mark of the EFAP was burned upon his crypt, a warning to all of YouTube that the terror within must never be freed. There he lies still and evermore in silent suffering.
Probably plenty for you to use in the book there, Wolf.
Yeah. Once the characters get to the spider oracle, I can just write this entire video word for word in there.
That was really impressive.
You never know what the fuck's gonna come out of this fan base.
The fucking effort that someone had to go through to actually do that. Someone had to take time out of their day to make this.
The voice is pretty good.
The voice was really good. It's like crazy.
Just blows my mind every time. Anyway, more memes.
Wolf was actually doing it his time off. We'll be sure to bring you on EFAP at some point.
Oh god. Well, you know.
Asking people to watch a trilogy.
Yeah.
J.
You will watch it.
I don't like a chemicals in the water that turned the fucking writers of Game of Thrones gay.
Sharing his views of modern media.
Bailey, what the fuck is it with you and tits?
Where's the god of tits and wine?
Food for thought.
Well, now you know what I was actually doing.
Truly, genuinely, maybe, probably did.
So, this was pretty awesome. Went very well, I think.
Actually, I do kind of a story I can relate it to.
Story time, story time,
oh God.
story
Everyone
time.
sit down,
Yep,
sit
story
down.
time.
Everyone sit down, story time. Legs crossed.
So a couple months ago, I was getting my tires rotated.
Is that what they call it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you're getting your tires rotated. What was his name?
You don't need to know that information. So anyway, I was getting my tires rotated, and I was reading my book, and there was this old lady who looked over, and she was like, "Do you like Stephen King?"
Oh.
Book, and I was like, "Yeah, I do." And she was like, "My son likes Stephen King too." And I was like, "Oh, that's great."
Was this person
Stephen King,
a hideous creature? Like, what?
Well, she was an old woman, so yeah, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time I was like, "Can you just shut up and let me read?" So, but again, she wasn't sexually harassing me. Can you imagine if I stood up, pointed at this old woman, and I just screamed at the top of my lungs, "Sexual harassment!"
Then you hit her with the book.
Would I have been?
Thing is, if she'd been the Dawn, would you have been perturbed by that, or would you have been totally receptive?
If she had been the Dawn, I would have thrown the book away, and I would have just leapt into his arms and been like, "Take me with you." Legally in my rights to do that?
I believe so.
Let's turn our life into a real romance novel.
Oh, wait, is there more?
Keep doing your thing, EFAP, and I'll make more. All right. Well.
All right.
All right.
All right. We will keep doing the thing we do.
I love this one to the point where I'm probably going to play it more than once.
All right.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a critique of
Sexual harassment.
So that's Brown Table. That was like our genuine reaction when he said that what the Dawn did was sexual harassment. So this video is great. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a critique of
Sexual harassment.
Clever shit.
Man, that is good.
People make this shit because of EFAP.
It's good to give something back.
I'm waiting for you. The dawn. We meet again at last.
With a little helmet.
Your powers are weak, old man.
You can't win.
Fears.
If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's just like this will perpetually remind people. It's like, yes, she's like, no, she's just like, no, she is.
This breaks the lore. Ragus is supposed to be the Whammon.
Yeah, Ragus should have been Leia. I'm so disappointed. But I love everything.
Cool. Right to the end, the Dawn was just a legend.
Only you didn't have to suffer.
Just right fell down in the pit.
Run, Luke, run!
I hope that old man got that tractor beam out of commission, or this is gonna be a real short trip. Okay, hit it!
Wonderful.
Saved by the dawn.
History of EFAP Part 8. I don't know how many of these Steve is gonna make before running out, but
gonna keep going until the podcast is over.
It wasn't made for him.
What this is two different Hobbit videos where she's Azog. It's perfect.
I mean, I guess it must be true. There's no other way to look at it.
How about a handshake?
Please go away.
So
yes,
Kylo Ben is in Kyle Ben.
Kyle Ben's flying in behind him too.
I need to go back to work. That's just how it is.
The Don's writing.
With that,
TLJ Cox, Captain Marvel fans, Goliath, minions, legal NPCs.
that said, though, I've got an idea for a brand new video format.
I feel pissed. Fuck Game of Thrones. Fuck Season 8. Fuck Dan and Dan. And... Ah, damn it. Fuck that episode.
After the battle, the Don retrieved his motorcycle from Captain Marvel's corpse, and he drove the EFAP crew on a tour of his many children's hospitals, cancer and AIDS curing facilities, drug addict rehabilitation center, and his climate change prevention complex. They then visited Becky's grave, where they ate pizza and played Fallout 76. They drove his motorcycle through Brown Table's birthday party while he screamed sexual harassment. He died 2 days later of the big gay.
I like how Brown Table's birthday party is like a meme too.
I want that to continue.
Oh.
Oh, that's beautiful.
A wonderful story.
My birthday.
Blow up everything in his house. He's like, that's sexual harassment. Carol, she just doesn't look good in these memes. She's not looking great, you know?
Nah.
Doesn't help that she's got that disgusting lesbian hair.
think this is the KOTOR meme.
The Dawn's downfall.
There are dark places in the galaxy where few tread, ancient centers of learning, of knowledge, but I did not walk alone. To be united by hatred is a fragile alliance at best. But my will was not law. There were disagreements, ambition.
About a smile.
Is that like a personal attack?
And hunger for power.
She is effectively the victim of being battered by this guy. It's the motorcycle guy who initiates force.
There are techniques within the Force against which there is no defense.
Under almost any conception of morality, once someone has initiated force against you, you are privileged enough to use the defense of force against that person.
How about a handshake?
No! Let him go! The editing is really good.
Yeah, I know. Like the way that they've masked everything
I
up.
was cast down, stripped of my power, exiled. I suffered indignities and fell into
People in chat genuinely like, no, Don, no!
St. Don's Braille library for the deaf burned down later that day because Don could not operate his fire truck correctly due to his broken hand. When pressed for comment, Legal Eagle reportedly stated that the arsonist was acting in self-defense as one of the deaf children had made light contact with his jacket, and thus was endowed with the privilege to act with a justifiable amount of force. Many deaf orphans died that day, not being able to hear the roaring flames approaching them as they appreciated the choice of reading in memory of the deaf. Oh my god.
Oh man.
This shit goes deeper than I ever could have imagined.
Don, no, get back up.
Yeah, meme repository makes a lot of stuff. I like it when they're video game ones because it means I can just play them forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that about does it. That was a lot of memes. And
there was a lot of
memes. A lot of talent and time and skills and
an incredible amount of time and talent.
A lot to unpack there, as they say.
We have some extremely skilled memers out there.
Beyond impressive.
There should be a college class, like a degree for memery.
Never know what to say. So since Rag is, you only have like half an hour, is it, from now? More than that. I don't know. Either way, would you like to choose which of the 3 potential videos to watch before you leave? Your choices are... Actually, I mean, I would assume you'd want to... Doom Eternal
Which one do I want to not be able to watch?
Doom Eternal looks terrible. I'd assume you'd want to... I think everyone's desperate to see it, and I imagine you're interested in hearing the argument for that.
When is the next EFAP?
Probably the following Sunday. It's not actually that long, this one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, we're jumping into fucking video response shit now, so Drinker can finally actually understand what the fuck is happening. Isn't that great?
Yay.
Don't worry. It'll be that way now for the rest of time, I would imagine. Memes, I mean, sometimes me, Rags, and Wolf are like, what is this meme? I don't remember this one. But, you know, it's insanity. Either way, Doom Eternal's coming out, and everyone thinks it looks cool, except the person who made this video, and I got sent it, and I was like, wow. So, you guys in chat, are you ready to find out why Doom Eternal looks terrible? Because we sure are.
From the prestigious YouTuber Crymore.
I've never actually heard of the YouTuber before, but yeah, this is a great foray into...
Let's
Let's see what he's.
I'm sure this video will make me want to watch the rest of his content.
That'll be great.
Started with a very simple goal: make him the strongest and most powerful hero we've ever created.
What was the point of the zooms?
So as you can see, in these concept illustrations, he's had
Let's put an anime face on it. That makes it funny.
Yeah, he better be buff. He's like the embodiment of rage. He's got shit to do. He works out. He beats demons.
I guess this guy thinks he looks ridiculous.
Yeah, let's put something completely unequivalent to it.
I was gonna say the Gears of War people look way stupider than that.
Yeah, he looks like big buff video game killer man. I'm fine with that.
He barely looks any different from how he did in the last game, aside from like the helmet looks a little different and he's got the big blade thing.
Yeah, was the Doom guy ever meant to be like a relatable, normal guy?
Oh yeah, Doom guy. I could really see myself as the Doom guy, the eternal embodiment of unquenchable rage and pain. And
I bet that Don is under that helmet.
Oh yeah.
I really hope he is.
In these concept illustrations, he's had a bit of an update.
Look at this dude.
What's wrong with it?
Why is he laughing?
Yes, because
the sausage
arm.
Oh yeah. My God, this is terrible.
Well,
I don't see it.
He's too thick apparently for this guy. I, on the other hand, think that
I like
be too thick.
It's literally. It's almost like he's wearing power armor or something that bulks out like his existing appendages.
Yeah, and he's
like literally the only criticism I have of anything that I've seen from Doom Eternal is the HUD looks a little too bright and large, which could easily be fixed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
hopefully they have
literally the
options
only
for
thing
it.
I didn't like about it. Otherwise, it looks fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
And that's
also
like a
fat
really
shaming,
superficial little
and
thing.
we do not endorse fat shaming. So just
I do.
We do too.
You should shame
I do
fat
too.
people.
I happily do that on my own channel regularly.
I'm right there with you. I'm perfectly fine with fat shaming.
It's
Yeah,
like
you
I wouldn't
fat.
make fun of
We
someone.
should shame people into not being fat.
We only shame
I
ugly people, not fat people. That's disgusting.
Oh, right.
You can control
Ugly
whether or not you're ugly, but not
fat
whether or not
people
you're
are
fat.
ugly.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like it's a choice of how much butter you eat or anything.
No.
It climbed down my throat, officer. It raped you.
I can't go to the gym. I'm allergic to exercise.
The burger slipped and fell down my throat. I don't know what happened.
You're like, why do you
I
never
only
pull
chewed
them
it
out?
so I wouldn't choke on it.
This makes it funny. So, swinging from something is...
So, wait.
Make an argument, please.
He's about
so-
to use his
so-
voice.
so
That's why
basic-
kind of
I mean,
over
I'm
this.
seeing this and I'm like, yeah, this looks fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
so
looks
this
like they're
guy's
adding to the
criticizing, like,
platforming of Doom that
basic
Doom has
game
always had.
mechanics. This guy's criticizing like basic game mechanics that are there for simplicity and ease of traversing the environment as a bad
Yeah.
thing.
Doom has always had an element, a strong element relating to level exploration, and so these mechanics will add a great deal to your ability to find secrets and move around the map and stay mobile.
Also
And I'm down
allows
with
the devs to be more creative with the map design now that they have all this other stuff to work with.
He said Prince of Persia parkour, and it's like, what exactly do you mean? And is that a bad? I don't know. We'll have to wait for
I've
him to
never
develop.
played it, so I
I never
don't.
played Prince of Persia.
Let's have a look.
That's
Why-
armor.
Why is there money flying out of them?
That's armor. It's
Yeah,
in the
those are the
last
armor
game.
people.
Armor
Yeah.
armor was green in the last game, both
Yeah.
in single player and multiplayer.
I think the only difference is that they didn't literally pop out as you were shooting them, but
Yeah.
they did.
But they did when you
like lay
chainsawed them.
down.
Right?
Yeah,
Well,
it
when
did
you
actually, yeah.
chainsawed them, you'd get ammo. It would give you a whole bunch of ammo.
But it would
but I
flow
think
out
it
of
was
them.
only
Is
when
kind of
you
what I'm
killed
saying.
them.
Like,
Armor came out only when you killed them.
I don't know. Why is that bad?
Yeah, that seems cool because as you damage them and their armor comes off, you can pick it up. That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, like it stands to reason. Like if you killed a person, you'd be able to loot them for armor or like ammo or whatever. Like, and this is just like facilitating that quickly and easily.
Unless it is a new thing in this game that they do drop money. I have no idea. Like I didn't.
I'm pretty
Hell
certain
yeah.
that was armor. Yellow gore key. Okay, why'd you zoom in on it?
All right.
Wow, more gore?
In case you missed it, Quake.
So that was that. I don't know what point that was.
So I want to play.
What does he mean
He
by
hasn't actually
wow,
made
more
a
gore?
point yet.
There's
Like,
lots of gore. I
Wow,
don't know.
more gore. It's like, yeah, please give me more.
This is Doom.
So, like, his point so far has been like it's easy to traverse the world, and you get armor off enemies when you kill them.
And you look like a badass.
And there's gore.
And there's,
It's like,
there's
thank you
gore
for
in it.
advertising the game for.
It looks great.
But he's about to use his voice now, so we can actually hear some arguments.
In case you missed it, QuakeCon was this past week, and we got some incredible new footage of the new Doom Eternal, which, in case you missed it, was announced at Bethesda's E3 conference, where we got some incredible rendered trailer of the new Doom Eternal. This is not Doom 2, of course, because that would be confusing. This is Doom Eternal. And it doesn't
they
look
don't want to make
great.
another Doom 2.
Yeah, Doom Eternal.
You know, most people say, like, you shouldn't just rename something the same exact name.
Yeah.
Like, even God of War 4, just calling it God of War, people criticized that. Same with the Tomb Raider reboot. I mean, most people don't want that, and you're just saying we should have another Doom 2.
Imagine you were in a room with two people named Carl. It would be confusing.
Yes.
The web-slinging Spider-Man with a gun gameplay certainly looks high octane.
Yeah,
he relates that to Spider-Man? Interesting.
I don't see any webs. I guess he can use his
the
chain.
grappling hook from the chain counts.
Yeah, it's like
Spider-Man
you can
moves,
leap
like,
from
alright.
platform to platform.
Platforming is like Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Basic jumping mechanics and dashing.
And I've talked about how Doom is speed. In fact, that was my biggest complaint
then you
about
should be
Doom
happy.
VFR. It had no speed. It included weird,
What do you mean it had
non-Doom
no
decisions.
Doom VFR.
It looks like
I don't
it
know.
had. It looks like it had an awful lot of speed there.
Well, he's specifically going after the VR version, I guess. I haven't played it.
Who in the world is going to play the VR version of Doom?
Some people did.
Yes, let's criticize like the shittiest version of any Doom game you can possibly get your hands on for
You just
being
hate
too
women.
slow. I do, but that doesn't have anything to do with this video.
I don't know why we're talking about Doom VR. Spider-Man's coming out.
That's true.
That's true.
It's like hacking mini games and putting out fires. Literally putting out a fire with a fire extinguisher. Quintessential Doom right there.
Was this video criticizing Doom VR or Doom?
Yeah, I agree. Those are
Putting out
odd
fire
for
is
Doom.
weird.
But that's a different game.
This one feels Doom, but bastardized. The fact that they call it
You haven't
Doom
played it, you don't know what it
Eternal
feels like.
instead of Doom.
Yeah, it feels Doom, but it bastardized. Okay.
2 to avoid people searching for Doom 2 from finding all that other stuff really kind of cements how they feel about the history of the game they're working on.
The reason that people have an issue with the fact that EA called it Star Wars Battlefront 2 is because the EA version of Star Wars Battlefront 2 is a way shittier game, and the other Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2005 is a way better one. People have an issue with that because you don't want to confuse the two games rather than like squash the history of the original. This is a good thing. My God, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of them trying to scrub the history, be like, yeah, just ignore Doom 2. We're going in a completely different direction. Who cares about Doom 2?
You realize if they named it Doom 2, then all that would come up is this. I mean, if you look up Chernobyl on Google Images, now most of the images that come up are the Chernobyl show.
I hear that was based on a real event.
No.
Yeah, it is, but I mean,
yeah, according to the fine journalists at the Daily Mail,
it was based on like a fictional book by Stephen Sanderson.
Makes sense.
Hmm.
Like, this is a good
Admittedly,
thing. Don't call it Doom 2.
Yes.
I'm a bit biased about Doom. I made a video about how it's the most influential game.
Oh, and also it's thematically appropriate to call it Doom Eternal based on the lore of the Doomslayer and the conflict in the lore, so it makes
I don't
sense.
know why you'd be advocating for calling it Doom 2.
Yeah, we have one. It's dumb. We already have a Doom 2. If
You might be like,
something's
well, they called
a
it
thing-
Doom. You know, I'd be like, yeah, I wasn't exactly on board with them calling Doom.
Yeah, that's why we have to say Doom 2016.
Yeah, which is annoying, but, you know.
So in the
Three
chat said
and-
people can't wait for them to remake Final Fantasy VII, so what's the big deal about remaking Doom 2? It's not the same thing. This isn't a remake.
Yeah.
This is a different game entirely.
Yeah, also, do we need to explain? Okay, so, like, Wolf has already gone over it, but same titles are really fucking annoying whenever. There's no way around it. And so if I was a huge fan of Doom 2, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to play Doom 2 when I can access it on like an emulator for blah blah blah, people would be like, what do you mean it's not even out yet? You'd be like, not that one. Then someone's like, oh, Doom 2's finally out, and some guy who's living under a rock would be like, what do you mean? It just creates confusion for no reason. And yeah, the worst offender's gotta be Star Wars Battlefront 2, because every time you say that, people are like, why'd you keep saying it's a good game?
Yeah, I mean at least with like God of War 4, people just call it God of War 4, even though the 4 is not actually in the title.
Some people call the 2016 Doom Doom 4.
Yeah, which, you know, makes things simpler, but it's... I can get why companies really want to use it, like Doom, the name alone, for the first one. It just, to me, I'm just like, oh, such a cool fucking name. It's just like, yeah, redoing the but it's annoying.
I think when you're separated by that long a period, you know, Doom came out in what, 93, something like that. You can almost get away with like renaming it then. Like you've had enough time pass where you can just call it Doom again, and it's like, yeah, fine.
I actually should probably head out so I can put some clothes on and leave.
You don't have to put clothes on.
Don't put clothes on our account.
I dropped a thing.
You don't have to wear.
Don't worry, it's not for you.
It's for me, of course.
I take my clothes off for most guests.
Beautiful. Yeah,
I'm honored.
If that means you're out, it's been fun, Mr. Raggers.
Yeah, I will catch you guys when I return later on this afternoon.
Oh yeah, how long will
we probably be going still?
I was about to say, we might still be going. How long are you going to be?
Maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll still be going.
All right, then I'll see you when I get back.
All right, see you then, dude.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, man.
What a massive. So, Dogmaster, the Dark Master in chat said, MooLer, what's wrong with Doom 2? Is that a bad game? Do you get annoyed when Lord of the Rings have all the same title with a subtitle? No, I don't have any problem with Doom 2. I love Doom and Doom 2. Talking about making a new game and calling it Doom 2, just like if you made a new film and called it Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, I'd be like, fuck off, that's not what you are. And then they were like, we're remaking it, it's completely different, with different everything. I'd be like, why are you calling it that? I'd be like, because...
Well, it's one thing if it's a remake, because, I mean, you could make that argument for the Lord of the Rings films, because there's the animated ones. But this isn't a remake, this is a complete different game.
I don't think... Did Peter Jackson say he was remaking the animated ones?
No, well, I mean, it's just a live-action version of it, but it's still technically the exact.
The rules would change if it's an adaptation as well, just because you.
Yeah, that kind of depends.
Yeah, but it's all from the book ultimately.
But the bottom line is, if they called this Doom 2, despite the fact that it's a completely different game, it's disingenuous.
They can do it. Really it's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, it's really irritating. Like, don't call Battlefront 2 from EA Battlefront 2, because there's already a Battlefront 2 and it's way better.
Killer Bob just said, what's wrong with Doom Eternal? I'm not saying anything wrong with Doom Eternal.
The HUD is too glowy. That's literally the only criticism I have. It's like a 10 out of 10 game so far.
Also, we're going to bring in someone to fill the fourth gap. I'm sorry about this.
Oh god, who's this massive gonna be? No, not him. Not him. I don't want him.
I mean, all this talk about Lord of the Rings summoned him.
Ah, damn it.
I'm always happy to be EFAP sloppy seconds.
Well, you, Fringy, and Alex are in that essential trio of sloppy seconds. That's the link. We're currently looking at why Doom Eternal looks terrible or awful. Like, oh, the thumbnail says awful, the title says terrible. So both awful and terrible.
I mean,
what's wrong with Jay? Everything's wrong with Jay. Ask him what movies he's seen, and you'll find like 3 or 4 of them.
Wait. Drinker, ask Jay if he's seen some of your favorite. Just ask him if he's seen some movies and pick some of your favorites.
Like literally any movie that comes to mind.
Jay, have you seen The Last Jedi?
I have, unfortunately.
Think of some good ones.
Jay, I can't think of any good ones recently.
Oh, just at all times. Just pick any movie.
Like literally at any point in the history of cinema.
Jay, have you seen Terminator 2?
Yes, I really like Terminator 2, and I just watched the original Terminator today.
Have you seen Street Fighter the movie?
I have not.
Well, then you're missing out because there's some truly glorious memes on the go there.
It doesn't sound like it would be the kind of thing where you'd expect like a masterpiece.
It really isn't what you would expect. No.
I'll
list off a couple in a row. Just only answer yes or no, Jay.
All right, Jurassic Park.
Yes or no, Jay?
Fuck you.
I have seen Jurassic Park, yeah.
Falling Down.
No.
Event Horizon.
No.
I'll throw in a
Predator.
Couple. What was the last one?
Predator.
Oh, yeah.
Big Trouble in Little China.
No.
Flash Gordon.
Yes.
Cool. Do I have to keep this going for the next like 20 minutes? Or
I feel like I did pretty well out of that one. That was like a good 50%.
Yeah, usually it's less than that. Like Jay, Gladiator.
No.
Braveheart.
No.
Kingdom of Heaven.
No.
Aliens.
Yes.
Alien.
Yes.
Taken.
No.
Blade Runner.
Yes. Well, I got bored of it and turned it off.
Any of the John Wick movies?
Boy. Yeah, I've seen the first John Wick movie.
The Green Mile.
No.
The Shawshank Redemption.
No, but that's like on the top of my list at the moment.
Stand By Me.
No, it's also right at the top of my list.
Dances with Wolves.
No.
Birdman.
No.
Rain Man.
No.
Good Will Hunting.
No.
Saving Private Ryan.
No. You've
Treasure Planet.
Fuck off. That's not allowed.
No, here's the best one though.
Out.
Here's the best one. The Lion King.
No, you know I haven't seen this.
I know. That's why I said it again.
I'm unhappy now.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure you understand what kind of creature this is.
So, like, do you spend great periods of your life in solitary confinement on Alcatraz, and then like they let you out like for a couple of months at a time?
I mean, it makes sense. His career right now is essentially both film criticism and counter-film criticism, so it would make sense he hasn't seen many films, right?
Yes.
Totally, yeah.
Great.
I think it's good though because you've got all these films in store for you that we've already seen.
There is an element of jealousy of like, bad. You got some great experiences to come if you watch all those.
I wish I could erase my memory of a lot of the movies I love to watch them again.
It is offensive though that you haven't seen Saving Private Ryan. That's offensive.
I mostly like cover pop culture films though, so I don't get to see good ones.
Don't get
those
to
are
see
good
it,
ones.
as if there's something stopping you.
You know what I meant by that.
I don't. I refuse.
Thing is, I don't know about you guys, but I find myself watching older movies more now because like movies that come out now just make me sad deep inside.
Yeah,
they leave like a void in my soul.
Me and Wolf have been watching a 90s TV show, so yeah, older stuff tends to be easier on the brain than themes. But you know, what are we to say about that? And we're just a bunch of dinosaurs who can't appreciate themes and other things that are also things.
Women.
Those.
Except for Buffy.
Representation.
So anyway, Jay, you love Doom, right?
Yeah, I definitely know all about it.
Alright, let's listen to these arguments.
Other stuff really kind of cements how they feel about the history of the game they're working on. Admittedly, I'm a bit biased about Doom. I made a video about how it's the most influential game of all time, where I condensed years of history and probably a 2-hour TEDx talk about the game.
Why does this guy sound like he's about 50 years old?
He does sound kind of old, actually. Someone in chat said he sounded fat.
It's weird. It's like, I remember back in the day when I used to play Doom.
He's explaining his bias to us and why he hates the game, I guess. The new one? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry. Nope.
Into 24 minutes. I even taught John Romero a few things about Doom that he didn't know. So yes, I'm biased. I've never said I wasn't. This, however, is weird. It's so weird. Why is there platforming?
Fuck off. Like, have you ever heard of the concept of like 3D environments that you have to navigate and you have to go up and down and forward and backward?
Why?
Like, it's almost like the original Doom was made 30 years ago and is going to be a little different from games of today.
Yeah, I'm
if they
pretty
had
sure
the technology,
that shit's been around since like fucking Tomb Raider.
But what you're missing is that he said he's biased already, so that's code for don't criticize me.
That's code for hey.
I would love to. I would love to see this guy's ideal version of Doom, like where
I guess it would be the original Doom.
Map.
Yeah, that would be it.
So you could argue that there's platforming in the original Doom, not to this extent, of course, but You need to get to
you
certain
do have to
areas.
jump over lava and stuff.
What was his point entirely, though? Is it literally just that this platforming?
So weird. Why is there platforming in my Doom? There's literally Assassin's Creed...
Okay, so platforming, this might just be a problem on his side. He does realize that there's platforming in the original Doom, right?
Like I do. That's how you get to a lot of the secret areas.
I'm going to give this guy a slight break here and say it's a bit weird to be doing these like jumps where you have to hang off objects and stuff when it's in first person, because it's not that intuitive.
The problem being that platforming, the catch-all statement of like, okay, you might want to be a little bit more specific, because I mean, I think people would be very disappointed if there was no platforming in Doom.
People in the chat are quoting "Ma Doom."
In my Doom. Platform Doom.
Besides, this is pretty like low-level platforming compared to the vast majority of games you see nowadays.
So what's the problem with
not much?
Is the problem with this pipe thing that you feel like it would be weird in a first-person shooter to use it? Is that the contention, or?
Well, for me or for him?
Well, because you said that it's a bit weird to have this, right?
Yeah, the only thing I can take from what he's saying here is like it's slightly unintuitive when you can't see your character's body to know what you can hang off and what you can jump off and what you can grab onto and stuff, because you're not going to be able to see it happen.
Well, I mean, it depends. Titanfall does it really well.
I was about to say, so the way you do it, right, is if all four of us were about to run up to this pipe, I run in a way that's like, okay, I'm going to try and aim it so that the pipe ends up around where my gun is, and hopefully that'll be the way.
Yeah.
Because I don't know for sure. But someone like Jay could fuck up completely and jump underneath it and hope to grab it, and then the character does, and he's like, oh, well, that's how it works. And then someone goes really high above it and just trips over and falls down. They're like, oh, so they're the limits, you know, like through testing it. But I imagine that once you play this, you know, for like an hour, you'll be fully understanding exactly how these pipes work and how you can use them to your advantage. And then you'll find...
I'm sure there's going to be like a little tutorial-ish segment toward the beginning of the game for this anyway.
And I'm sure that there'll be videos of people kicking absolute ass involving pipes, you know, doing really awesome shit with them. I don't know. Like,
if they put like a score attack mode in this, where you can like get points for shit, that could really up the replayability for the campaign too.
I think because this could be, depending on what they do with this pipe shit and the flipping and jumping up and going down and stuff. It's like you could make some pretty cool gameplay with it. Some interesting verticality.
Well, I think for speedruns, it would be amazing. You know, you could do some great stuff there.
And then if someone said, yeah, but MooLer, it's not Doom, I'd be like, what does do with that statement?
Someone in the chat said platforming is hard for fat guys. Surprise.
Man. Just expressing...
That's fat shaming.
Yeah.
And I approve of that.
Unless you're putting it under ugly shaming. We're okay with it if it's ugly shaming.
Now, swinging poles in my Doom. This isn't to say that Doom hasn't had some light platforming before, jumping from area to area, or using the environment to facilitate movement and do things faster or cooler, but...
I love the way he says cooler there, like you really had to force that one out.
I like the idea that he's like, yes, we've got stuff before, but I'm drawing a line, okay? This is where it's not okay. And it's like, why though?
Yeah.
Glowing yellow poles that swing you. This is like basic stuff from
They're not glowing. It's just a yellow pole.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's glowing. It just looks yellow.
It's literally colored that way so people understand it's an object that can be grappled.
Glowing yellow.
Oh my god,
yeah, that just looks
what
yellow
is
to me.
glowing about that?
It's a bright yellow.
I love the fact that this guy got so hung up on this fucking pole that he made a video based on it.
In his mind, it probably is glowing.
Yeah.
Once a color is bright enough, it is fucking glowing, alright?
Yeah.
Swing you. This is like basic stuff from a tutorial level of a platforming game. Jump on the pole, swing to the next platform. Doom.
But that's not
they're showing off what you can do in the game.
Yeah, but he makes it sound like it's
what every E3 demo is like.
He makes it sound like there's nothing else to do. It's like, there's many different ways you can then do any other things. There's probably different height variations for how you get off the pole. I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying that that's to imply that it's like, oh, there you go to platform A, then B, oh, you did it. It's like, it's not that. This is Doom we're talking about. This shit's gonna be difficult at the hardest.
I mean, hasn't only a very small percentage of the people that played Doom actually beaten its highest difficulty because it's just that difficult?
Yeah, I imagine that.
Yeah, I've never done it.
double jumps. Apparently they've added in a dashing ability, which feels ripped right out of Doom VFR, but...
So?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, okay, so dashing is not something that belongs to Doom VFR.
So wait, because it was in Doom VFR bad, rather than just badly executed because it's a shitty VR game?
I don't know.
It's his criticism that it was in another Doom game, and then that makes it bad.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I just read this in the chat. You guys are spending 5 minutes on each sentence. Are you really gonna dab on the guy for talking about a poll? He's the one talking about the poll. What do you want us to do?
He made a video on it.
And he's talked about other things, so, you know, and yeah, we're now talking about the fact that you can dash is apparently a bad. I don't know. Sounds something like
yeah, you might have some killer like criticism coming up, but like so far, it's been pretty bleak.
The worst thing about the poll is that only 60% of the people in it have seen the Game of Thrones finale.
What?
I understand. My brain took a bit for that. It was like, he's making a joke there. I got to figure it out. But I did. Unfortunately, the time it took to figure it out.
Oh no, there was just silence. I've done a bad.
Your joke was too complicated. So by the time people figure it out, they can't laugh.
Yeah, man, I
to understand my jokes.
Ah, he is
I've had like half a bottle of Jack Daniels already. It's like jokes like that passing through my head.
I've been drinking rum, but you've had way more than me.
Platform.
Yeah.
Doom has.
I guess I'll be the sober noble in this call.
Jay is a sober noble tubal.
That's true.
Apparently, they've added
Jay,
in a dashing ability.
Sober nobles now.
I don't want to be that.
He's gonna call us the sober nobles.
Sober Gables.
Game. Jump on the pole, swing to the next platform. Doom has double jumps. Apparently they've added in a dashing ability, which feels ripped right out of Doom VFR, but whatever. At least it sort of
I guess he's okay with it then. I don't know. Hope he is.
Makes sense in the movement style of Doom. It has a grappling gun straight from Just Cause, which, I mean, it's kind of stupid on paper, but it looks okay in the footage. You've got some sweet air kills, and again, it facilitates cool kills and faster gameplay, core concepts of Doom. But parkour? Poles for parkour in Doom?
Why is the pole bothering you so much?
Yeah, he's fucking obsessed about this pole, man.
Go to the one pole in this map.
This is like the most meek parkour I've seen, too. Like, there's no wall running. There's no, like, crazy Titanfall 2-esque tricks. It's like you're swinging from a pole and ending up at a different place on the other side of the pole.
Yeah, like, from the footage as well, like, when he's talking about the grapple gun, it doesn't seem like you've got to do that. Like, it's just your option. You know, it's something you can use, you know, tactically if you really want to, or you can just blast the shit out of whatever you're fighting. Like, why is that a problem?
I'm gonna make a note for EFAP, not EFAP, Godelb 3. I'm gonna repeatedly complain about a glowing yellow pole throughout the video randomly.
Like, literally, his only argument is it's not something that Doom did in the past, therefore bad.
A couple of people in chat saying he's in chat, by the way.
He is. I've seen him.
Is he? What's his name?
Crymore.
Oh, hello.
Was he here listening to us criticizing his video?
Apparently.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
This has happened before. We both Just Right and Snowman Gaming were in the chat when we were criticizing the videos. We brought them on. It was really awkward.
I want to ask him, actually. Dude, do you remember when you had to fight in the Korean War?
So anyway.
What up, my homies?
Okay.
Hello,
well, at least
fellow
it's just
children.
that. Except now there's wall climbing. Like, it's bad enough that we have Sausage Doom Guy now.
What's the Sausage Doom Guy complaint as well?
Because he's thick.
This guy who has literally always been buff. Let me find a picture of Doom Guy from Doom 1.
Some guy in chat said, I'm sick of the Welsh.
So this guy whose only characteristic is that he's basically a walking killing machine, your criticism of him is like he's a bit swole.
Okay, yeah, look at this. How is this not Sausage Doom?
Yeah, actually, that kind of, you know, if we're really talking about sausages here, which I'm on board with, guys. I love talking a bit about sausage.
Yeah, let's bring on the sausage chat.
Even the color of his arms and just the... Like, I'll put it on screen in a sec now.
Like, this guy's into some serious gear when you look at him. Like there's veins popping out, there's muscles everywhere.
He is fully sausage color as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's very sausagey. Like I'm getting a sausage sense here. And look at those demons. They're like, ooh, sausage.
Yeah.
Oh,
What was?
Up on the screen.
I always wondered actually from the Doom cover art, what is going on with his left hand? Like, is he
charging up a spell? I guess
he's getting ready to flex.
Cast something.
And look at the demon grabbing his arm. Looks
He's
like
into
he's mentally retarded.
He looks into it. It's a sausage man. Like, why would you not want him? I don't know.
Sausage man bad.
Sausage man.
Just picture this sausage in a suit grappling a wall and leaping from side to side like he's Lara Croft. It's the most ridiculous thing, and it just
That's
doesn't...
not it.
Okay, is it the most ridiculous thing, though?
Is it the
worst thing? Would it not make even more sense in this case than Lara Croft? Because he's literally a tank of a person.
I would love to see Lara Croft in this fucking situation.
Like, is this alone enough to say? Is this alone enough to say that the game looks terrible? A pole and you can climb walls? It's like, wow. What about all the other stuff? Because I'm assuming he likes the other stuff.
Well, he said more gore, so I wonder if he's actually gonna say something about
anything
that.
that's like classic Doom, he's fine with.
So I really want to play the game he's literally describing of like you're a literal sausage flapping a lot against walls.
Yeah. A sausage shaped like Lara Croft.
We can call it Sausage Raider. You just play a Tomb Raider game, but you're a sausage flopping around.
Well, you used to get the Nude Raider patches, so like I want a Sausage Raider patch.
Fit wall climbing. The only thing this game appears to be missing from platformers in general is a collectathon, which Doom absolutely already had, so here you go. Collect-a-Doom. This might sound...
Is that a bad thing?
Collectibles are bad?
So...
I don't think he said it's bad.
Well, that's why I asked.
Let's see what this genius has to say.
Like I hate finding secrets and cool things in games, which isn't true. I like that there's extra ammo, hidden weapons, Easter eggs, and more armor hidden in the vents. I don't like that I'm going to have to jump on a yellow pole,
fucking
climb
pole,
to
man.
a clear...
Like, has this guy had bad experiences in a pole dancing club or something?
Dude,
I
don't even want to ask what happened with him and
asked him about
sausages.
The Korean War, but I think he might have actually failed boot camp. So maybe that's the reason why he's got like a pole phobia. Like he tried to do the pull-ups and just couldn't.
Stop sausage shaming.
Stop sausage shaming.
Marked wall with white chunks taken out of it, and then leap to the other side. Then jump onto a yellow platform area.
So he's explaining how it'll be really dumbed down, like really obvious. So picture like you walk into a room and there's this one big section that has clearly walkable walls, and you go to the top and then there's a door you open, then there's a collectible. He's like, God, this is so humdrum and just shit. I think that they'll be a little better than that. I think that will happen, but that'll be like the easy collectibles, and then there'll be harder ones.
Was Doom ever about like, really taking the time to explore your environment and methodically search out everything? It was fast paced. It was always meant to be, move on to the next area.
Well, in part, there was like trying to find the secrets to get the big weapons to fight through the next area.
Yeah,
and some of those were hard to find. Like you had to shoot like a random piece of wall that looked no different from another piece of wall.
Yeah.
You would open into a room and you get a chainsaw or something.
Many secrets.
Area to pull myself up, and there's a yellow star, and I just need 998 more.
There wasn't even that many collectibles in the last Doom.
It's not quite Mario Odyssey with the moons, all right? It's not quite that.
Not to mention all those collectibles revealed like cool stuff like 3D models and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm sitting here thinking, like, even if the worst version of all the things he's describing were happening, it's like, there's still a whole game there. Like, do you hate the whole thing because of these? I don't know.
To the Doom creative director or executive producer, it's like they have no vision for Doom beyond what they've been told to think. There will be 8 guns because in Doom you've got to have a shotgun, you've got to have a plasma rifle, you've got to have a rocket launcher. They're focusing on the lore of Doom and expanding it
Wait.
to a Doom...
Isn't this just like what he was complaining about? Like, he didn't like anything that goes beyond the Doom lore.
I'm okay with them building up some lore and some will. You might be like, at the expense of gameplay? I'd be like, I don't think it is at the expense of gameplay.
Are we getting like another Godzilla argument? It's like, Doom's supposed to have a good story.
I hope not.
Well, isn't it like, there's certain guns and weapons and stuff in Doom that just serve a purpose?
Doom isn't exactly known for story and lore. 2016's Doom had you killing demons within moments of beginning the game, which it sounds like it might change in Eternal. But this is the thing, I think it's fucking cool as hell to have a story behind Doom.
Not to mention, I mean, I doubt it's going to be a super crazy one. Like, you look at the Wolfenstein games compared to the Doom games. Wolfenstein games are way more story-centric as opposed to Doom. Granted, Wolfenstein shit the bed immediately after the New Order, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't think the gameplay is... From what we've seen in the trailers, it doesn't look like the gameplay is suffering in order to create other elements, or buff other elements of the game, stuff like story and whatever.
I mean, all they've been showing is a bunch of gameplay shit. They haven't said any, or shown anything about the story aside from that trailer.
Got to have a shotgun. You've got to have a plasma rifle. You've got to have a rocket launcher. They're focusing on the lore of Doom.
But and literally the next thing that it said, but they've all been completely redone.
Yeah, I guess the point of the person saying that is that these things have to be in Doom, but we're going to do them again and different to keep it, fresh.
So, like, that would seem to go against the point. The part of the quote that isn't being read. Like, if they were just doing it because they had to, then they wouldn't have just like completely redone everything.
Expanding it into a Doom universe, because God knows that the thing Doom was missing was a compelling storyline.
Why not though?
Why does it?
Why is it bad for anything to have a compelling storyline? Like,
you can give it a storyline that doesn't totally like intrude on the gameplay.
This game has a good story. How dare it?
Especially if it's like stuff you can just ignore. Like if it's stuff you can just fucking run past and shoot everything.
What a terrible fucking argument.
Oh, Godzilla's not supposed to have a story. It's like, yeah, well, the story that was there was shit. Like that was the argument, not that. God damn it.
You've got to have multiplayer, and since the last Doom's multiplayer died pretty quickly due to a botched beta...
Hold on, already. They already said that they're not going to be doing the same kind of multiplayer that they did last time because they want it to be more unique. Like, they're taking out deathmatch and all that shit.
And again, I get the idea that if they bring in multiplayer, it'll be less focused on the campaign. I'll just be like, but they managed to achieve the multiplayer of the previous game, albeit unsuccessfully.
Absolutely every single person who played the last Doom is in unanimous agreement that the campaign was the best part of the game.
Yeah. And like
you talk about Doom, no one ever references multiplayer.
I don't know, man. Like the idea that they're going to try and make a multiplayer, a functioning one that everyone's interested in, I'm like, go for it. But obviously, I think they can pull that off while maintaining their storyline or their single player mode, because they did it in the first one. They made a multiplayer while also making a single player. Like, I don't know. Do you remember the craze, I think it was around the Xbox 360 era, where games were just getting multiplayers no matter what, and then the single players started to suffer miserably because it was almost like multiplayer games being sold with single players tacked on?
If anything, nowadays, it seems like there's a push to go back to the single player market.
Yeah, because single player games are fucking great, or they can be. Like, don't forget about them, please. But, Doom seems to be able to try and achieve it both, and I'm like, more power to you. Try and do it well, I guess.
Let's add in
I didn't really like the multiplayer from the last game.
No, that's my point.
I only really cared about.
If they're trying to make it more compelling, interesting, or engaging, whatever, I'm like, yeah, you go ahead and try. There's got to be some kind of fun multiplayer you can make out of Doom. I just don't know that. I don't personally know how to do it because I'm
not to mention, haven't the other Doom games already had multiplayer?
I believe so.
I'm pretty certain they did. At least one or two of them. I never played them myself. I only played the campaigns. Doom's 2016 was the only one that I played the multiplayer for.
I know Quake 3 Team Arena or whatever, that was like the peak of that era's of multiplayer, or at least one of the ones that was a pillar for starting it all up, but I'm sure that you would have had super nerds being able to play multiplayer Doom and stuff. But Quake was more associated with multiplayer, I think.
Yeah.
From Dark Souls,
I think
which
my
they
work
call
together is fucked.
Rejoin it.
It was playing just like while all you guys were talking, and I couldn't stop it.
Refresh.
I think that's done it.
Excellent. Near the end, anyway.
Quickly, due to a botched beta, let's add in invasions from Dark Souls, which they call one of the ways you can play the Doom Dance in a social way. What the hell is a Doom Dance anyway?
That you can probably turn off.
I was about to say, as long as you can turn it off, I really don't mind.
I'm pretty sure there's like the way of the blue, or maybe I'm thinking of something else, but there's like a banner in Dark Souls 3 at least that you can apply to not get invaded unless it's like a NPC invasion, which happens like 2 times in the entire game.
You can play offline, which will stop it.
Yeah. How dare they add in things that you can turn off?
I was going to say, you know, depending on the way that they actually implement it, who knows what... Just the idea is like, hey, that's not Doom. I'd be like, guys, do you want to just re-release the original Doom? Is that what you're after at this point? Like, I like the idea of new stuff. I don't know. Not to say that this would be great, just give these things a chance, maybe.
Is a really big
People
thing
in the chat
for
are
us.
saying it's optional, like confirmed.
Okay, then.
The main thing is it allows you to experience the Doom Dance with your friends. What are you talking about? Seriously. Doom is a game, and games are meant to be fun. I totally understand gamifying what would, in reality, be a pretty awful experience to try to live through. But it's this misguided...
What is he even trying to say with this?
I thought
it wouldn't really be fun to kill demons.
If you were actually in the Doom game or the Doom universe, it would be a horrible experience. Yeah, it probably would. So
I can agree with that. Yeah,
he was leading up to a point with that, and I'm really curious what it's going to be.
Someone said you can play offline, challenge and beat an arena boss, and some areas don't even allow multiplayer in the first place. So congratulations, buddy. Your criticism is completely null and void.
Get that whole bit.
Allows you to experience the Doom Dance with your friends. What are you talking about?
So, yeah, because I just read it in chat as well. So I'm assuming what they mean by that is you can play Doom with someone else, so the experience of Doom can be with someone else. As long as that's optional, I'd totally have a go of that. I'd be like, guys, can we actually annihilate demons together? That would be pretty cool. Yeah. Fast-paced.
I mean, hell, we could do EFAP gaming for that.
And if someone said, that's not Doom, I'd be like, can you stop saying that's not Doom? Like, it's starting to get really annoying.
Hashtag not my Doom.
Seriously, Doom is a game, and games are meant to be fun. I totally understand.
I'm actually going to put one in chat reckon. Doom is a game. Games are meant to be fun. I think that's an important message. People...
And gamifying what would, in reality, be a pretty awful experience to try to live through. But it's this misguided need to make everything more extreme that seems to have led to things like...
I don't know, man. Doom seems pretty extreme already. Like, the idea that there's a cap on it, to me, it seems like...
How is any of this making it more extreme? Like, you can climb stuff and...
You can swing on a fucking yellow pole, Jay.
Is this like the same argument as those like gaming journalists who were like upset with the new Call of Duty that is like it's too realistic?
It's too extreme because you're a sausage.
Yeah. It's too extreme because like you might get put into a situation where you have to fire on civilians. Like that's modern warfare. You know, like what exactly do they expect from this?
I can understand why people would be upset by that, but
yeah, but
don't take it away from other people who want a realistic stimulation of something fucked up.
Misguided need
Daily
to
reminder
make
that Amir did nothing wrong. 17 centuries of Marley cost is a lie. Stop hating your ancestors and fighting Marley's war. Aliens rise up.
Extreme.
I think I'm the only one in this call that actually understands that.
Everything more extreme that seems to have led to things like our popcorn jackpot armor dispenser. This just feels so wrong, and I don't even know how to express the level of dismay and distaste I had when I saw
it. Feels wrong and it makes you upset. I need more than that, dude.
You need to come up with an argument that actually makes cogent or coherent sense.
Yeah, so like his argument is that like Doom makes light of ammo collection and things like that in a horrific hellscape environment. Like that's always been Doom. Like,
this is what I mean.
Why would he have a problem with that?
Like, it feels wrong. Like, okay.
This in the reveal. Of course, it's all about making sure you get a game benefit and an awesome visual spectacle. You know, Doom did pretty good on the visual spectacle thing.
Wait, is this an actual example of you're just not getting what you expected?
Oh, you mean like, is this an actual, like, is he that guy?
Like, you know how people say that's why people don't like The Last Jedi? It's just not what you expected, and you're mad that your theories weren't true.
And like, he's not getting...
This might actually be the real world equivalent of that.
Didn't think those people existed, though.
Without feeling so cheapened. Who are they trying to appeal to with platforming and wall jumping?
Dude, can you honestly...
People that like really fun games, I guess.
Come on, there's so many people who are hyped for this. Are you kidding?
This is like the most hyped game for pretty much everyone.
What you'll find when everyone says, what are you looking forward to in E3, they'll be like, aside from Doom Eternal, obviously, because everyone's excited for that. It's like, oh yeah, so this. Come on.
You know, this is really the last game I'm hyped for this year, because all the other games I want come out next year.
This guy seems to have a real issue with sausages and pole dancing. Now, I don't want to make inferences here, but
do you think he might have gone to like some bar and there was like a sausage like actually pole dancing in front of him?
Look, we've all been to bars like that in Thailand, and I'm just saying, like, it can go horribly wrong, you know, and it can
scar horribly
you.
Right,
it really can.
You know?
Yeah, well, yeah, it depends on your outlook, I suppose.
Crank Gorilla said, like you guys are suckers, enjoy wasting your time with money. Is that a reference to Doom Eternal? Because I really don't think it's going to be much of a gamble in terms of getting what you want from the trailers, you know?
It's not going to be a waste, I don't think.
I mean, how you seen the Crobcat video showing how the game improved from the original, or Doom 2016, that is, improved from the E3 footage, like, substantially?
I mean, I won't be buying it.
Probably going to be better than what we've seen, if that says anything.
I won't be buying it like day one. I'll just like wait for just an easy confirmation. It's like, yeah, it's amazing, and I'll be like, okay, cool.
I'm definitely getting it day one.
Yeah, and I wouldn't condemn anybody for it because it's a good gamble. Like I said, it's a good gamble. You can always refund anyway before the 2 hours. But does anybody expect Doom Eternal not to be amazing outside of Cryball?
Who seems to be doing a lot of crying in this video.
Who are they trying to appeal to with...
They're trying to appeal to everyone who isn't you, I guess.
I hadn't seen anything of this before I saw this video because I don't follow Doom or really care about it. And this makes me want to play the game.
Damn. You're appealing to Jay.
It looks really good. It looks really fun.
Forming and wall jumping, sausage marines, and popcorn enemies. It's bizarre. In fact, everything Bethesda has been doing this year is bizarre. Did you watch QuakeCon? Are you excited for Doom Eternal? Let me know in the comments. I'm sure it'll all
we are
sell.
very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it.
Oh my god, this killed my excitement. Get Battlefront 2 off the screen now.
Well, because you got...
Like, anyone who's watching this, just let Crymore know in his comments section how excited you are for this game.
I mean, I don't. You have to be living under a rock not to know that it's the most anticipated game of E3, is it not? Is there anything that?
Well, apparently, a lot of people have let their excitement be known in the 1.8 thousand dislikes to 201 likes. So,
is it like genuinely now? If you guys would guess, what would be the game that's more anticipated than Doom Eternal for this year?
For this year,
is it would the Jedi game be one of the closer ones? I guess.
I mean, I think a lot
Final
of
Fantasy VII is not. Is that next year?
Oh, Subverse. That's my.
What about Cyberpunk? Was Cyberpunk this year?
That's next year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's next year.
Is that next year?
Yeah, comes out next year.
Oh well, that's disqualified. I'm afraid. Yeah. So games that are coming out this year. Is there anything that's more
Master Chief Collection on PC, maybe?
Yeah, that's definitely a potential.
Oh, Death Stranding. A lot of people are mentioning that.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds was pretty hyped for a while, but I haven't seen anything about it recently.
I would say Star Citizen, but that's not going to be released for another 30 years or so.
Why did he bring up Battlefront 2 anyway? What was he saying?
I have no
Watch
idea.
QuakeCon. Are you excited for Doom Eternal? Let me know in the comments. I'm sure it'll all sell well because you gotta get those pre-order bonuses. That doesn't change the fact that
yes,
I
because
just don't
that's
feel
equivalent.
I was gonna say there are good games that have pre-order bonuses. I'm not a huge fan of the practice, but like the idea that it has pre-order bonuses doesn't mean it's gonna end up like Battlefront 2. if that's his point.
I'm gonna look up what the pre-order bonuses are for Doom.
Any excitement about Doom Eternal. If you like this video, leave a like and share it to all your friends, especially if they work at Bethesda. Hopefully, they can rein in their insanity.
Yes, because everyone has friends that
How
work at
could
Bethesda.
someone who works at Bethesda have worked with this video? You told them that having a yellow pole and walking on walls is bad.
Okay. So here's...
I love the idea that everyone in Bethesda is going to panic mode because Crymore has like criticized their game. Oh shit, we need to redesign it.
Oh, this is stupid.
Make the pole red.
Pre-purchase.
Don't make it glow.
So the pre-purchase stuff is a Doot Revenant, which is just a Revenant but with trombones instead of guns, which is kind of funny. Throwback shotgun skin, and this one's actually dumb. Bonus campaign level.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Don't do that.
Yeah, that comes into the industry issues with pre-order bonus. I guess that's it then, or
before
someone said my uncle works at Bethesda, he can ban you.
Becomes the rage of the new id. If you didn't like this video, then don't do either of those, but if you did, you can watch another one in the corner right now.
Alright, and as is EFAP tradition, if he is in the chat and does want to come on to talk about this since we're done with the video now, I guess he's welcome to. We'll just have to wait for a response because that'll be weird / interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Is it unreasonable to have said that he could have made a lot clearer arguments?
I still don't understand what his criticism is.
It seems to be that there's too many elements that are leading Doom into a bombastic sort of future.
It looks too fun, therefore it's bad.
Too many yellow sausages.
Yeah.
Too many yellow sausages, yeah.
It's got the newfangled platforming for the kids.
Fucking popcorn enemies.
Todd said sausages just work.
It wasn't like this in my day.
A couple people said he might have left. I'm still waiting to see if he's
please let him come on, it would be amazing.
Oh, he said sure, I'll say hello. Alright, go on. How do we do this? How do we get anybody on these days? Is it that I have to get him to join my Discord first? Is that how?
Yeah.
Join. Okay, so Crymore. In the description for this video, you'll find a link to my Discord. Use that, and then at me in one of the channels, and then I'll be able to add you into this call. Simple. In the meantime, we can talk about, I don't know, alcohol. What is your favorite alcohol drinker?
Well, right now I'm drinking Jack Daniels and Coke. It's what I tend to drink when I'm doing my videos and stuff, because the Jack will get you kind of drunk, but the Coke is going to keep you awake a little bit with all the sugar and stuff. So that's what I'm on right now. But in the summertime, generally I like a good gin. Gin's where it's at right now.
What is
anyone who is red-pilled knows guy pulls.
Oh,
I get it. Knows.
Well, this went a lot quicker than I expected it to. Okay, so just adding him, and then I like it when people have Discord. It makes everything so much easier. Also, for the record, if you never had or have Discord, you're a bad person.
It's definitely the way forward.
Okay, I added him as a friendo. Means I can add him full now, right? Okay, fuck it. Send invite. There we go. Will also work. Use.
Has he?
I just invited him to the watch together. Whoops.
Has he produced a lot of videos on gaming and stuff? Like, I know nothing about his channel.
He's only got 4,000 subs, so I don't know if he's made a whole lot at all yet. I could check.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, sir.
Wow, that was a lot of fun.
you might be like, wow, that's got to be unprecedented. It happens all the time on this show, funnily enough.
It is the entire point of the show.
How do you do?
That was fun.
I've heard.
We want to say thank you for joining us for this this chat.
Thank you for entertaining me.
Oh,
that was fantastic to watch.
You're a big fan of Doom Eternal, I hear.
What do you feel about pole dancing clubs and
sausages?
Sausage, man. You know I love cheese sausage, but that's about it.
That's a good kind of sausage.
Oh boy, that was fun. I should clarify, that's a video from QuakeCon. That was the very first time anything had been shown about that game.
There's a lot of guesswork.
So thinking about it now, like, what's your take on Doom?
Has it gotten better or worse since then?
Oh, I don't know, man. So, like, if you watched the E3 Bethesda show, right? Like, it looks super arcadey to me. But I did notice that the yellow poles are not poles anymore.
Oh yeah? What are they now?
They're like bone things, but they're still there. Really, I don't know. So I feel like I have a whole lot of stuff that you guys said that I want to reply to all at once. And
take the reins.
The floor is yours, sir.
The pole is yours.
The sausage is yours.
You can do whatever you want with either one, just as long as it's entertaining for the rest of us.
So I've had a lot of time to think about this video. It's a 10-month, 11-month-old video, and every single morning for the past 10 or 11 months, I've woken up to a whole bunch of kill yourself comments, right? So, like, I get a whole lot of hate for this video. It is one of the most disliked videos on ratio-wise on the platform. It's almost worse than YouTube Premiere or YouTube Rewind. So, like, it's pretty bad. Like, it's pretty bad. I've gotten a lot of hate for this video, and I've had a lot of time to think about it. And I don't think that I explained my point correctly, but I don't think I'm wrong either. It's not that I was trolling this. Like, it's not that. I think that the new Doom looks a little bit too arcadey. I don't like the fact that they're slowing things down. Like, the pole jumping and the wall climbing, they're not fast, they're not speed, they're slowing things down. You've already got the double jump, you've already got the dash, you've already got all these movement things that make it fast. Cool.
Those are just environmental things. Everything else still looks just as fast as the last game.
Right, and that's what I didn't really get across, is those are the things that I didn't like because of that, because it makes it feel slower. That's it.
But if it's only like a few seconds out of like what could be an 8+ hour experience, how does it really matter?
Plus, like, you know, from the gameplay footage that we saw, it didn't look slow.
Plus, you got to keep in mind, like, this is like E3 or QuakeCon coverage where the gameplay always looks a lot slower, and it's built that way just to show off the things you can do.
Like, in an ideal world, what would you be looking for from Doom Eternal?
Bro, I don't even know. Come on, I have no idea. Like, I enjoyed Doom 2016. I don't know.
Give you an idea. Like, if someone said, "What do you want out of Doom 2019, Doom Eternal?" I'd be like, I want the same thing I got in 2016, only maybe boost everything up a bit and add some new stuff in, and maybe develop the story. Just keep it all going. A nice standard good old sequel. And if they go, "Ooh, we've introduced something that allows you to essentially go from platform levels 1 to 2 without doing jumps," it's like that flip thing, and then you can jump after it or before it and do dashes, I'd be like, okay, I could see how you might be able to create some neat environments through that. And it's like, we've also got wall climbing. I'd be like, how are they going to... Okay, all right, I could see that being cool, depending on how they do it. If worst case scenario, they only ever have it to climb up a wall and then move on, and that's it. It's like 1 or 2 walls, and they never use it in any way that's like, I don't know, it connects with something else or it bounces off something else. I'd be like, well, that was disappointing. It's only really practical for them to... They just use get through maps, whatever way, but... Yeah, like, all these things, I just want new stuff. Develop the stuff, make everything that we already had, but better. Doom 2016 was pretty solid. Like, there wasn't even much I would have changed about it. I I know I'm not necessarily in the majority there, or I might be, I don't know, but yeah. When someone's like, "What do you look for in a sequel?" She's like, "Everything I had already, but better and bigger."
From a gameplay mechanics point of view, graphics, even story, whatever, Doom 2016 pretty much delivered everything I was looking for.
And I would agree.
I don't think you need to add much to it.
I would agree. I thought Doom 2016 was a great game. I really did. I thought it was a great game. And I would like to see more of that. If you were to say, hey, what do you want? And I were to give it some thought. Again, I mean, I didn't even know you guys were talking about this until I started getting a whole bunch of comments saying I've been EFAP'd. So,
oh, do you have any idea who we are? Like, not that you should.
I have no idea who you are. I've never seen you.
No problem.
We are a bunch of drunken assholes that talk about shit that doesn't matter to anyone.
Your video's been sent along to us a few times, and I finally decided to cover it. I had no idea what it was going to be like going in, but it was an interesting idea that. Do you think at all that Doom Eternal Looks Terrible was not the wisest of titles?
I don't know. I mean, it got me on here, so.
Not under the best
now
of
you've arrived, sir. Now you've arrived.
This is the right circumstance you want to be on here, typically.
I don't know.
This is how I got on here in the first place.
That's actually true.
that is true. Jay started as an enemy.
It was a fun video to make. I enjoyed making it. I knew it would piss some people off, of course. I think there's some stuff that doesn't look great in the new Doom Eternal. Would I call it terrible? I don't know. Think I'd use those words, but you know,
well, you did.
You did already. So
I'm not going to change it now. You know, this is from QuakeCon. Were I going to make another one today? I'd probably make a video that says Doom Eternal still looks awful, but you know what? I'd at least put a little bit more thought into it. This was like, I don't know, a 2-hour-long video at most. You know.
Mm-hmm. What do you? What else do you have any issues with what we said? You know, you're welcome to tackle any of it. I'm curious.
I didn't realize how many times I talked about the poll.
I would have saw it much more reasonable if there were more polls. Was that the only poll in the actual footage?
I think that was like literally the only one in that whole demo.
There were 2 polls that I remember in the QuakeCon thing, but the other one was like really, really short, so I couldn't use that footage, and I just ended up having to go back to the same footage over and over again. And I never realized until afterwards how many times.
Well, yeah, if there were more polls, I could have seen it, but it seemed like you have some kind of history with polls. I don't know.
I don't remember it. I don't remember it, but apparently.
So you think he looks like a sausage man?
Bro, okay, so like that one, I don't understand why people didn't get this, right? He's so much bigger, and it looks ridiculous. His wrists are like bigger than his shoulders now.
But and he's wearing armor.
Do you not get that? Like he's wearing power armor, so
but it wasn't that big. It wasn't that big in 2016. If you look at 2016, it wasn't that big. They're so big.
Yeah, but is it not like a sequel is going to make things a bit bigger and more extreme? You know, that's just what people go for.
Yes, but that's why I said.
Does bigger necessarily mean that it's bad?
I mean, that depends entirely on the context. But in this particular case, yes.
How?
It's just too big. It's too big.
Well, if you were wanting if you wanted to chainsaw demons to death, like, would you want to be like a 90-pound, like, you know, runway model, or would you want to be like The Rock? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one I would choose.
He is bigger than The Rock.
He's bigger than he's so big. And that's the thing.
I don't know. Like, I can only see his wrists, so maybe he just masturbates a lot. Who knows?
Maybe he does.
Maybe he's ambidextrous with that.
A lot of free time in hell, right? Like, I don't know. So when the QuakeCon video came up, when it first came up on stage, that was the first thing I saw, and it was the first thing I thought about was, man, he's just so big. And I didn't really think it was a good design change. I understand that, you know, with regards to character design, they can basically do whatever the hell they want, but it just doesn't appeal to me. And that's really like I can't defend a whole lot of the stuff in this video because it's a personal opinion. I just didn't like certain things, and that's kind of the problem with it, I guess. It's not a critical discussion of the history of Doom and why Doom Eternal, blah blah blah. It's literally just I watched this thing on the QuakeCon. I didn't like it. Here's why.
So were you a big fan of Doom back in the day, like the original games?
I'm not that old. I'm not that old. But
you would know.
Like
Korea.
No, what's the other one? I saw somebody in the chat say I was at the Battle of Northern Aggression. Yeah, I'm not that old, man.
Yeah, it's Revolutionary War, of course.
What was trench warfare like?
Well,
was George Washington really that guy?
Let me show you my signed book from Jesus, right?
After the German invasion of Poland. I'm sorry.
What was the birth of the universe like? Did you meet God?
It was very pretty. It was very pretty, and she's a wonderful person.
Did you meet the cosmic chicken?
Did I make what?
He's not gonna know that reference, Jay.
I know. I had to say it. It came into my mind. Beginning of the universe, the cosmic chicken.
You know when they first discovered that they could get milk from rhinos?
Can you get milk from rhinos?
Well, you can.
They're really good for their ivory.
It's bad for anybody who's out of the loop on any of it. I just feel bad. Yes, all of that made sense. If you don't even understand it, it made.
It made no sense to me, but it makes perfect sense to me after speaking to you just for a few minutes.
Oh, you don't like collectibles?
Calling us retarded?
Or you don't like excessive easy collectibles? Is that?
The bro? I just hate collectathons. That's really it.
You like
What's a
Banjo-Kazooie or
collectathon
no?
as opposed to having collectibles?
Again, I didn't put a whole lot of critical thought into this video, man. Like, I expected it to get like 100 views. I didn't expect it to get 12,000 views and 2,000.
A lot of people. Apparently. Well, this is the thing. When I saw the title, I was like, "Whoa! I gotta see this." Then, like, terrible. That's the worst I ever hear about it is, it kind of looks like the first one. I'd be like, "Oh, good."
Yeah. It still looks bad to me, but it looks bad for different reasons. It just looks arcadey. I don't want that, but no, that is what it is, man. I'll probably still pick it up. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't play it.
So, anything else you want to talk to?
No, I'm happy to jump out now if you guys are done making fun of me.
I mean, we got 2 more videos to check out today, but is there anything else you just want to say in general? Because it's totally up to you.
I see Rags is in this chat, and I remember him so high.
Oh, he's away right now.
That's all I'll have to say.
All right. Well,
okay.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, bye, Critical Drink. Bye, that guy. What a strange day. Also, yeah, a lot of people were asking me to ask him the episode 9 question. I got several PMs about it. Guys, they're for like guests. That's the whole reason they're here. We didn't ask Snowman Gaming that question, did we? Or Just Right? No, we wouldn't have asked Just Right, actually. But,
Drinker lost connection.
Oh, Drinker should hopefully be back in a bit. We'll have to delay them. Jay, talk about something really interesting, quick.
You admit you're gay now, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
On that EFAP where we celebrated the gay.
So I'm wondering, like, what proportion of people will think I'm being serious and what proportion of people will think I'm memeing.
Well, I mean, people got legitimately angry with you for saying that you wouldn't lick Trump's ass. So
I picked an amazing time to come back into this call. Sorry, I dropped out for a minute or so there.
It's all good.
What a strange day.
All I got was licking Trump's ass, so I'm fully involved.
Would you want to do that? Would you lick Trump's ass?
If he told me it was tremendous, and that was a very good person, I'd be up for that. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I could be talked into it.
So
Trump has made some great investments in Scotland. None of them have paid off, but he's done it, and that's the important thing.
He tried.
Yeah.
So,
really
fuck!
is.
You're both from Scotland. You guys should say hi.
I'm not from Scotland.
Yes, you are.
Live there.
Are you from Scotland though?
He's like a Scotland.
I live in Aberdeen.
He's a Scottish abortion.
Talk about Scottish things.
Are you in Aberdeen? You're not from there.
I live in Aberdeen. I'm not there now, or from there. So.
Yeah, you've got the taint of Aberdeen about you. I can sense it.
What the fucking I fucking drill for oil. That's what everyone there does.
Yeah, and you're not made of granite, so yeah, fair enough.
You don't know. I could be made of granite.
Talk about culturally Scottish things that me and Wolf
are you
understand.
made of graphite?
Cocaine.
Yeah, like Jay, what do you feel about deep fried Mars bars in batter?
Oh, they're great.
Have you had one
but
before?
I've had a deep fried pizza as well.
They're amazing. I used to have them every lunchtime at high school.
Deep fried Mars bar or pizza?
Pizza.
How can you do that every day? I had to have a lie down after.
Well, you can do shit like that when you're a teenager, Like if you do it at my age.
Teenager.
Yeah.
I was 18 when I did that, and
You're a liar. You were never a teenager.
Jay's got very, very weak genes, weak DNA.
I'm eternally 11 years old.
Oh God!
Back in high school, right? That was our lunch times. We'd go to the local chip shop and we'd have a deep fried pizza and batter with chips, and then we'd go to my friend's house and just play the shit out of Tomb Raider, and that was it. That was the 90s.
I thought you hated women. What the fuck?
Sausage Raider, right? You mean Sausage Raider?
Oh, Sausage Raider, yeah.
Oh fuck, that's
not
fine,
even Nude Raider. Sausage Raider.
Yeah, I like Sausage Raider.
Surely,
my favorite game.
Surely Sausage Raider would be one who raids sausages.
I hope that someone like Baowen. Oh my God, you're in the chat. Baowen, make Sausage Raider, please. I just want to see like a sausage like swinging from a tree, shooting like a AK at someone.
I did a video recently talking about like the original Tomb Raider games versus like the shit that we have now, like the reboot trilogy.
The latest one was so fucking bad.
It almost caused me to pass out with fucking boredom. Like
I had to force myself to finish that game, and that's coming from someone that actually liked the first Tomb Raider reboot and Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Wasn't the first one supposed to be good? The first reboot one.
The first one was okay, even though nothing was really explained. Rise of the Tomb Raider was a big old bag of bullshit and chips, and then Shadow of the Tomb Raider was just boring as fuck, man. Like I couldn't get into it at all.
There was so little to do. It seemed like most of the game was just running around collecting shit on the map. There was only like 2 or 3 actual gunfights in the whole game.
There was loads of stuff to do, but it was pointless. It was all fetch quests for NPCs that you don't give a shit about.
I like that Trinity just became like this weird tribal culture thing halfway through the game for some reason.
Yeah.
You could tell they had no idea what the hell to do with that.
I mean, did you get to the end? Did you get to the final battle?
Oh, where the guy turned into like some sun demon and you had to like shoot him a bunch of times and then
I had no fucking idea what I was doing.
Yeah, I genuinely I never understood the plot at any point in the entire game. Like there was a flash flood at some point and she felt really bad about that, and then
I am honestly sick of this fucking version of Lara where she's constantly apologizing for everything. And she's just really sad about everything. It's like, oh fucking hell! Like, you're a Tomb Raider. You get to like travel the world and like raid these ancient tombs for like precious artifacts. That's fun as fuck. That's like 10 times more fun than any of us will ever have in our day jobs. Like, enjoy it. That's what the original Lara Croft did. She actually had fun with what she did.
It's crazy. They had more time to make this game than they did with the last couple games, but it feels like so much smaller.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't do anything. The maps are really boring. The enemies are really boring. How they didn't even really include like all the supernatural shit they tried doing in the first couple games.
Well, you know how with Tomb Raider, it used to be a real globe-trotting kind of saga. You go to lots of different locations all around the world, and now with this one, it's like you're set in a fucking specific place, whether it's freezing your fucking arse off in Siberia or you're in like Paititi in fucking Central America or whatever, and that's all you get. It's the same place throughout the whole game. It's boring because there's no variation. And you're stuck with these shitty fetch quests that make up 90% of the game.
My investment in the third game just went out the fucking window when it turned out that the bad guys were like these weird tribal people that like cut their lips off and screamed at you really loud. And then it turned out they were the good guys for some reason.
They're the good guys, but we don't really know why, and we're supposed to like them now because they join our side against Trinity. Fuck off.
There was this glitch really early on in the game where they go to this village, and it looked like a pre-rendered cutscene, but I guess it wasn't, because the chick that Lara and what's-his-fuck were talking to was like sitting through the table, like not on the other side of the table. She was. I wish I had the video clip of it, but I don't have. I was originally planning on making a review of it, and I really didn't want to play it some more to do that. But she was like through the table, clipping through the table, and it showed like a side shot of the three talking to each other, and I was just losing my shit the whole time.
Yeah. Did you like the fact that you could also dress Lara as if she was in Tomb Raider 2 or whatever, and you could actually have that in the cutscenes? It puts them in a whole different light. Trust me.
I didn't really experiment too much with it. Like
I
after
miss
about
her
the
triangle
first 3
boobs.
hours,
There, I said it.
after the first 3 hours, I was just playing the game to finish it. I didn't want to play it for fun at all at that point.
Yeah. I don't know, like if this is meant to be leading into the original Tomb Raider game, are they going to remake that?
As far as I'm aware, these were supposed to be like an origin story trilogy for all the rest of the games.
Yeah.
But it fell flat on its face real hard.
My criticism of it was like, okay, I get in the first one, she's scared and she's out of her depth and she doesn't know what she's doing. Fine, that's her very first exposure to this. You get to the second one and she's still like that, and then you get to the third one and she's still fucking like that. She's never advanced as a character. She's never changed, and that's the whole point. She's meant to like advance towards like being the Lara Croft that we remember from the original games. This is her experience. This is what gets her to where she needs to be.
There is like this part in the third game where she was like crying over like slaughtering a bunch of these people, and it's like, it took you 3 games to get to this point.
Yeah,
like that should have happened in the first game and then gotten over it in the second.
That's what you do though. Yeah, you do end up like killing probably dozens of people, and you're apologizing for it the whole way. It's the most like brilliantly ridiculous kind of combination of character elements that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So anyway, you guys want to watch the video?
No, I want to rant about fucking Tomb Raider some more.
So this
one, play the video, man.
This one's been requested. It was all over the place. It's a guy who's made a couple of controversial videos, and yet people say that he does make some good stuff. So it'll be interesting to see. It's called "How to Redeem a Broken Hero," and the thumbnail says Luke Skywalker is how to do it correctly in TLJ, and Thor in Endgame is how to do it incorrectly.
I feel like we all need to hold hands for this one.
But yeah, this is the kind of thing we're like, okay, all right.
Okay, we'll hold hands, and Jay can stand off to the side.
No, you know what? I'm gonna go into this with an open mind.
Yeah, this could be a great video. Okay, I've not actually seen it, and this is a topic that all 4 of us are able to comment on completely. So, is everyone ready? Here we go.
Let's do it.
If you've watched literally any video on my channel before, you probably have a good understanding of my opinion
this guy,
towards Star Wars.
I usually like this guy.
It might be a good video.
It's not going to be a good video.
Wait, is this on Watch Together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. It's not
That's
playing.
just sad. I hate it when someone I like says something stupid.
Well,
like
we don't know how he's argued it yet. Give him a second.
Okay, the title of the video is...
Wait. MooLer, can you like bring the link up
You
for
fucking retarded. You can just scroll up.
I was on Watch Together already, and it wasn't appearing.
Are you like technologically deficient?
Probably.
Are you drunk?
Fucking stupid. This
I'm
guy,
definitely drunk.
This same guy made a how to subvert expectations correctly video, and he talked about how Infinity War did it better than The Last Jedi. And that was like one of the first videos I saw from him. And that's what convinced me, oh, hey, he's good. But now he's like killing that already.
How to redeem a broken hero. Fuck.
All right.
You're
ruining it. We can do this. We can. Okay.
If you've watched literally any video on my channel before, you probably have a good understanding of my opinion towards Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. I don't like it. On the other hand, you know the Avengers? Now, I like the Avengers. I don't know if you could tell that from my previous videos, but yeah. So knowing these two things, I bet you took a look at that thumbnail and said, ha! Shafe, you idiot, you mixed up the symbols on the thumbnail. It's supposed to be Last Jedi bad, Endgame good. And to that I say, oh ho ho ho, prepare to get your expectations subverted so hard. Also, spoilers. Endgame is a really good finale and a great send-off for Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. But today, I'd like to talk about the most divisive character in the movie. The person who split audiences on whether or not they treated the character with any dignity or respect. This character, of course, is Cull Obsidian. People weren't too happy when Ant-Man stepped on him and completely disposed of him in such an
Feels bad that I haven't said anything yet, but I mean, I agree with yet.
Yeah.
It's like,
no, just carry on.
Thumbs up, everything's fine.
Switch, how do we feel? He did a bait and switch.
He's got to stretch it out to 10 minutes.
Personally, I think it's a step up from the last movie where Bruce Banner sent him flying into the Gungan force field. So honestly, I'm okay with Cull.
Wait, are all of his videos 10 minutes?
I have no idea.
I'll go check.
I doubt it.
Cull Obsidian's role in this movie is a cool death, so why not?
Good reference.
All waifus are queens except Ohoya. When the hell is Shaft gonna do the Megamind funny anymore?
Fuck off.
Huh. That took a lot less time than I expected. I guess while I'm here, I can talk about the second most divisive character in the movie. Thor has had a rough time in these past few films. After losing everyone he loves, getting his chance to avenge them, and completely blowing it, I don't blame him for falling into an alcoholic stupor and drowning his sorrows by playing Fortnite with Korg. That's probably what I would do if I were him, minus the Fortnite. I will play literally any other game with Korg, but a reality where people still play Fortnite in 2023 is scarier than any Thanos.
No, fuck off. It's not 2023. Is it not actually bringing up the current date?
I thought it was 5 years later.
The Avengers, the Avengers have kind of fallen behind our current timeline. So, like, they had to give that 5-year gap to actually bring it up to, like, 2019.
I'm pretty sure it is 2023.
Yeah, because they actually have the same date for when the first Avengers came out, when they go back in time to that scene at the end of the movie.
Yeah, so it's still dated as 2012, but like we've kind of moved forward quite rapidly from there. But like the Avengers movies haven't done that with their timelines.
Well,
have
they said that Guardians 1 was in 2014. So unless literally everything else from Guardians 1 onwards happened in 2014 as well, then
yeah, I'm pretty sure the timelines are accurate. I'm pretty sure. To our world. I mean, I think Endgame is 20, as in Infinity War was our time, and then Endgame is 5 years on from then.
Really?
I think so. I can't
pretty
reference
certain,
anything.
yeah.
But,
no, they say it. They say it explicitly. There's a scene where the Maw is like, "Oh, this nebula is from however far in the future," and we know that happens in 2014, so we have the exact date. And I remember that I looked it up for a video, and it was 2023 that the future happens in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll just shut the fuck up then.
All good.
Speaking of Thanos, I think the scene where Thor has a breakdown at the mere mention of Thanos' name is fantastic. It's kind of haunting, actually, just how broken he's become and how.
No, it isn't.
Do you want to develop that?
No, I am going to qualify that with some kind of explanation. Like, out of everything that Thor has been through, like witnessing the entire destruction of his home planet, witnessing his mother getting killed, witnessing his father dying in front of him, Like, is this thing going to be the thing that puts him over the edge, that's going to turn him into a useless, drunken, panic attack laden asshole?
I'm happy with it doing
really?
Well, half the universe did
so
just get nuked.
Yeah.
So.
The thing is,
Yeah,
on a
no,
personal,
I would be alright with that.
on-
And like, that's me. Like, I could.
So that's not Thor.
No, but like, it's like he came in and he almost killed Thanos. Like he rammed him through the chest with his with his axe. Almost killed him, and his one and only thing was like, well, he didn't quite stop him from flicking his hands and annihilating half the universe. No one else even came close. Thor almost did it, but he didn't quite make it, and that's going to be the thing that like drives him into like a pit of despair and uselessness.
I mean, he failed to stop the end of the universe because
Yeah, I was
he
gonna
didn't
say,
hit him
so
quite
did
right.
everyone. So did everyone.
Yeah,
but he had like a
because he
Tony failed.
Cap
No,
never
Tony
had a
failed.
chance in the first place. Neither did the most of the heroes. You could argue
Thor
that
was
Iron
really
Man,
the only hero that had a chance.
yeah, the group
aside
on
from
Titan technically kind of did, which is why it's on Peter that he fucked up. But that's another thing that doesn't really get addressed. Like Peter doesn't really have regrets for that because of the way that the structure works. But Thor feeling like Thanos is a rough name to hear because of the fact that that man represents Thor's failure to save half of the universe. I think that there's something there.
I think it's pretty tenuous. Like I feel like everyone is like equally culpable for this one. They all had a hand in this. They all had a chance to try and stop Thanos.
I think that's addressed in the film, isn't it? Everybody they got the survivor's guilt thing. Everyone feels rough about having made it, and they couldn't stop him. I'm okay with this. Like, I get that. My issue is different, I guess, with the whole. When I saw him playing Fortnite and he was really fat, I was like, ooh, I'd rather take this seriously. I hope they don't play this up for too many jokes, and then they just pile on the jokes. I was like, oh no.
It was a joke for like the whole entire movie, and
I really care about Thor.
It's when he gets to Asgard and he's having a fucking panic attack because he's got to speak to Jane.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy that.
Were any of you guys watching that and thinking, yeah, that's really consistent with his character?
No.
Not with what I've seen, no. But I'm willing to accept that he finds it rough to bring up Thanos. Maybe not to the degree you see in that scene. But I mean, yeah, I'm okay with this. Willing to. Anything else before we Alright then.
Broken he's become, and how much he tries to mask his fears. It's some tremendous acting from Hemsworth. I really liked Thor in this movie on my first viewing. He reminded me of Peter B. Parker in a lot of ways, from being chunky due to emotional stress, to meeting an alternate timeline version of his deceased maternal figure, to... what else?
Just those two things.
Just those two things.
But yeah, Thor was tragic and understandable, and aside from the offhand snide comment here and there about his physique, I didn't think they really played him for laughs that often.
Fuck off.
The story arc
What?
he was a laugh the whole entire movie.
They didn't play him for laughs, no.
I don't think they did any.
Literally every fucking scene he's in.
I think he's dead. Cheese Whiz.
The Cheese Whiz one really bothers me. I'm looking forward to talking
There's
about
the
that
one
in a
where he
video
was
sometime.
asleep in the chair, and Don Cheadle was like, "I think he's dead."
Yeah,
I'll agree. That got a laugh out of me, but it's still.
I know.
Oh yeah. I mean, I laughed at that too, but it was like, you guys got to stop playing this joke. It's the whole movie.
The Jane
I know.
panic attack
I know.
was
There's
played for a
an
joke.
inherent element of irony of me making fun of like a guy who's an alcoholic dickhead, but that is too much. Like you can deal with someone who's like got serious guilt complex about failing to do something or failing to help people. You don't have to turn it into that where he's just fat and he plays video games all day.
I like that he was fat. If they played it seriously, it's like, oh, he's really let himself go. It would have been really cool.
I'm fine with the fat part. It's more with the jokes
But they turned
part.
it
It's
into
the
a
jokes
joke that
part.
he was
Yeah.
fat. It's like, oh, look at the fat man. Oh.
It was really nice. Then I thought about it and I realized,
Wait a minute.
there's no payoff. Thor never has a heroic moment that redeems his failure in the previous movie. He was regarded by the Russos as the would-be main hero of Infinity War if he had stopped the snap. And He didn't. And killing Thanos after the fact didn't redeem this failure either. Thor is drowning in failure throughout all of Endgame, but there's no sacrifice or dramatic confrontation that pays off any of the self-pity that we see in this movie. He never has a moment that solidifies himself as a true hero, which
so
is
I disagree.
Wait.
Literally every—
Oh shit. Yeah, like he has his moment with Tony, and you know, like they go up against Thanos again.
So yeah, so I guess almost rant time. So like I actually adore the scene with his mum because it's you know what the design of that scene is. It's specifically put there to tell us what's happening to Thor. So all of Thor's trilogy is about him becoming the leader he was always meant to be, the leader he was born to be. Then Infinity War is his ultimate test as that leader. He's essentially the leader of the universe at that point, the protector of the universe. He has to defeat the one guy who's going to destroy the universe, quote unquote. He fails. And then in this movie, he's told, you're not that guy. You don't have to be that guy because everyone says you're that guy. Be who you are. And who he is.
But is that really the character arc that he wants to go on? Is that the character arc that we want him to go on?
Well, this is the thing. You don't have to take him one specific direction, right? Like, I wanted leader Thor, I think. I'd happily say that I'm really happy with this trilogy being about becoming a good leader and then leading Asgard and potentially Earth, whatever. But the idea that the problem with Thor, I think, as well, is because we have to acknowledge that Thor Ragnarok essentially retcons his personality to a very significant degree. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but if you just compare him in Thor 1, he's a completely different fucking character. He's not the same fucking guy.
I get the journey that he goes on. Like in Thor 1, he's like super arrogant, and he's.
I'm not even talking about arrogance. The way that he talks and his understanding of humor, like they're completely. The Ragnarok is more Chris Hemsworth than he is Thor. And that's fine with me because I fucking love Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, but you can apply that to, like, you know, he's been with the Avengers. He understands a little bit of like Earthbound humor. He's absorbed some of that in his experience.
See it, like, you don't see him changing. He's just like, it's just like it clicks between the films.
Like literally the opening of Ragnarok where he says, "I know what you're thinking. Oh no, Thor's in a cage. Oh, how's this gonna?" I was immediately like, okay, Thor's acting a bit weird. But I loved it because I was entertained as fuck. I love that character way more than I love the Thor from Thor 1, 2, Age of Ultron, and Avengers.
It's weird. I never took that as being like really out of character for Thor.
Well,
I always thought he was quite self-referential.
What's your take, Wolf?
I don't like any of the Thor movies, so
No, just about his character.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we had this discussion when we were going on about the we were making that list of the objective and subjective takes for all the Marvel movies. If he's just not the same person, I'm okay with it because Thor 1 and 2 are just magically terrible films. And even though I don't like
magically
Ragnarok,
terrible.
Well, yeah, of course it is. And even though I don't like Ragnarok, I mean, I prefer that Thor to the previous iterations of him way more. But he is a different character completely. He's way more stoic and boring, honestly.
Would you put any of that down to like his exposure to humans and like the things he's done with the Avengers?
I could see that if we had more development.
Yeah, I was going to say, what scenes would you cite that like explore that? Like, it's already every time someone's like, "You need to cut loose, Thor. You're like too uptight."
No, but like I don't know if you get that from a character or if they just take what they see around them as like, that's the style of humor, that's the kind of like people that I'm around, and you don't know what he's going to be doing between movies. Like maybe he's absorbed a lot of Earthbound culture while he's been like, on hiatus between films. You don't kind of know, I guess.
Yeah, but if they do it off screen, it's still just a big retcon.
It's a retcon, but it's a retcon in the sense that you can buy into it to some extent. Because it's like, well, I can get where he's been. I can get what he's been up to.
There's small breadcrumbs. Like, one of my favorite lines from Thor is in Age of Ultron, where they keep passively aggressively explaining their girlfriend's jobs, him and Tony. And then, like, one Tony is explaining something that's almost...
Jane is better.
Yeah, he just says that. And it's just like, that's totally in line with how we see him in Ragnarok. But He's
and
really,
that one
really
line...
like that. Go ahead, Wolf, what were you saying?
Oh, I was going to say there's that one line from the first Avengers where he said, I don't remember exactly what he said at first about Loki, and then someone was like, Loki's destroyed this, this, and this, and he was like, he's adopted.
Yeah. But then you have the whole, like, Loki, you come home. And then in the newer ones, he talks way more like just a casual human being sort of thing. There's just you watch him back to back. It's interesting.
Yeah, that I would forgive because that's the whole thing about his character. Like he's, you know, when it starts off with the first Thor movie, he's very pompous and he's very like over the top, like dramatic. You know, thou shalt not do this kind of thing. But then the more exposure he has to people like Tony or, you know, anyone else from the Avengers, the more he adopts like human styles of speaking. You know, there's just the kind of casual way that we go about things, the style of our humor. I can totally get the way he...
I don't know if there's any times in the movies where that's a thing. Like, I would love that was a thing, but I don't think that happens. I think you're just sort of filling in the blanks.
I think maybe you infer it a little bit, but it kind of makes sense from the kind of journey that his character's been on, the kind of people that he's been exposed to. It probably makes sense that he would absorb that a little bit. Maybe I'm reaching a little bit on this one.
Well, what you're describing is what I kind of would have wanted, and that's my issue, is that there's no gap filler between Thor, well, Age of Ultron and Ragnarok. I mean, I can't have been the only one when watching Ragnarok. I'm guessing you really weren't, but I was just like, wow, this is a new Thor, and I really like this Thor. Because I've always found him to be kind of a little bland. And this, you know...
Yeah. I think for me, like... Yeah, I was very much the same. I was like, I've got very little expectations of the Thor movies, so when it comes to like this third one, I'll cut it a bit of slack, and I'll accept that there's been a bit of a personality change because of all the things he's been through between movies.
I just wanted to highlight a super chat that said, "MooLer, you're objectively wrong about the Thor mum scene. This will always be your worst take. They had mommy make him a soy cuck instead of Odin coming back and making him paste." That was Ra.
Oh.
Ra has a lot of interesting takes. Yeah, so I just like the idea that the trilogy is all about building him up to be this thing, and then he realizes that it's not even necessarily the thing he wanted. It's just something that he was supposed to do this whole time.
You must sort of see that yourself, though. Like,
well, the thing is, I think that there
movies in the trilogy.
There's lots of, like I said, I would have been on board with making him that leader. I'm for the record, I do not like that he just palms off Asgard to Valkyrie. Like, you need a whole movie for that. You can't just go, Valkyrie's the new leader, cool, I'm going with the Guardians. Like, really?
Valkyrie wasn't exactly a very
Tessa
responsible
Thompson
person
of all the people. Like,
there was no fucking other character to give it to. As
well, no, I know.
The first time we see her, she like falls off of her shit because she's drunk off her ass. It's like, is that really the kind of person you're eating?
Yes, I approve of this.
You have a bias. You can't.
Her whole arc in that movie, though, was that she was only like that because she was defeated by Hela, and then in the end, she takes on Hela. Doesn't win anyway, but
we're told
she hasn't really earned that responsibility.
We shown.
No.
Well, but they show her interacting and moving along with the village of people or whatever when we first see the new Asgard, and it's like, see, she's the person now. And it's like, we need more than that.
Not really, though.
It would have been better to show some
like,
kind of...
what have you proven as well? You can organize a fucking fishing village off the east coast of Scotland. Like, I could probably do that. and I'm a total asshole.
Like, it would have been. I think it would have been better if they had a fucking just a completely new character who was there, like, oh, Thor, what should I do? And he's like, make your decisions. And he's kind of like a dick to him for the time being. And then at the end, it's like a real moment of, you've actually run this place pretty well, haven't you? And he's like, yeah. And that could,
do you not think it's a bit shit though? Like Asgard, this fucking like galaxy-spanning species almost of people that like keeping the whole like galaxy in order. They've suddenly been reduced to this like little fishing village in some asshole end of nowhere.
I don't think that's entirely Endgame's fault.
That's it.
Because the Thor movies have always been extremely limited on how what Asgard is, how people get powerful there. Like, is it just the bloodline or is it the people as well? Do they spread more than just the area of Asgard? How do they control these realms outside of just sending Thor to them every time someone revolts?
Yeah.
It's all very... And this is the thing, it's like, the Thor films are just not very good. Like, the world building of them is horrendous, but, the idea that Asgard is now reduced to a village, yeah, it's just like, okay. And Valkyrie is now going to organize it while he plays around with the Guardians. It's like, okay.
Yeah. It's meaningless, ultimately, because it's like, well, what are you in charge of? A village on the east coast of Scotland.
It was Norway, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't remember.
Well, it is actually on the east coast of Scotland, because I've fucking been to that village myself, and it's a dump. Let me tell you.
And yeah, no, because someone said, but their army got wiped out in Ragnarok. It's like, yeah, no, that's almost the disappointing part. That Asgard was just that selection of soldiers that Hela destroyed. And then there were just those villages on that ship, and then half of them got killed, and then they went to a village in Scotland, and that's Asgard now.
But then did half of them get killed when Thanos snapped his hands as well?
Oh yeah, true.
So, like, yeah, they've been doubly fucked over.
Well, they got brought back by the end of Endgame, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, what were we... The point of this was, is he...
I don't even remember.
We'll draw it back.
It was like at least a bottle of Jack ago.
Yeah.
Killing Thanos after the fact didn't redeem this failure either. Thor is drowning in failure throughout all of Endgame, but there's no sacrifice or dramatic confrontation that pays off any of the self-pity that we see in this movie. He never...
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, though, because, like, does the fact that he fights alongside Earth's heroes against Thanos not count as... Do they want something more specific?
There's 3 moments. There's like the conversation with his mother, then there's the I'm still worthy, and then there's him actually taking on Thanos.
The thing is, like, does there need to be a sacrifice?
Well, I'm kind of curious what this guy is after exactly.
I think he needs to sacrifice his body fat.
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Is he after like a specific moment with him versus Thanos where he does something specific outside of killing him, I'm guessing? I don't know if is that what he wanted?
But ultimately the thing with Thor was always like, he tested his mettle against Thanos and it wasn't enough. He he went through all this to forge a new axe and to get this weapon that was going to kill Thanos. And then he comes in at the last moment to save the day, and it wasn't enough to stop him. And that was his arc. Like everything he did up until that point just wasn't quite enough. But then that's not a sacrifice. That's just like a person testing themselves against their enemy and not being up to the challenge.
Then he works with everybody to defeat him.
And then they invent a time machine in the space of like 2 days. So easy.
All right, well, let's see what else he says, because I'm not sure I agree with just the premise
Killing
here.
Thanos after the fact didn't redeem this failure either. Thor is drowning in failure throughout all of Endgame, but there's no sacrifice or dramatic confrontation that pays off any of the self-pity that we see in this movie. He never has a moment that's...
Isn't the point, by the way, that he can't do the sacrifice because, like Iron Man highlights, it's like you're too out of your mind, you're too ruined by this whole experience, you're not ready, like this is dangerous for you to do it. Like he fights along with them, but like
I don't think Tony ever says that to him. I don't think that
is an implication, right? He just says like you're not. He says something. Yeah, you're a genius. What did he say?
I think.
Oh, what was the scene?
when Thor suggests himself to do the snap, and Iron Man says, "What does Iron Man say is the reason why he shouldn't?"
Oh, I don't know that.
Terrible.
It's because the plot's decided that it's not time for him to like intervene and do the shit that he needs to do.
Well, I just figured it was because
this is an important thing to get across with like the plot of Endgame. Like it plays with what people are capable of doing, and it artificially reduces what people can do in order to service the plot of the overall story.
I don't disagree with that. There's a lot of sort of power levels being altered to make things happen. Like Thanos is super OP in that film. To allow, you know, like Cap with Mjolnir, with Thor, with a fully powered next generation Iron Man. Probably those three probably should have annihilated him, especially when he doesn't have the stones. But they don't.
Yeah.
But Thor's like desperate though. And is it to do with the fact that he's scatterbrained and they're concerned that he won't be able to do the job? I don't know. I can't remember the line, honestly.
Can I just bring up a thing as well? Like, I don't know if we're going to talk about this later, but like the whole thing about Thanos, like not even having a fucking clue what's going on until Nebula spazzes out right in front of him and starts playing a really incriminating piece of like footage that says like, this is the fucking thing that we're going to do that's going to totally undo everything that Thanos is planning.
Yeah, man, that's piss poor writing.
That tells him everything that's going on. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but like, if an entire storyline hinges on just like a chance encounter like that, it's fucking shit writing.
I agree. You agree, Jay?
Unless that chance encounter is the inciting incident, then yes.
Yeah, no, there's totally elements that work that way. Like
if that hadn't happened, like if Nebula hadn't like spazzed out right then and played that really like, you know, this is the stones that we're going to recover from this point in time in order to stop Thanos. If she hadn't played that right in front of him, he would have had no fucking clue what was going on.
It doesn't stop there. You know, when she's like, Thanos knows, and then she goes into her ship, and Thanos starts sucking her into his ship. She covered it. It was like, why didn't you just use your time thing to escape now? What are you doing, Nebula? Why are you letting them suck you? And then they take her time-tisms, and it's like, Nebula, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Also,
if it wasn't for
go ahead.
If it wasn't for that, the entire plot of the end of the movie wouldn't have fucking happened, and the Avengers like plan would have gone off without a hitch. That would have been it.
So did Chaz and MooLer, you liked Endgame? It's like, I do. I love Endgame. Doesn't mean it's full of problems. Like a lot of problems.
It's full of like so many fucking problems, like way more than Infinity War. The fact that like Thanos' entire like worldview just shifts completely based on the fact that like, you know, 5 people are fighting against him.
Oh, you mean like he wants to kill everything and restart?
Yeah. In Infinity War, it was like, well, I you know, I can get behind what he's saying. He's like, you know, life has become this plague upon the universe. It's consuming all the resources. There's not enough to sustain it. Okay, fine. You want to reduce it by half? Fine. It's only going to postpone it by like 20 or 30 years, but whatever you want to do. But now it's like, you know, you guys have fought against me, and I've completely changed my point of view, and I'm going to destroy the entire universe right back to the last atom, and I'm going to remake it in my image. That's fucking crap.
Yeah,
you've just like shifted his entire worldview based on this one thing.
Honestly, when I first saw that cinema, I was like, "Oh, is this the filmmakers trying to tell us?" Like, no, he wasn't crazy all the time. It wasn't that he had like an altruistic view. It was just that he was kind of insane. It only looked slightly altruistic.
No, it's because they've run out of fucking ideas.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is that they were like, "He's crazy, guys. He's crazy," and you're like, "Oh."
I felt like he was still doing it.
You have to hate him.
I felt like he was still believed he was being altruistic. He was going to make a better universe that people would be happy in, but
he would even recognize himself. Like, I'm taking away everything that's good in this universe. Every person that was virtuous, every nice person, every person that strived to do something better for their species or whatever, doesn't matter. I'm going to annihilate them all, and I'm going to take it right back to the last like atom of the universe. I'm going to remake it so that everyone is dumb and compliant, and they've got no idea what happened before, and they just worship me or whatever.
He would say it as taking all the bad out of the universe. That would be his takeaway from that.
But Thanos in Infinity War wouldn't have done that. Thanos in Infinity War would have recognized that there was something inherently
A lot of people do argue that they're different characters, which is part of the problem, by the way, that they fight what is essentially a different Thanos, which feels wrong, like you don't get your satisfaction.
No, people that say that can get fucked, and I will happily fight them right now.
Do you not agree that they are kind of different characters? And I'm saying that almost as criticism.
No, they are fundamentally the same person. You know, okay, they come from slightly different parts in their personal history, but
but they don't have the same the same attachment to the characters as they did from Infinity War.
But all the things that made Thanos who he was in Infinity War, he's still been exposed to in Endgame.
But he didn't kill Gamora or interact with the Avengers at all.
No, but the loss of his home planet, the understanding that life has to be constrained to some extent, right? From the basis of his home planet, his experiences.
Yep.
All of that he's been through in Endgame.
Well, yeah, I mean his
the only difference is killing Gamora.
Well, and meeting the other Avengers.
And I have to highlight to you that is pretty significant. He's already admitted that's the one person he loves.
It is, but he was going to do that regardless.
No, he didn't know it was going to happen until he got to Vormir.
But he would have been willing to do it no matter what.
I mean,
I put it to you he would have understood that, whether it's
that hasn't
Thanos or present
the character yet because he hasn't experienced it yet.
I was going to say there's a lot of things.
Experienced it, but
there's a lot of
it's
things,
not like
there's a lot of things I'm willing to do, right, for the greater good, but I haven't done a lot of them, and if I was forced to do them, they probably would change me. Do you know what I mean by that? There's a lot of things all of us might do in really, really crazy situations, but they would change us. I'm trying to think of, I'll just go with a simple one. Bus full of children, bus full of other children. You have to drop one of them.
Yeah.
That's going to change you.
No, I think when you balance out everything Thanos has done on a galactic scale, as much as he's got a personal attachment to Gamora, that's not going to change his fundamental personality. He was who he was before he killed Gamora to who he was afterwards. I don't think he fundamentally changed from that moment. That decision that he had to make, he'd made it well before he was on Vormir.
But I mean, look at the moments he had in Infinity War killing. When he throws her off the cliff, there's that shot that shows his reaction to doing it. He's shocked that even he did it. And then
I don't think it was shock. I think he was genuinely regretful. I think he knew it was going to happen.
Sure.
And I think he was unhappy. He was sad. He was.
But you realize, before knowing he had to do that, and after doing that, that changes you. I agree completely that he would have still done it, but the fact that he hadn't done it in the Endgame timeline makes him different from the Infinity War timeline.
I don't think it changed him. I think it's a symptom of who he was. I think he whatever version of Thanos you want to come up with, he always recognized that I have to sacrifice things that are important to me on a personal level in order to serve as the greater good.
I agree.
And it's always no matter who it is.
Seem to be something of a surprise to him, when he talks to Gamora in the Soul Stone, wherever the hell it is, when she says, "What did it cost?" and he says, "Everything." He didn't necessarily.
I never took it as surprise. I took it as inevitability.
I don't know. I just got the impression that he.
I agree with that.
I took it as I kind of knew this was always going to come.
Maybe that, but maybe that he wasn't expecting.
It was a hard fucking price that I had to pay.
Yeah,
but I was willing to do it because it serviced the greater good. It was serviced my ultimate goal.
I agree. I'm saying
that was the thing
how
that
it
made
felt
Thanos
for him.
Such an interesting character was that he was willing to pay that personal price. He was willing to do that thing in order to ultimately better everyone in his mind. But that's what took him from being a really interesting, morally ambiguous character in Infinity War to kind of a simplistic character in Endgame, where he was like, "You guys have resisted me. I don't care about anything anymore. I'm just, I'm willing to I'm going to destroy the entire universe, basically."
What I'm saying about that Gamora scene is just that he always knew he was going to do it. He just didn't exactly know how it was going to feel.
I mean, you think of a family member dying, and it's you're trying to prepare yourself for the moment, but it doesn't really prepare you in full. The impact doesn't hit you until the event happens.
That would be right for us. We would experience that. But
why wouldn't it be different for Thanos, though?
because I think for Thanos, he balances things on a bigger scale. He understands the bigger picture.
I thought that was the point, though, that
we wouldn't.
Even Thanos couldn't prepare himself for what it was going to be like to do what he did.
Like, even he felt...
No, I think he knew what he had to do. I think he knew what it was going to cost. He paid that price willingly, but he didn't do it gladly.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that he would have undone it in any way, shape, or form, but I think that it's tough for him to live with it, and that's all. But this isn't me trying to say, therefore, it makes sense that he is who he is in Endgame. I still think who he is in Endgame is too far away from who he is in Infinity War. He's a bit too... He's almost one-dimensional in Endgame, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that's mainly what we were discussing, because this is the thing. I think all four of us probably agree. Thanos is pretty awesome in Infinity War as a character, and
100%.
In Endgame, it's a little bit like, oh yes, he's back, and then you're like, oh, it's not really Thanos though. It's this other dude.
Yeah, it's a simplified version of Thanos' beliefs,
and it almost feels like they did it to make it easier for us to just see him get deleted. You know?
Yeah,
definitely. It would have been so much cooler to see as well a version of Thanos, because like maybe killing Gamora didn't change him, but having done the snap would totally have changed him. So seeing more of that would have been really interesting.
I would have loved to have talked to Thanos for 3 hours after Infinity War happened. Just been like, so how do you feel, dude? Like, what do you think about everything you've done? What do you think about the?
I think the movie finished it very well, though.
Oh yeah,
you know, you get to see him. He's a kind of fulfilled man. He's done his thing that he intended to do all this time, and he's at peace with himself. He's at peace with the world that he's created, and he understands all the things that he's done.
Yeah, which is really satisfying to watch.
It's not perfect, but like it for a villain in a superhero movie, fucking hell, that was a brilliant piece of writing.
I almost feel sorry for him when he's just peacefully making breakfast and then chokes him out and then cut off his arm.
It's a meat-free breakfast as well. Like you know, there's no
he's a
beef
vegan
or anything in there.
Vegan.
Yeah, he's a vegan.
Well, from his perspective, that would just be this like the ultimate fucking kick in the balls. He's like, they're not appreciating it.
Yeah, I was like, I've helped you guys out. Come on, man.
Anyway.
Should have snapped it a good 2 or 3 times to make sure the Avengers were all dead first.
Yeah,
he should have just snapped to kill them specifically.
He promised to spare Iron Man, and he did. Who else did he promise to spare? There were a few people he promised to spare, and they all survived.
I have a question for you guys, actually. Like, you know, what was your take on the whole idea that, like, you know, he's half the number of living creatures in the universe. Like, the human population has doubled probably in my lifetime here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So it was
like, what has he ultimately accomplished? Like, he's delayed the inevitable by like 2 or 3 decades. That's it.
We don't get reasoning beyond that. That's the problem with the movie. If I was writing it and I was aware of that issue, I would have. I've said this before in EFAP, I think. I would have had him say something along the lines of, "This won't be forgotten. People will know that if they essentially cap out their population, they need to control themselves. They need to appreciate life." That sort of a mentality, as if to say,
so
this
like,
experience.
It's almost like I'll be watching. And I'll do this again.
Even that would be great too. But yeah, as it stands, it's kind of like, Thanos, you do realize people will have sex again.
They can't have him say he'll do it again, because his immediate thing that he does after is destroy stones. He's like, oh shit, I forgot about.
Which is why I go with the whole remember thing. They'll know why this happened.
That's the thing I've always wondered about. Like, you know how obviously he's had all this you know, this stuff happen to him. Like his arm is completely destroyed from the power of what he's unleashed. Is it because he's destroyed the stones while he did his final maneuver, while he wiped out 50% of life in the universe? Like, if he hadn't done that, would it have been okay?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, you know, like when they run into him on his retirement planet, and he's obviously weakened. He's very severely injured by what he's gone through, and he explains to them that he used the power of the stones to destroy the Infinity Stones while he did his final act. You know,
it was
to
a
destroy.
Second snap.
A second snap.
Yeah, they're like, oh, the energy sign that popped up with the first snap has just popped up again on this other planet, and that's how.
Oh, so like he actually like did it twice.
Yeah, the second
so he wiped out half the life in the universe, and then he destroyed the Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
2 separate things.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll buy into that for what it's worth, I guess.
Anyway, I feel bad for this person's video. Let's go back to
it's been
all right, we're watching a video.
Sorry, there's a video here.
Yes.
After the fact, didn't redeem this failure either. Thor is drowning in failure throughout all of Endgame, but there's no sacrifice or dramatic confrontation that pays off any of the self-pity that we see in this movie. He never has a moment that solidifies himself as a true hero, which is weird when you
see, I can't agree with that. Solidifies himself as a true hero. Isn't that very...
When he goes up against Thanos with like Tony and Cap, that's the hero. Hero moment.
I was totally into it in that moment when those three are together again.
The payoff is him realizing he doesn't have to be a hero to be a good.
Doesn't have to be the leader, the guy who beat Thanos. He just has to fight.
The payoff is there, like it's like clear as day. It's like fucking flagged up. Like, look at this. This is a payoff when he's saying, it's time for me to be who I am rather than who I'm supposed to be. That's the payoff.
The Mjolnir thing. So it's like, I failed. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy. Let's put it that way. But then Mjolnir is like, no, you're still the guy. And Thor's like, I'm still the guy.
Didn't we talk about this already, though? Guys?
Well, yeah, I just... All right.
I don't think we need to do it again.
Have we not done this in like 3 other Thor movies?
I don't disagree with that.
Like,
He's had his I'm
like,
back moment.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not the guy, I'm not worthy or whatever, and then, you know, he is because he's learned some, like, important thing about being king. Humility or, like, losing people that are close to you or whatever.
Do they have that in Thor 2? I don't think they do. Thor 2's pretty...
Well, he loses his mum.
Right.
She dies. And then he beats the bad guy. Whatever.
I was going to say... The problem is not a defense of Thor 2 that there's no lesson.
No, I'm not going to defend Thor 2 because it's fucking shit. And in Thor 3, like, well, he loses his father. Like, you know, Odin passes away. And he's got no one else to turn to now. He's the sole source of, you know, leadership for his people. Is that not what it takes to, like, build a king? Is that not what what you look for in the qualities of a leader? You know, he's learned humility. He's learned, like, loss. He's now learned, like, you have to be the person that people look to.
I mean, like I said, I would have been on board with a couple of different ways to take his story.
I think he would make a good king, but I think he also, for his own sake, needs some time away from it.
But how much time do you need?
Well, this is the other thing.
Like,
Thor's story's not finished yet. We don't exactly know where they're taking Thor's story, and since he's now in the hands of James Gunn, I would assume he's going to take care of him, because James Gunn has been typically very good with character arcs in the MCU. I fucking adore all the Guardians of the Galaxy characters, so...
I would almost say he's the best with character arcs in the MCU.
I mean, who's his competition? The Russos?
The Russos.
Yeah,
they're the one who did the Hulk's character arc. Fucking.
But when you look at the Winter Soldier, like the Captain America movies, like there is a good character arc that runs right through all that.
James Gunn hasn't got anything bad on his record, despite the fact that the Russos have my favorite ones. They also have fucking Hulk under their belt right now, which is a failure. As far as I'm concerned, maybe there's discussion to have about that, but this is the thing. Endgame has its issues, and, you know, we're not even through, we haven't even concluded if what they did to Thor was a bad or a good overall in Endgame yet.
For me, like, the best character arcs that we've got going within the MCU, like, Tony, obviously, he's come to an end, and Captain America. Like, the character arc that he goes on is absolutely brilliant, like, throughout his movies. Thor doesn't quite measure up to it, to be honest.
No. Well, this is the thing. That's why I'm like, hopefully James Gunn can do a lot with Thor. We'll have to see. He's got a lot of characters to sort out. I feel kind of bad for James Gunn. He's got one movie to try and make meaningful, like, progressions for Peter, New Gamora, Nebula.
Yeah, he's got to bring Gamora back into it.
It could be.
But I think they've done
like...
him a favor. They've done him a favor because they pressed the reset button on so many characters.
What do you mean? Like,
is that a favor to him though?
Yeah, because the moment you have Gamora get with Peter, you've lost the tension. You've lost the will they won't they kind of question about the movies. Where do you go from there?
I mean,
but if you
sorry, go on.
No, I don't know where I was going to go from there actually. So save me from it.
I was gonna say I would trust James Gunn to find something interesting to do with it because I've not seen him fuck up yet.
I don't think it'll be as simple as they hook up again, which is why it'll potentially be very interesting. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm totally up for Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I really, really want it to be amazing. It could make me invested in MCU.
The trilogy rule with the Guardians movies. I hope it's like 3, 4, maybe 5. Fuck it.
Yeah, they're doing volumes. Anyway, yeah, this video, I feel, again, we're doing this.
It has a moment that solidifies himself as a true hero, which is weird when you consider that literally every other core Avenger has a moment like that. Hawkeye volunteers to be the one to test the dangerous time travel. Black Widow sacrifices herself for the Soul Stone. Hulk wields the gauntlet and brings everybody back.
What was the ooh? Oh. The footage?
Just the way they showed Black Widow sacrificing herself. That's not the way I would want to picture it.
Yeah, we talked about it on EFAP. We weren't happy
with. It's still too raw.
I just don't like that it's
I can't handle the emotions.
Shot for shot, like redo of Gamora's
They
death.
even used the exact same soundtrack.
But it's obviously intentional. I just don't think it was a good idea.
They shouldn't have done it.
I would even have settled for like Hawkeye's reaction alone, because we know exactly what's just happened to Black Widow, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What do you actually think about that whole encounter?
Her death, you mean, or?
Yeah, like her kind of sacrificing herself over Hawkeye, like the fact that they battled over it, like who was going to be the one that gave themselves up ultimately.
They were showing the difference between the heroes and the villains, because the villain, like Thanos, is there and he's like, okay, you're gonna have to die for this, and the heroes are there going, no, it should be me, no, it should be me. That's like, I'm pretty sure they were showing. That was a very clear message there. This is what makes you the hero, is being willing to sacrifice yourself and making you the villain is sacrificing others.
I think this is what made it interesting. It's like they were both willing to sacrifice themselves in equal measure. Like Hawkeye kind of felt like he had nothing left to live for. Black Widow, like she never had any family. She never had anything. She didn't have anything that she was trying to recoup, if it were.
Mm-hmm.
So they were both fighting each other for like that right to give themselves up. And I think it played out very well on screen. Like I personally didn't know who was going to be the one that ultimately gave themselves up.
Well, I think Hawkeye did have he did say tell my family I love them. Like he did.
Yeah, he had something
back.
Yeah, he had something, but they didn't make too much of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Who I feel sorry for is when Red Skull is like, daughter of Ivan, fucking daughter of Thanos. I always feel sorry for the parent that doesn't get mentioned in that. Like, why are they the main parent?
He's like, then I have two parents. He's like, no.
One of them is more important.
Hawkeye volunteers to be the one to test the dangerous time travel. Black Widow sacrifices herself for the Soul Stone. Hulk wields the gauntlet and brings everybody back, potentially losing his arm in the process. Cap proves himself worthy enough to wield
doesn't that apply to Thor?
No.
Why not?
Well, it's not so much that it doesn't apply to him, but it's more just like Cap's the person that you never...
Yeah, but he said that it's a moment because he's proven he's worthy to wield, and it's like, but that's the moment that Thor has as well. And I guess you're saying it doesn't count because Thor's wielded it before?
It's not so much that it doesn't count, but it's more like it doesn't have the same emotional impact. Like, you've never seen Cap hold Mjolnir before.
Oh, I agree. I just mean the logistics of it.
Right, okay.
Because he's saying these as proofs, right? It's like person sacrifices themselves, person chooses to do something that's very dangerous, person is proven with Mjolnir to be essentially a hero, an altruistic, worthy person. It's like, oh, but Thor gets that too. It's like, not as effective. And I'm like, oh, but on paper, these are the same things, are they not?
I mean, mine with Hammer and Tony Stark. I don't know. Can you guys think of any sacrifices or heroic moments Tony had? I'm drawing a blank. Thor is the only one who doesn't
Heroic
get one of these moments.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is, he did have a moment like this in Infinity War where the whole taking the force of a star.
It seems a little bit arbitrary to me. So he wanted to just have a moment that was all about Thor doing a specific thing that was heroic. But
yeah, this is kind of. Yeah.
But you know, fighting Thanos wasn't enough, I'm guessing. And like gearing up for it, and I don't know. I'm not saying like I'd be against Thor having a quote-unquote moment. I'm just not sure that it fixes the issues that I think I have with Thor in the movie.
More of Thor's moment should have been just getting like the courage up to fight Thanos in the first place. That would have been.
Yeah, maybe like fearing him a little bit.
His fear of the problem he was having was like the fucking fear of Thanos. So for him, just going up against Thanos is the resolution to that arc.
Cause like fuck, when he suits up and gets the double hammer shit, I was like, oh, here we go. And you might be like, that's not a hero moment. I'd be like, I don't know.
No, that's a fucking hero moment. If
to me, it's like a comeback,
one.
You know? It's like Thor is fucking here, guys.
Dual wielding Mjolnir and fucking Stormbreaker at the same time. That is beautiful.
And he's got beard braids.
The beard looks awesome. He looks fucking awesome when he does that.
If only the lightning shaved off like 60% of his body weight along with giving his beard braids.
Totally it worked that way.
It had a lot less impact since Thor's failures at that point in the story were much less massive. And because it happened while cutting back and forth with an extensive battle, meaning the pacing didn't allow for the same impact where his near sacrifice could really sink in. Giving Thor one of these moments
in Endgame, suspiciously large budget.
At the very least, a verbal confrontation with Thanos where he affirms that he's not afraid of Thanos despite his failure would have been all I needed. All he says is, let's kill him properly this time. Yeah, okay, great, but this confrontation with the only guy you ever failed to defeat should have way more weight.
But isn't that directly correlating then? Let's kill him properly this time versus let's not.
Have more weight.
He did have more pretty heavy moment.
He had significantly more weight.
Yeah, like for anyone who watched the previous movie, it's got all the fucking weight you need.
Him saying let's kill him properly this time makes you flash immediately back to the fact that he didn't hit his head off the first time around. Was supposed to. I disagree. That's my point.
But,
it just feels like
he's about to get to how the Last Jedi does it much
This
better,
is the thing. This is the part of the video I could see myself agreeing with to a degree. But
bring on the Last Jedi.
I was about to say, once he starts saying the Last Jedi is the way I did it correctly, like, ooh.
It feels like Thor is fighting him just because
I can call it now. It's just going to be Luke had a hero moment when he went out and did the Force projection and then saved the Resistance.
Yeah,
and he did a good thing.
He saved them. He saved them by doing absolutely fuck all and then vanishing in a puff of nonsense.
Let's enjoy the Marvel talk for as long as we can, guys. Okay.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, okay,
let's
great.
do this.
But this confrontation with the only guy you ever failed to defeat should have way more weight. It just feels like Thor is fighting him just because that's what the original 3 Avengers gotta do. Not because of his own personal vendetta against Thanos.
Really? I disagree. I feel like the whole reason he's fighting him is because this is Thanos. I don't think that he's fighting him just because, oh, he's a bad guy. Better stop him. He's made me realize that let's kill him properly this time is actually a pretty awesome line.
Yes.
But,
that feels largely neglected here. I know Thanos almost sliced Thor open with his own axe at one point, but there was no interplay between those characters.
I think that would have been a great opportunity for a small back and forth, that bit, but there. Thanos to say something and Thor says something back that's indicative of their characters.
I think you've
that's the problem. That's the problem, is that they're not the same fucking people.
Thanos is just like, who are you? And Thor's like, fuck you.
Yeah, I think inherently you've got a problem with these two like superpowered characters. You know, it's always going to be a difficult thing to kind of mesh up. Where you've got like Thor, who like feels like it's his inherent destiny to like kill Thanos, and you got Thanos who's like so overpowered that he's not even going to like sweat something like Thor coming at him. Where do you kind of go? with that.
I'll tell you actually how you could fix this. Have it be when they fail to get some of the stones. The place they go instead to get the stones is the fucking garden before Thanos destroys them. And then have original Thanos basically just before he destroys the stones is the version of Thanos that comes to find them in the end. That could work.
Your opinion.
Shut up.
So the fact that it was Thor really didn't make a difference. I mean, the Scarlet Witch confrontation was great. Exactly what I would have hoped for after what happened last movie. Why didn't Thor get a moment like this?
So, is it as simple as a couple of lines then?
No, it's not as simple as a couple of lines. I think you need a bit of byplay within the sort of set piece that they've set up. They need to have a bit of back and forth, a bit of fighting, a little bit of, one person's on top, the other person isn't.
I was about to imagine it, and I was like, Thor's like, you took everything. I was like, no way, you can't say that, because that's what Scarlet Witch says. So he says, you destroy, no, and I'm like, he says something, and then Thanos is like, I don't even know who you are, and I'm fine, can't say that, because he says that to Scarlet Witch. This is the problem about making Thanos a person who doesn't recognize any of these people, like...
This is the fundamental issue I have with like past Thanos, where he basically doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know who anyone is. He doesn't know why they want to stop him or anything like that.
Beyond standard altruistic misunderstanding from Thanos' perspective, yeah.
Yeah, so like he doesn't have a fundamental emotional reason for wanting to beat any of them, and as a result, there's nothing at stake here. Like he's not trying to beat any of them because he's set himself against them on a personal level. It's all just because they happen to stand in his way, and it's such a weak ending to like such an amazing story. It's such an amazing saga.
Yes. This is the thing, I'd want to rewrite it so that...
Yeah.
That's the thing, I agree with you. Like, I want them to be fighting the same Thanos from Infinity War.
I want it to be something that they fucking, like, they would give anything for. Like, they would kill anyone, they would sacrifice anyone in order to achieve this aim. I want them to come down to that final fucking point where, like, anyone would give up whatever is close to them, whatever means everything to them, because this is what it comes down to. This is like the final fucking decision that decides the fate of the whole fucking galaxy. That is what like a movie like this should come down to, and it doesn't come down to that because nobody fucking knows what anyone wants.
Well, Thanos doesn't know. Like the rest of them sort of, yeah, it's awkward, and this is the thing. You'd have to completely rewrite the film at that point compared to what we got. Not to say that that's not what you should do. I just mean that, God, like Endgame changes completely when you highlight the issue is that Thanos actually doesn't have a relationship with any of these people. Like, oh, so we have to rewrite it so that. Like, I wouldn't even. I wouldn't want to do the time travel thing.
Give me 1 weekend and a whole bucket of cocaine, and I will sort it for you.
And I would watch the shit out of it.
Why didn't he get any sort of dramatic beat or sacrifice play during the final battle? He's one of the core Avengers in their final...
Dramatic beat or sacrifice play? I think he had dramatic beats. I guess he didn't have a sacrifice play.
No. Dramatic beat all the way.
Does he need to have a sacrifice play, though?
Unearned dramatic beat.
What else does he have left to sacrifice? Except his life.
And he does try.
His heterosexuality, I guess.
He does go to do the finger snap, but Iron Man's like, no, not you. Like I said, I can't remember what the dialogue is exactly, but Hulk does it instead, obviously.
I'm more perplexed to see what the Luke Skywalker aspect.
All right, yeah, we'll kick on.
Final movie together, and he was the main hero in the last movie. It literally started and ended with his confrontations with Thanos. Why does he feel like an afterthought in this movie? On top of that, Thor in Endgame did have his scenes that were played for laughs. He did have his Doc L.
I know I said earlier that they didn't play him for laughs that often, but I misspoke, and I was fuck. I wanted to read that. Sorry.
Have his
Why would you not just edit it out?
He did have his Doc.
But I misspoke and I was referring to his depression and fear being played for laughs. These jokes aren't quite the same thing.
Just change the bit you recorded.
Yeah,
So
that's when you go back into.
I was gonna say that's a
thing
significant
and you fix
thing.
it.
Like you want to fix that.
Like you realize a lot of people just like play a video game and like playing in the background, which is what I'm doing right now. And fucking Waluigi's a piece of shit and keeps knocking me off my fucking bike.
How dare
Wolf, you son of a bitch!
Waluigi.
I want you to give this your 100% attention.
Yeah, Wolf, you worthless piece of shit.
Hey, I'm giving it like 30% of my attention, and that's perfectly fine.
No, I want at least 60%, you son of a bitch.
Okay, I'll bump it up to 60%. I'll go on the easier maps and bump it up to 60.
There you go.
Good.
Scene and your Lebowski jokes and Cheese Whiz
and so on and so forth.
He also seems really easy to encourage.
Don't bring Farquaad into this.
Yeah, I actually think it's lame that they get him to come back into the fight by saying there's beer on their ship. I was like, okay, seems like that was a missed opportunity for something there, but okay.
What's wrong with beer? Well,
no, it's not that. It's the fact that he's so vehemently against it because he's not in the fight and he's traumatized by Thanos. And it's like, we have beer. It's like, oh. Okay. Again, I wanted to take him really seriously, but the film didn't want to, and I was like, fine.
Too easy, considering he has the dust of half the universe on his hands. He joins the time travel mission because beer. He talks to his mommy for like 4 minutes, and bada boom, he's back.
I still think, I don't know, people seem to hate that scene, apparently. I thought it was great.
I think it was good to have it, and I can see what it accomplished from a character point of view. I just
reignited my PTSD of having to sit through. Oh, right, Thor: The Dark World happened. I love being reminded of that.
Yeah, I was just sitting through it thinking, like, yeah, there's so many people in my family that have died from alcohol abuse that I wish I got a chance to catch up with. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that plus just the message itself, like I said, who people tell you to be versus who you want to be. And you might be like, well, does that apply to Thor? I'd be like, I'm not necessarily talking about that right now. Just I think it's a good message in general. Maybe it is clunkily delivered. I'd have to really go over it. I think it applies to Thor, because I don't think Thor only had one direction to go with his development, though. I think I could understand the arguments for it being clunky. I thought it was a particularly effective scene.
I think there's Thor from his own independent movies, and there's Thor from the Avengers movies. They're two very separate entities.
Oh no, please don't tell me this is true.
Yeah, it's almost like they've got like two conflicting like screenwriting visions for this character. But
no,
yeah,
sorry, I'm not.
That's what it is.
Talking about the video.
What?
1 second. Talk amongst yourselves.
What's happening here?
Something bad.
So if it's about that Thailand thing, I honestly thought they were women.
Oh dear.
Wait, what?
A bunch of people are saying that Star Wars girl's sister
yeah, apparently
died.
her sister died.
Oh.
Fuck, man.
What is this thing?
So, sorry to be such a downer right now. That Star Wars girl, she's been on my stream before. We were talking about Game of Thrones and stuff. Recently, her sister went missing, and she's just been trying to raise awareness to find her. She's been gone, I think, 6 days today, I think it was, and apparently she's died.
Oh, shit, man.
Fuck.
There's nothing
what can we say about
if anyone has Twitter, go send that Star Wars girl all the you can. That's horrible.
We send our sincere condolences for what's happened.
Shit.
What can you say?
Goddamn. I don't even know where to go from that.
Yeah, there's
not much you can do now.
Shit.
Do we take a minute to just have like a minute silence or something like that?
We kind of did.
Yeah.
Because like you just can't after that go, well, back to the video then.
Yeah.
I was thinking like, what should I do on Twitter? It's like I don't want to say anything that could remotely be insensitive. You know, like the idea of liking a tweet that's talking about someone who's died. It's like,
yeah, you have to comment on it.
I hate having to figure out what the
so I can't say anything. But yeah, send all the love you can. That's all I can say. That's terrible. That's a horrible thing to have happen.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll.
What is her Twitter?
Have you
at that Star Wars girl, GRL instead of girl.
Like, I don't know if you guys have had this happen, but I certainly have within my own family. Like people who go missing and then they turn up. They basically turn up dead. Like a week later. It's like it's suicide basically.
I haven't had that happen, but
no, I have.
Heard of it.
I mean, like for me, like it happened to a cousin of mine, and I was at his funeral. You know, it was at least a year ago, and I was talking to the guy who gave like a eulogy at that funeral, and a couple of weeks later, he himself like ended up taking his own life. And it's kind of a shit thing that happens to a lot of people. Like I don't know if that's what's happened in this case, but it seems to be something that happens quite a lot nowadays. Like people kind of go missing for like a week or something, then they turn up dead at the end of it.
I remember what. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't look like she said how it happened, just that it happened. I wouldn't want to be the one to ask the question.
Yeah, no. I can't remember what. It's like a TV show or a movie about trying to find people who've gone missing, but I remember them saying something along the lines of like, for every like even half day or day that they're missing extra, like the likelihood of them being dead dramatically increases. Because like that's how missing person cases go or whatever, and it's just like daunting the how life works in that way apparently with missing people cases. This is the problem. I just you never know what to say in these situations, and I feel really bad about it. It was when Solo released. Me and Alex, after watching it, did a stream just talking about it, and halfway through, Tall Biscuit died, or at least the announcement was out that he had died, and it's just like, well, because me and Alex have been watching him since we came on YouTube.
I think, like from a professional point of view, I think the best thing to do is just move past it and do what we're doing, and talk about whatever we're going to talk about. As callous as it sounds, like it's not making light of people passing away or anything, but
shit, she was my age
we
too.
We do what we do.
Yeah, generally, sorry it happens, and we will carry on, I suppose, back to Marvel versus Star Wars, as they call it. But yeah, anyway, it's just bad news. That's all.
I'm excited to see the Star Wars aspect of this.
Too easy, considering he has the dust of half the universe on his hands. He joins the time travel mission because beer. He talks to his mommy for like 4 minutes and bada boom, he's back to his old self. For how realistically his grief was set up, it's resolved really quickly and without any real weight.
I don't think it's resolved, or at least if I was to be approaching his character in Guardians 3, I would be like, this. We've still got plenty to work with. If he literally is complete in his arc as of Guardians 3 and they have to invent something new for him, I would be like, yeah, Endgame didn't exactly handle him very well. This is what I was saying for Bruce in Infinity War. I was like, this is clearly a stepping stone, and that his arc is going to be moved on or completed or developed in Endgame, and then they didn't. So
I don't think they've ever given much of a shit about Bruce.
I don't know why though.
He should be great, right?
There's a lot you can do with duality of man.
But he's not that interesting.
He was so good in the first Avengers.
Yeah, but how much of that is down to Mark Ruffalo? It's not about the actual character being interesting.
But he's never given a chance to be.
He's got so many places to go from there because he's like scared of himself at that point. And he's powerful, but he's also this really sinister presence who can really fuck shit up if he hulks out when he doesn't want to.
The idea that what I was expecting from Endgame was something along the lines of he is able to commune with Hulk in some way, shape, or form. Some kind of little bit goofy back and forth, be it a mirror or a puddle or something where he's able, or just him, and he's able to sort of have that conversation. And we figure out finally, definitively, was it that he was afraid because he'd finally lost a fight to Thanos? Was it that he hated being used by the Avengers to fight evil? And he had enough of being a tool to them, sort of thing. Something was going on.
If that was what people took from it, that was a fucking lot of reaching.
Well, I mean, what did you expect?
Well, I could get the whole idea that like he lost the fight to Thanos, so he was afraid of him. But then you would think like, well, his character arc then would be redeeming himself, and he would learn to put that aside. He'd become brave, and he would fight Thanos again. But
I hear there are some really cool YouTube videos on that. Just I hear.
So the groundwork is there. You can use it. You don't necessarily have to. But something happened between Infinity War and Endgame. Something very interesting to do with Hulk and Banner, but we didn't even get to see it. That's part of my issue.
We can infer it, though. We can infer.
Infer what? That he did a science and then he combined them both.
And also all of the conflicts went away.
We can take that, like in the timeline of Infinity War, he's afraid of Thanos because he fought him as Hulk at his full power, got his ass kicked, didn't like it, and he's afraid to come out again. Okay, it's stupid, but like fair enough. That's the character arc. Then you've got the 5-year gap between Infinity War and Endgame, and it's like, okay, he's learned to fuse this aspect of the Hulk with his own personality so that he's got the intelligence of Bruce Banner and he's got the power of the Hulk. Okay, again, it's a bit goofy, it's a bit silly, but it sort of makes sense from a narrative point of view.
The flatline for me, it's like, yep, that's a story, fine.
Yeah, it's boring. It's not like where you want it to go from a narrative point of view.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It's the standard they just didn't really do. Because the fact is, they've comboed them both, but there's no Hulk personality in there at all. Just Bruce the Big.
They literally have the scene where he's like, I don't really want to smash stuff. Like, where's the Hulk gone? They literally have a scene showing it's like, oh yeah, the Hulk isn't here anymore, by the way.
I think that's a lot of wasted potential. And talk about, like, it's the funny thing, you look back and you're like, man, they fucked up Hulk in the beginning, and then Avengers kind of fixed him. Oh, then they fucked him up again in Age of Ultron because of the love thing, and oh, Ragnarok kind of brings him back because he's kind of like, there's clearly a development for Hulk and he's still doing blah blah blah. It's like, oh, where are we going with him now? And it's like, oh, they fucked him up again. Yeah, that's the thing. It just feels like they never knew what they were doing with Hulk, and I think most people would agree with that. And that's true. Hulk's still got some story left potentially. We don't know what they'll do with him. But
do you really? Thing is, like, do you really want to see it?
No.
Do I want to see Banner and Hulk having like a disagreement to the fundamental level of who they are and what they should be doing?
Yeah. Do you want to see where they take the Hulk like character?
I mean,
You mean like a potential version of what could have happened instead of Endgame, or like after?
No, like more like if they were to do like a Hulk standalone movie, it's like, okay, well, this is where we're going to take him after the events of Endgame.
Sure,
I'd love to see that.
Would you though?
I'd want to see at this point, like,
I would love to see a Captain Marvel 2, 3, 4, and 5 if they were amazing. I don't really give. I don't think that we're limited as writers to how can you make the Hulk work. I'm like, what do you mean how? We gotta try. We gotta work with this shit. Like, yeah, it's tough.
But like taking into account like the actual writing ability of the people that we're talking about, like,
well, that's The Russos were supposed to be the best in the MCU, and yet we've spent a long time criticizing their final movie.
James Gunn's better.
Yeah, if James Gunn had...
Have James Gunn clone James Gunn several times and have all of the James Gunmans do the rest of the MCU.
Like, if they announced that there's a solo movie for the Wasp, I'd be like, really? But it could still be great. A solo movie for Pepper Potts and Valkyrie. They have a bonus those two movie. I'd be like, oof, all right, give it a shot. There's no reason why any of these movies can't be good. It's just that they probably wouldn't be. I don't disagree with that. I don't know. I feel like they kind of fucked up with Hulk in Endgame. They didn't do shit with him. They skipped over the part that I would say would be the most interesting element of his. Like, they skipped the development part, is kind of what I'm trying to say. We saw the pre and post.
Do you think No Bullshit thinks it's like a metaphor for being gender non-binary because he's halfway between the two states?
I think almost certainly, yeah.
Shadowist is PME saying he wouldn't mind jumping in. He's very passionate about the MCU. I don't. Maybe he could
bring him in. Bring him in.
Let's do it, Shad.
What's his name?
Well, he goes by Shad.
right, Shad.
Not Shad Man.
Not
Come
Shad
into
Man,
this discussion. We will talk with you.
Hey, fellas.
How do you do?
Hey, anticipation is building. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, you never got to meet Wolf. Wolf, this is Shadavisti. Shadavisti, this is Wolf.
I was so fucking disappointed that I couldn't make it to the stream that you were on, because I was heading out to vacation, so I couldn't really make it to that one, unfortunately.
Shad, I've got a question for you, actually. Have you defeated Sador of the Malmori?
Oh, gee, a lot of things to address, but it's awesome to be able to speak with you, Wolf. Good to meet you. And Thaydor? Who? What?
Have you not seen Battle Beyond the Stars? Jesus fucking Christ. Get out of here.
Anyway, what's happening, fellas? Watching the stream. What are things to say?
Well, yeah, Endgame is a very divisive subject. A lot of people feel that different characters were either ruined or celebrated and changed to the worse or the better. What's your take on Thor? Go for it.
How dare anyone say anything negative about Endgame? No, not allowed.
We're already there, man. So yeah,
not on my Christian stream.
Captain Marvel was in it, which means it's okay to not like it.
This is your chance, Shad. This is your chance to lay it on us and tell us why it's so good.
Lots of reasons. It's a complicated subject. Oh, you know why? You know why it's the greatest movie in the world?
No.
Simple, right? Captain Marvel gets KO'd.
True.
That is true.
Yeah. Boom! When she came in fighting Thanos, I was so worried she was going to hijack it, right? This was my biggest worry, and I was like, no, don't you do this. And then she gets Infinity Stone punched to the face, and I was like, thank goodness.
I think
so many people were happy about that.
Yeah.
Do you feel that was the biggest moment of suspense in the whole movie? Are they actually going to do this?
How ironic is that? The most suspense moment in the whole film was, oh god, Thanos, is he going to be okay? Thanos, please. Thanos.
Yeah.
I was really
on his face.
Let him survive this one.
If you ever needed more proof that Captain Marvel is the true villain, we're like, don't let him win.
I was personally hoping that the Don was going to come in and blow her head off.
With a fucking Infinity Stone right in his hand.
Punch was justice for the Don.
He is an Infinity Stone incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
What is the stone of?
Ooh, good question.
Do you think all the Infinity Stones are just the essence of the Don put together? Because one human being cannot possess that much greatness. So he had to distribute it in all these stones.
I think that makes sense.
Yes.
Oh, of course, I should have... How rude of me. Shad, this is Jay with the icon that has the pink background and the critical drinker, the guy who's drinking critically.
Hey, fellas, good to meet yous.
Hey, man, I love your videos, especially when you talk about Titiama.
Hey, man. I'm going to pass out soon, so, yeah, make it quick.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot by now too. I'm with you, buddy.
I just woke up.
Wait, MooLer, what are you on tonight? Are you on rum or?
Yeah, it's rum and Coke.
It's got to be Coke, yeah. Everyone's running Coke.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the Star Wars arguments yet.
I honestly have to see the Star Wars arguments before I vomit. So,
well, the Star Wars arguments are going to make you vomit, I assume.
Well, just on what you were saying about the Hulk, right before I came on, right? What you were saying, MooLer, is I think spot on, right? The most significant thing that's happened to these two characters, it's the dynamic between the Hulk and, of course, Bruce Banner, and it's the conflict. And up to every point that we've seen on screen, the Hulk has been more powerful than Bruce Banner. If he gets angry or anything like that, the Hulk takes control. And then suddenly the Hulk isn't coming out when he wants to, and Bruce is fighting, is actively fighting to get the Hulk to come out. And then obviously something happened off screen where we didn't even see, where Bruce Banner finally overcomes the Hulk, wins it, and he actually gains control. That is like the most significant thing that's happened to his character ever, and we don't see it. It just
he practically took advantage of that. He's removed Hulk's personality and taken his strength.
Yeah, could you have imagined if in Infinity War, right, where Thanos is just knocking everyone down, and Bruce Banner is seeing this, and he's getting really he's seeing his friends get killed and everything, and then he just starts "No, Hulk, I'm taking control. You're coming out," and then it snaps, and he becomes the Bruce Hulk, right, fully in control and the full strength, and then he comes in and starts fighting Thanos. Now he doesn't have to win, but because we've seen the Hulk get beaten before, but the fact that he would have had that moment, that would have been epic, and it just didn't happen.
Well, honestly, when the scene starts and Hulk is talking to them as Hulk and with Bruce Banner's voice, in the cinema, I was like, whoa, okay, this is happening.
Yeah.
I was expecting, because,
you've already seen that in Thor Ragnarok, though, haven't you?
Have we?
Yeah.
I mean, he was talking, but he wasn't Bruce Banner.
Yeah, maybe not to the extent that Bruce Banner was, but he was kind of Hulk, raging fire, and Thor smoldering fire, that kind of thing. He obviously understood where he was and what was going on, who was around him, all that sort of thing.
But that's the difference between the characters that I liked and wanted to explore. And again, Ragnarok, similarly to how Ragnarok kind of ignored Thor 1 and 2, Endgame kind of ignored Ragnarok in a little bit for that character. Because the funny thing is, Infinity War seems to have cared about Ragnarok quite a bit. With what they develop, but yeah, I don't know. From what I don't know if you guys are different on this, but from what I've seen, Hulk is the one that most people just simultaneously agree on being kind of meh, wasted. I don't know what they were doing with Hulk. I don't know why that's the case. You'd think that they had it all there. The idea that Hulk doesn't want to come out, I was like, ooh, that's a way to go. Where are we gonna go with this? What are we doing with it? And he was like, oh, I just scienced it so that I'm strong. I was like, oh.
Yeah, there's a missed opportunity.
I think that's the problem. If you don't go anywhere with it, then it's not a point. It's not like a useful character arc.
But he's to give him nothing. Why doesn't he get anything? Because as much as this guy's complaining that Thor didn't get enough, it's Thor got a lot more than Hulk did. Hulk doing the snap. Hulk doing the snap. Yeah, that's a great sign of his character being one that's willing to sacrifice. I agree with that. But,
He only did it because he thought he wasn't going to have to sacrifice anything. He's like, I will lose the least. It's logical, but it's not anything thematic, really.
He was kind of the most thing that's going to happen to me is going to be a big burst of gamma rays. It's well, I can absorb that, so no problem.
He practically says that he was built for this.
Stayed in the room for it. He literally says he was built for this. No, it's I was built for this. That's the line. I remember that line.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Shad, what's your take on Thor? Go for it.
Well, it's interesting, right? So there was obviously a much more somber tone in Infinity War with his character, and then he became more lighthearted in Endgame. And I don't necessarily think that is inconsistent, because in Infinity War, this is right after half of his people is wiped out, and he sees his brother dead and everything like that, and so he hasn't really had time to process it. And then, of course, we go 5 years forward, where not only has that happened, then he blames himself for not stopping Thanos. And so it kind of fits to me, well, like in my mind, that he could have just spiraled down as a result, and we see the marshmallow Thor as a result. And because now he's had time to process it, and he hasn't been dealing with it well at all. Yet there is that side of him that, you know, even though he seemingly has given up and he doesn't want to go on the spaceship, like how that guy was saying Thor only came because of beer. It's like, no, he obviously wants a second chance, but he's battling against his own kind of lethargicness that is built up over 5 years, but that's still there. And so in my mind, I was kind of seeing that he really wants to go and is just looking for any excuse to overcome himself. And the beer thing was just that excuse. He wanted to go from the get, like, you know, all the way, if that makes sense.
That's interesting idea. He was waiting for some tertiary silly reason to go when he
just an excuse, like, because it obviously has been eating him up, and he hasn't given up, even though he's just being blasé about everything. But yeah, so anyway, that's kind of just how I saw it.
Shall we see the end of this video?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, Chad, do you want to jump into responding this video with us, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, let's do this thing. If he's gonna try and defend the Last Jedi, them's fighting words as well.
If you follow that link, it'll take you to Watch Together. We did before, but this
people
time
defending the Last Jedi as a rallying call. People,
I know. All the nerds come out of the woodwork. What did you say?
Bada boom, he's back to his old self. For how realistically his grief was set up, it's resolved really quickly and without any real weight. I know there's a lot of plot lines and character arcs to fit in, but the movie is 3 hours long. You could have found time to develop one of your main 3 characters more. Just cut the scene where Ant-Man eats a taco. Actually, I take that back. That's one of my favorite scenes. I'm sorry I dissed it. But the more I thought about Thor in this...
Hang on, that was his favorite scene, and he said something really, really flippantly there that is just taken for granted. He's saying what Thor's grief was resolved? Like, I didn't get that impression. I feel he has a lot of crap to work through still.
Yeah, that was actually something I said earlier. I was like, I'm assuming we're not done with Thor by a long shot, but I could be wrong. They might ignore, you know, we never know because it's passing through different writers. We don't know what they're doing. But I would hope that they deal with Thor later.
No, they won't. He's got PTSD, but like that's enough to set him up for like his next endeavor, which will be Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, what if in Guardians the storyline's going to be that they, you know, be it Rocket, Peter, probably Peter actually, I think that would be suitable considering they've been at odds with each other, is the one that reignites Thor's interest in leading or something like that. Like they get to break down. Well,
that's a very
could
good
happen.
Yeah, like
it's a good point, but I don't think they'll do it. I think they'll take the
maybe
easy
not. But what if they
option
did? What if they did though?
We can hope. We can hope. Like the, you know, Captain Marvel disappearing. But so that, yeah, I like that point because now I've forgotten. I just woke up, fellas. What did you say, MooLer?
If you've got a point to make, then make it. Otherwise,
yeah. Oh, that's right. That
aside.
He gave up. Yeah, he gave up on leadership completely at the end of Endgame, and then he was just trying to, you know, go on a trip to find himself and stuff. That is an interesting kind of character development for him because it's always been about leadership, and he wanted it.
By interesting, do you mean fucking bullshit?
Yeah, so you didn't like that?
No. And I'll tell you why. We've got 3 movies of him like learning all of the skills and all of the lessons, the moral lessons that he needs to be leader. You know, like he learns humility, he learns what it means to lose loved ones and stuff, and be alone. And ultimately, that's what you need to become leader. You need to be self-sufficient. You need to put your own personal needs and wants aside, and you get that. And then there suddenly he's like, no, I'm not ready to be leader of Asgard. I'm going to like defer it to Valkyrie, and I'm going to go and do something else. That just seems nonsense to me.
Well, what if there's another element that actually bridges the gap between that character development, and that it might not be too as unreasonable as it seems? Because you're right, he does go through all this leadership arc to learn to be humble, to learn to take responsibility, and everything like that. And then, from his perspective, he sees that he failed miserably at everything. He takes leadership, and then it was his actions that led Asgard to being destroyed. And then he puts him on the ship, and then Thanos comes in, kills his brother, and then he tries to fight Thanos, and then he loses at that again. And so I think that could be a very reasonable, these are reasonable events that makes him realize, I suck at leadership. I'm giving up on it. And now he has to kind of regain some of that progress that he lost. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that then becomes like an about face, and he has to go back to where he started. You know, if it's
but if it's justified,
no, but it's not, because then his whole character arc is like, I need to prepare myself for leadership. I need to sacrifice the things that like leaders need to sacrifice in order to become leaders. I need to put aside my own petty, arrogance or like desire for power or anything like that. I do all of those things, and then it's like, oh no, but I'm still not ready for power. What the fuck else is there? Like, what else are you going to teach your audience as viewers in order to make this character ready for being king?
Yeah, well, perhaps if there's a message to be had or to be found in there, is that grief can be pretty hard to deal with, and he has to work through some stuff.
It is, but then you don't then just give up everything else. You don't like leave all your responsibilities.
Ideally, no, but people do, and Thor does have weaknesses, and we're kind of getting shown that this is one of them.
He does have weaknesses, but I think that's something that we've explored in previous movies.
Which is true, and they were. I found them interesting enough. The Dark World was we can ignore that one. But yeah, so it's like there's ground he has to go through, one that he's probably gone through already, but it's for different reasons now.
This is the point. Like you need to learn all of these aspects of your personality to become leader. You need to learn humility. You need to learn responsibility. All of those things.
Yes,
but he's learned all of those things.
But has he learned true failure yet?
That's irrelevant. Like
I don't know.
When you learn responsibility, failure is potentially an aspect of that. But you can't then just take all of that and say, well, he's not ready for being leader yet. We'll reset the tape on this one, and he has to go right back to the beginning and start again.
Do you feel like him at the end of Endgame is something we've seen before?
Yes.
What would you pinpoint as an example of what we've seen? Where we've seen it before?
Thor at the end of Thor 1, Thor at the end of Thor 2, Thor at the end of Thor Ragnarok.
You think he's the same
but he's
situation?
ready for being a leader in those.
He's a man who's learned fundamental truths.
Oh, come on. You can say that about every hero in every movie.
No, but like it's particular to Thor, though. Every Thor movie has had some aspect of him that's important, and it's like taken something away from him. It's taught him something, and at the end of it, he's come out stronger.
So whether or not I consider what they've done in Endgame to Thor to be an overall piece of stronger writing will literally be dependent on how they take it forward. Because if they were to do that thing that we potentially suggest, like right now, what I like about it is he's free of Asgard and the idea of being a ruler. He's just a dude with the collection of the Guardians. That frees him up for a lot of things. It just depends on what they do with it. They could bungle it completely, and we can look back on Endgame as a complete and utter mess. And that's more than possible, because I know that a lot of people feel that way already. There's things I like about it, but I mean as specifically to Thor. But if this is almost a midlife crisis of he's gone through his full journey to reach X, and it's not quite what he's ready for, it's not him, whatever. If you're able to write that in a way that's convincing, you can work with it. But what I will give you, absolutely, is that I think that's an unreasonable hope on my part. Because I feel that way about a lot of different moments in the MCU, and they don't get satisfied. For example, I hate Iron Man 3. And I was like, Iron Man's characters...
I pretend that movie doesn't exist.
They almost destroyed Iron Man, and then Civil War...
so dumb!
Civil War and Age of Ultron working together. Like, Age of Ultron's not even that great, but Civil War combines the events in a broad sense of Iron Man 3 and Age of Ultron to create this brand new, amazing arc that makes me fall in love with Iron Man again. Could they do that with what's happened with Thor and Endgame? I think it's possible, I just think it's unlikely.
By the way, if you guys can hear my kids in the background, I apologize. They're just playing Minecraft.
That's all right.
I've seen a few people call him Shad Spawn in the chat.
My advice is like get yourself a big old baseball bat or something. And just go at it.
I just give him swords and say good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
You know that the one that's alive at the end will be my true heir.
Yeah.
That must be fun having kids with swords in the house. Actually, that's not
adlets.
You have to keep a sword room that they can't go in.
I keep them in their room. I'm joking, I don't. But they have to learn how to how to use swords from a young age.
Absolutely.
Like the starting age is probably 0. Infancy.
Every time I hear Shad, I just hear like Sador of the Malmori, and like I can't get beyond Battle Beyond the Stars.
There's Shadlings, Shed Seal Doers air.
I can't do it, man, honestly.
So yeah, Thor to be continued, possibly. We have to see how they take it.
Let's do it. Like go.
We're going.
It's got to be
This
Last
movie,
Jedi
the kind of beef that would make his story arc better. I came to an unfortunate realization. Thor in this movie is just a less developed, worse version of Luke in Last
Jedi. Everybody, brace yourselves.
Everybody just like that.
It's time for the sea cow titty milk.
Here we go.
Brace yourselves, gentlemen.
Really. 2 legendary heroes broken by failures that left their worlds in ruins.
Okay.
Already the failure that Luke went through is like, I'm sorry, what he did? What now? Why? What?
Luke's failure, quote unquote, amounts to
I decided to kill someone.
He threatened a child when they were sleeping because he saw a potential premonition of them being evil in the future, and then abandoned everybody for some reason.
That's such a false equivalence.
How is that comparable to Thor in any way, shape, or form?
Thor loses most of his people, his brother. He blames himself for, half the life in the universe dying. And Luke decides to kill his nephew because he's getting bad dreams.
Is this the same thing?
No.
Maybe
he kills his nephew because there's a possibility he might become bad.
He might be evil.
Well, let's give him some benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's just a scene out there where Thor was standing over like some child with his axe, and he was like, "I'm gonna cut this fucking thing's head off." And then
he went up to baby Thanos in his crib, and he was like, "I'm gonna kill you, buddy."
We were just never shown that scene, and that's his whole arc.
I'm just saying, like that decision Luke makes is more similar to something Thanos would do. Killing for the greater good. That's got Thanos.
Not to mention, have you heard people talk about how
perfectly balanced?
Luke wasn't exactly wrong, because Kylo, not minutes after that experience, decides to murder a bunch of students, like the majority of them.
But could it be argued? Wait. Did we ever get this like definitively sorted out in our heads? Was it Kylo or was it Luke?
What, that killed the students?
Yeah, I want it to be Luke.
Luke. Why would it be Luke? After trying to kill Kylo was like,
no witnesses.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Luke was trying to frame Kylo this whole time.
Luke was like, I need to kill Kylo, and he was such a fucking useless pussy that he couldn't even do that. I was like, I just want him to do something. Like he succeeded at something.
It could be that Kylo's actions might be seen as an act of self-defense. He wakes up, his master has a lightsaber about to kill him, and is like, "Holy crap!" and he's turned against me. And then he, fights Luke. And it could another, logical assumption might be, if the master of this Jedi temple is trying to kill me, what does that mean about all his devoted students? And
they're gonna kill me. Obviously, better do it before they do it.
Too. Exactly.
There's more of an argument for that being self-defense than Captain Marvel.
Someone said
Luke
killed the younglings just like his father.
The Don didn't whip out a gun on Captain Marvel and to say, "You
Are you
better
sure about
let me
that?
give you a motorbike ride."
Oh my god. Well, I guess let's continue.
They retreat to some place close to the sea and drink their problems away.
Well, from my own point of view, I can identify with that.
Go somewhere close to the sea and drink their problems away.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I stare wistfully out to the sea and think, man, I wish I was drowning in that.
So wait, is he trying to say that the blue alien tit milk is actually alcohol?
I guess that's the part where I was going to be like,
"Shut up, Wolf! That's not the point of this thing."
Failures that left their worlds in ruins, they retreat to some place close to the sea and drink their problems away. Then later, they become heroes yet again. But the main difference, aside from the fact that
Luke didn't become a hero at the end.
He was a hero.
Kind of coward by not showing up.
Yeah, Luke did it over Skype. I don't think that counts.
Force projected it like an image of him onto this battlefield that he had no involvement in, and he had no understanding of what even was going fucking on. And he was there.
I think it's extremely generous to say that Luke became a hero. I don't even know that Luke cared about the. You know, people who say like, Luke was delaying them. It's like he didn't even tell anybody in the fucking cave.
Yeah, wait. Did you guys notice like Luke never succeeds at anything he does? Throughout the entire fucking movie, like he tries to stop Rey from communicating with Kylo, then Rey beats the shit out of Luke, and then she goes away, and then Luke decides he's gonna like burn the Jedi temple.
He doesn't even successfully like teach her anything.
Then he teaches her fuck all. Like if you get old, you just lose all hope and everything. And you know, I can identify with that because
someone said he did successfully catch a fish though.
Look,
yeah, and he successfully pole vaulted a crevice. He successfully intellectually molested an alien.
He successfully pole vaulted that crevice to like spear a fish that he could have just speared from where he fucking was to begin with.
How do you get it? How does he lift up the pole? Does he lift it all the way up, or does he go down there and collect it?
Wait, where did he make the pole on an island that's got no fucking trees on it?
But he brought it with him on his X-wing.
You have to remember also, he pole vaulted across the side, caught the fish, meaning he had to pull up the fish and then put the pole back down, carry the fish, and pole vault with the fish under one arm across to the other side.
Yeah, the vault, the pole itself, which must have weighed like several hundred pounds, like all the wood that leads all the way down to the ocean floor. The fish, which must weigh 100 pounds at least. Luke must be the like strongest motherfucker on the universe to be able to lift all of that like out of the ocean, carry it up.
Why didn't he just use the Force to catch a fish?
Because he's disconnected from the Force, Wolf. Aren't you watching the fucking film? God.
Why don't you just lift the fish out of the water?
That's what I'm saying. Get the fish out like that way.
What was the point? Let me ask you a question. Like, what was the point of that scene? Like, what was that demonstrating to us as a viewer?
He fishes weirdly.
Knows how to fish, despite never working or being on a planet with water in his entire life.
Wouldn't it be crazy if he had a fishing rod and he was fishing that way? Wouldn't that just be insane? Wouldn't that have been over the top?
Now, let me ask you another question.
You mean like the kid on the moon in the DreamWorks intro?
Yeah, do that.
When Luke fights Rey with their staffs, right? She just hits him on the fucking back of the head for no apparent reason, right? And then they fight each other. What does that tell us about these two characters?
She's an asshole. She's like Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
He's like the Don. Except
wow, no, we might be discovering something here. There's more equivalence between Rey and Captain Marvel than there is between Thor and Luke.
But then how does that service the plot? Now, you might think like, well, okay, this would be like, you know, if you take The Karate Kid as an example, Daniel LaRusso loses his temper with Mr. Miyagi and tries to fight him, Mr. Miyagi would probably beat the shit out of him to demonstrate, like, well, all of the things that I've been trying to teach you mean something. Okay, so you think it's just like pointless, like demonstrations of whatever, like wax on, wax off, or whatever. I'm going to show you that means something, and I can like knock you down because you've got overconfident in me doing that.
Yeah, good point. What do we fought back and showed? Yeah.
Yeah, but what do we get out of this in The Last Jedi? Nothing. Rey beats Luke down. She proves that she's stronger than him. She's more knowledgeable in the Force. She's better at fighting than him. And then she leaves. What dramatic purpose does that serve within the story? Absolutely fuck all. And that's where the writer in me just wants to fucking throw up from my eyeballs because it's so fucking pointless.
Yeah, no, I agree completely.
Yeah, it means that Rey is awesome and good.
And
this is what I want to say to Rian Johnson. Like, what were you trying to show us with this?
A better world. I wanna stress, okay?
This is the problem. This is the problem though. Like, if you try to write stories based around like writing stories that are unique and interesting and powerful is hard enough by itself. But if you try to do it when you're bending your story around all the different rules of like social justice or identity politics or whatever it might be, it becomes nigh on impossible to tell a good story. And that's what we end up with this. You've ended up with a story where you're bending it around so many different rules that you can't tell a good story because you've lost everything that's interesting about what these characters are meant to be.
I mean, talk about, like, we go on tangents with fucking the Marvel series. This video is going to take forever for us to get through because TLJ, oof, that's some... everyone here has takes on that.
It's been a long-ass time since we last covered a TLJ video.
True, it's true.
I apologize because...
No, it's all good, man.
I know.
This is fresh.
This is some
rant away, buddy. It gives me a chance to eat my pizza and not have to say anything.
You got pizza?
No, I ate it already.
Scoff it down, man. Scoff it down.
What I wanted to say, though, about what was just talked about, the whole Luke thing. So, picture he's walking through that big gap with the fire, and then Poe goes, whoa, Luke. He runs right up to him. Luke's like, awkwardly, like, man, you just ruined my entrance, but okay, what? He goes, oh, where did you come in? Because we can get out that way. Like, obviously, because you came in here somehow, so we can get out. That's what he says later. And then Luke goes, oh, I'm a ghost. And he puts his hand through Poe's face, and he's like, I'm a ghost, so, yeah. And then Poe's like, what? And he's like, I'm a ghost. I don't know if there's an exit in this place. I just came in because I pooped in here. Like, I just went, poof.
This is what I think I talked to you about this, MooLer. Like... Oh, sorry, there's a freaky sounding child in the background there.
That's our daughter.
Well, she's freaky as fuck. No, like this is
so many wrong ways.
This is an example of like The Last Jedi and Star Wars in general just becoming small because there's no sense of like a larger universe beyond what's going on right in front of the screen. There's no sense that like there's other factions, there's not other people that are willing to lend a hand with this, there's no other people that want to get involved. There's not any of those Scottish guys that were like from Kanja Club and The Force Awakens, which I fucking loved. Because
Scottish mafia in space, yeah.
Yeah. Vader, you look like a big black dildo. Yeah,
that's fucking Frankie Boyle.
Yeah, exactly. We don't get any of that, you know.
I completely agree.
Problem is, like,
the universe of Star Wars is tiny. It's smaller than Marvel by a fucking massive degree now, which is embarrassing.
It's smaller than Game of Thrones, and that's saying something.
I mean, maybe not Season 8, because Season 8 only has 3 locations.
But then, how many locations does Last Jedi have?
Okay, the island.
We're in space.
Space, the island, Crate, and Canto Bight. That's 4.
Ah, fuck. Right, okay, we got 4. We got one more. You know.
Everyone good for me to play?
We keep going over so much more interesting shit than what's in this video. It's like mundane Matt, but
I've drank a lot.
But it's actually interesting.
Yeah.
They become heroes yet again. But the main difference, aside from the fact that Luke is mostly treated with dignity, is that—
Fuck off! Get fucked! No,
they did a big steaming turd on his character. Treated with
dignity mostly? What do you mean?
It wasn't even Luke.
With dignity. Bull fucking shit, my son. No, fuck. I'm gonna crack on my next bottle of Jack Daniels for that one. Like,
fuck it. I'm gonna
bullshit right now.
I'm just gonna go get a burger.
The American way to get drunk is eat a burger.
No. Like, let me ask you a serious question, gentlemen. When you think about like Luke and Rey coming into conflict for no apparent reason, and Rey beats the shit out of Luke, what purpose do you think that serves within the overall narrative? What do you think that informs us about their characters?
I think the intention of that was to establish Rey as being competent and capable, but it just came off with being disrespectful to Luke's character, undermining his strength and progression as a Jedi and stuff like that. But I think that was their intention. I think all the success and the feats that Rey is performing, I think that is all to just try and establish that she is a strong, independent character kind of thing. But it failed because
that's exactly right. Now, thinking about that character in the second movie in a trilogy, is that where you think you want her to be? Do you want her to be established as a strong, independent character that can do anything she wants and can take on any adversary and can overcome any challenge? Do you think think that's where she should be in this stage of her character development?
I don't know. I'm not sure there's a definitive thing to say that she should be somewhere specific because so many stories can be told in many ways. I'm going to tell you where it should be. All right. I want to hear. But I guess what I'm saying, like from my perspective here, Rey could have been pretty good. Like I think Daisy Ridley did a really great job at just with her performance, with what she had to work with, and she could have come off really charming. And everything. It's the fact that they basically gave her no weaknesses, no struggle, and if she had something to struggle against, and they showed that she might have needed help, like any hero should have and stuff, it would have made her more dynamic, more sympathetic, and stuff like that. And especially if they gave her some. Like training something, some progression in her power development and things to justify her being so tough. Like I could have really liked Rey, but she's just such a huge Mary Sue, which and so as to specifically what should have happened, I'm very interested to hear.
Okay. Where she is in her current character development, she needs a setback, a major setback. She needs to come up against the antagonist and realize that she is not up to the challenge.
She needed to fail in some way.
Do you know that she's done with Star Wars Episode 9? Meaning that she's going to have a big win in Episode 9, probably, and then...
What?
That means she dies.
Imagine if they did that. If she got killed, she was like, she fought against some big bad and died, and the rest of the heroes have to deal with whatever happens next. I'd be like, wow. Good job.
No. She's gonna die to sacrifice. She's gonna sacrifice herself to save the entire galaxy, and then she's gonna have a massive funeral, and statues are gonna be built of her.
They literally chisel a Rey statue out of a previous statue that had Han, Leia, and Luke in it. They like.
If you guys think about how Luke was treated in the previous trilogy, like he got a good character arc. He had his initial success in A New Hope. He went up against Darth Vader hand to hand for the first time in Empire Strikes Back. And that was him getting a little bit overconfident. He kind of thought he could take Vader on, and he got his fucking ass kicked, and he got hand chopped off, whatever.
Yeah,
you got to see Vader as being a dangerous, competent, powerful antagonist. It served multiple purposes, that fight.
It also showed Yoda was right, and that there is wisdom in the master, and you need to listen to them and stuff.
Okay,
it's good to have a good mentor.
When did Rey ever have a mentor? When did she ever have a master? When did she ever listen to Luke? Not at all, because he was never allowed to be a master.
Don't you understand? Rey was her master. She learned from Rey.
Yeah. This is the fundamental problem I have with Star Wars and, like, I guess a lot of movies nowadays. You are trying to write stories. You're trying to create these epic sagas based on rules that you've rewritten. You're trying to do it without the kind of the framework that works properly, because you're afraid of it, because you don't want to see your characters lose, you don't want to lose them, you don't want to see them get hurt, whatever it might be. It kills your narrative. This is what I say, like, it absolutely kills your ability to tell a story because you're not willing to put your characters through what they need to go through. And you're not willing to do it with Rey, and so she doesn't go through the hero's journey. She doesn't learn anything. She doesn't grow. She doesn't change. She doesn't develop. She just stays the same fucking boring, virtuous character that she was always been. And then you end up with a boring character that no one buys into because she never gets tested. This is my fundamental problem with everything that's going on with Star Wars at the moment.
Yeah, Rey's worthless. Got nothing going on for her.
As someone who fucking writes books for a living, I can say to you, this is fucking killing the storytelling ability of Star Wars. It's the absolute worst thing you can possibly do to the universe, and no one seems to see it.
Another thing, just on while we're talking about Rey, makes me wonder, like, her as a character, what does she have invested in the conflict? Like, what are her personal stakes?
Yeah, why does she do good?
Absolutely fucking nothing. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about Han. She doesn't care about Luke because she never bonded with him. She doesn't care particularly about Finn because she did not spend any time with him. There's nothing to draw her into this, but everyone loves her. Everyone respects her. Everyone believes in her for no reason.
Well, this is why it would have been more satisfying if she actually turned to the dark side in The Last Jedi, because there's no real anchor point for her conflict with the dark side and the bad guys and stuff. I mean, Luke, he lost his parents, and then he sees, his secondary father figure, Ben, die in front of him as well, and then he finds out the big bad guy is his real father.
And he did establish he wanted to release. He wanted to fight with the rebels already as well. He did establish that he wanted to fight against the Empire. She doesn't even have that.
This is why I said, like, the fight in Return of the Jedi between Vader and Luke is the best fucking confrontation you can possibly ask for in all of cinema.
Oh, there was you're right. There was emotion investment.
Everything that's fucking gone on in the past 3 movies has built up to this moment. This confrontation between these two guys, a father versus his son. All of the emotion, like a father who's killed the mentor of this son. Everything that's gone on up until this point, this most evil guy in the entire universe versus this guy who's trying to redeem him, all of it comes down to this one confrontation, and it plays out fucking perfectly. Can you ever imagine a confrontation like that playing out in the current trilogy? No,
they haven't set it up.
You don't give a shit. MooLer, you probably don't give a shit. Wolf, you don't give a shit. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that to play for. There's no investment. And this is what makes me sad, because Star Wars was at its core about the emotional journey of the characters. It was about universal themes of betrayal, of loyalty, of family, of like all of these things that people, no matter where you are, no matter where you come from, you can identify with. You can't get any of that from what we have now, because there's none of it. It's not universal. It's not something we can buy into.
So what you're saying is that you don't like that Rey's a woman?
He's not. I was about to say.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You're clearly a misogynist.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
You know something that I wish, like, there are a lot of ways that you could try and fix The Last Jedi, and some of the problems are too hard to fix.
Give me one fucking weekend, I could fix it for you.
Yeah. Well, actually, want to see that would have been so good because one of the problems with Snoke is that he didn't have any real menace. He was just kind of there. And so if they had when Snoke had kidnapped Rey, brings him into his throne room, right? And then to raise the menace of Snoke and give Rey some stakes, some reasons why she wants to fight these bad guys. If Snoke brought in, say, Finn and Poe, and who was the Asian chick?
Rose.
Rose
and everything like that. Bring them in, and then one at a time, slowly kills them. Just complete decapitation, bang, right in front of her. One that would have raised the menace of Snoke so much, because those characters at the moment they're throwaway characters. They're not really contributing anything of weight to the story, but they could have contributed weight to Rey's personal journey because she apparently likes them, and so their sacrifice in terms of the plot could have had real emotional weight for character progression. This is one of those situations where killing off a character could have served the plot so well and established Snoke as this vicious guy that. Because then it also makes you think, oh, holy crap, who's he going to kill next? And now you're invested in it more. And then,
wait. That would have worked great in the final movie of the trilogy.
You reckon?
Yeah, that's the kind of stakes that you want right at the end, where all of the characters that you love, that you care about, theoretically anyway, that you want to see survive. They start getting murdered by this motherfucker, this evil character, who's been manipulating everything, who's got ultimate control over everything. That would have been brilliant.
As
that would
Shad
have been
highlighted, though, killing Ben in episode 1, if you will, of the trilogy, this original, gives Luke such a strong motivation to go on and live and defeat the enemy. If Rey was faced with Snoke having executed Finn in the second film, I feel like that would be quite a big oh fuck.
Yeah, it would have been
in the right way. We have to fix fucking everything before we can even make that scene happen. You know what I mean?
I would have been happy to see Finn die.
That's that statement out of context.
What that means?
So happy.
You know what that means? You're clearly a.
So you don't like black people? I see.
No, he had a good character arc, and I think
I disagree. What the fuck is his character arc?
His character arc, I guess, is that he's afraid of conflict. He's a bit of a coward. He wants to get away from it all, and he ultimately learns to sacrifice himself for the greater good. So, it's not just about you. It's not about preserving your life. It's about sacrificing your life, if it comes to that, for other people.
When is that in the film?
It's right at the end with the battering ram cannon.
He commits to that action, but when does he learn that the idea of sacrificing himself so the fight can go on is something that's above him and he needs to do? He learns that there are bad guys on both sides, and that forces him to realize he's on the good guys' team. It makes no sense at all.
That's the character arc that I want him to have.
All right,
it's not necessarily
I'll give you that.
The character arc that he gets. But that's what he should have, because that's where he starts from. He starts from the position of, he's a stormtrooper. He's this mindless killing machine. He learns to think for himself. He learns to help other people, and he learns that
Don't you think that he's goofy is a complete insult to his upbringing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't want to be a stormtrooper anymore. He was just.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not wanting to be a stormtrooper, but you don't grow up as a stormtrooper that's been fucking internalized that you're a warmongering machine in one man that also happens to fall over and go, oh god, oh, this is so funny. Ooh, you're just no.
It would have been good if we got just a little bit of explanation. He wasn't indoctrinated from birth or whatever. He was a conscript from being a young teenager or something like that, and it's okay, he got put into the stormtroopers. He didn't want to do it, but ultimately that's what he got put into, and then he rebelled against it. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a little bit of context there. He was right from the beginning. He was forced against his will to be doing this thing, fine. But as it stands, like you don't get much. You just see that like he never had any signs of non-compliance, and then Phasma's
for the record,
it's fine.
I was happy for him to die in that moment that Rose ruined. I was actually on board with it in terms of how I saw
me too,
his arc.
actually. I was like, okay. Yeah, like with all the supposed risks that they, taking and subverting expectations, the things that really would have taken balls, they didn't do. Like Finn dying, or Rey turning to the dark side, or even Kylo turning to the good side. Like any of the actual things that would have taken, they didn't do. And then they crapped on everything else.
They killed a character who was never important. Like he was never shown as he was set up as the big bad, and then they were like, oh, but he isn't. But they didn't invest anything in setting him up.
Yeah, like that didn't. Yeah, Snoke was a blip, and then he disappeared, and so that didn't take balls in my mind.
He's a plot device. He allows the bad guys to get to their position, and he's gone now.
I have to ask you guys a question. Like, what is your serious take? Like, do you think that Admiral Holdo was just like a stand-in for Leia?
No.
Like, was she originally meant to be Leia?
You asking
wasn't she the wasn't she the affirmative action replacement for?
No, but like look beyond that, because like when
do you mean from a meta standpoint?
No, not even from that. From a purely storytelling standpoint, because when you look at it, like Leia is angry at Poe because he went against orders and he attacked this dreadnought thing and blew it up or whatever, and she's pissed at him because he didn't obey her orders. And then she's just suddenly removed from the story. And then you've got Admiral Holdo, who essentially has exactly the same opinions as Leia put into the story, and then she ends up sacrificing herself and killing herself to further that goal. Does it not make sense that should have been Leia originally?
I think it would have.
It doesn't make sense that autopilot doesn't exist in Star Wars.
No, it doesn't at all. But then Rian Johnson's a fucking retard, and we just have to accept that.
Should we? I was going to say, by the way.
There. You're right. It's like they needed someone who basically had the same reactions as Leia, but someone that they could sacrifice because they decided not to kill Leia in that movie for some strange reason.
Exactly. I honestly think the first draft that Rian Johnson submitted, Leia got
the one he
killed
used.
Yeah.
No. Leia got killed in it, and then some hero within fucking Lucasfilm said, Ryan, I don't think that's a good fucking idea. I think you should.
That's the one thing they picked out.
Yeah. I would love to think that they picked other things out, but they clearly didn't. No, it's like you're killing off Luke and you're killing off Leia in one fucking script. You can't do that.
See, I don't know, because it falls into their playbook of trying to subvert everyone's expectations. Everyone was expecting Leia to die, and so I think old Johnson's like, well, I won't kill her then because that's what you think. And so that might have been a first draft thing.
Wasn't everyone only expecting her to die because she died in real life, though?
Yeah.
She should have just died.
Yeah, I think it would have been better.
Imagine how powerful it would have been if she was the one who piloted that ship straight into the
Oh God, we're still at this point.
We've literally okay. So
I was hoping that we would have made it further in.
From this guy saying Luke wasn't like humiliated, we've just been ripping into TLJ. Like that's all this has been. We've just been fucking ripping into it. I've been doing it too.
Let me bring you up to speed, right? But like, let me get your take on this, right? How good would it have been if Leia had been the one who piloted that ship straight into the fucking bridge of the enemy flagship, rather than Admiral Holdo?
How
much more powerful? I know it wouldn't have fixed anything, but like, would it have been more meaningful from a dramatic point of view?
I think it would have been better if it was Akbar, honestly.
It should have been Akbar.
Holy shit! Now we got a full house.
All right, now we can kick Jay finally.
I was telling while I was gone, I was telling this bitch, listen, it should have been Akbar the whole goddamn time. What did she say?
Oh, he's only a meme. He wasn't really in it that much. He didn't have much impact on the narrative.
He wasn't.
Yeah, I know.
Meme. He was my favorite character.
I will ask you this, like, from a serious point of view. Like, would would Akbar have made any sense from a dramatic point of view?
Yes.
Why? Okay, look, Holdo's completely fucking invented. So the idea that you have to go, oh, we can't just add meaning onto Akbar. He's just a meme of a character. He's only had 5 minutes of screen time. It's like she has 5 minutes more than fucking Admiral Pinkhair. Like, why is it that people are like, oh, it makes more sense for Admiral Holdo? It's like, she was invented for this film.
No.
Why couldn't we give some development to Akbar and then give him this line? He's an existing character, for fuck's sake.
So this is my thing. Like, I think Leia would have had much more meaning.
Maybe. I'm just saying not Holdo. What the fuck is Holdo?
No. Holdo is, like, that's my whole point. Leia should have been Holdo throughout the whole story.
But then she'd have to have her dialogue.
You could actually have
say
both.
all those top things.
You could have had both. You could have had any time that was devoted to Holdo given to Akbar to re-establish him as someone with depth. But the other thing about Akbar is people still liked him because of the meme. He was people just liked Akbar. It's a trap, right? And even if they didn't devote anything to him, just because he was a liked character, seeing him die still would have had a more emotional weight. And then they could have had what's the moody bad guy again?
Kylo?
Kylo, that's his
Kyle Ben.
He's clearly very rememberable, guys.
Ben Swole.
Yeah, they could, and they could have had him kill Leia as well. They could have had best of both worlds right there, but they didn't have any.
I reckon Kylo Ren's
I don't think I
Wait, what did you just say, Jay?
Akbar would.
What did you just say, buddy?
I reckon Kylo Ren's probably a gimp.
Oh, I thought you said he's okay. Like, how dare you?
A gimp.
Yeah, that's fine. He's probably a gimp. That's true.
That's true.
You went from 0 to like 100 right there. He's okay to a gimp.
That's the thing about it as well. Like, you know how I was saying Rey could have been a great character and they ruined her. That's the same feelings with Kylo.
Rey couldn't have been a good character.
If they rewrote her, that's
what do you mean she couldn't be a good character?
Everything he did.
Yes,
that's what I said.
Honestly, there's a bit in The Force Awakens, like up until this point, like there's a bit where you see her having her dinner, like in the ruins of some like AT-AT in the middle of the desert, and she watches like some spaceship.
How dare you call it AT-AT instead of AT-AT? You
It's
massive.
a fucking AT-AT, you motherfucker!
No, it's AT-AT.
It's an AT-AT. That is, Wolf is correct.
It's sorry, an AT-AT.
It pisses me off because that new stupid fucking Star Wars game is like, they unironically called it an AT-AT, and I was like, licensed Star Wars product. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Wow.
Look, I'm going to pass out soon, so I'm going to have to like hurry this up. No, that scene where she's like sitting outside her AT-AT, having her dinner, and she's watching like a spaceship kind of take off into the sort of dusk sky. That's a good scene. That's a good character building scene where you really kind of feel her isolation, like she's stuck on this shithole planet, like where she doesn't want to be. That's fine, but from that point onward, that's where it starts to go downhill, because that's where they start to abandon that idea of like you have to earn something as a character, and then they go beyond that, and it's like she's just perfect at everything. She could fight anyone she needs to fight, she can win everything she needs to win, and she can just do everything she needs to do. That's where like the Rey as a character starts to fall
that's where Captain Marvel. Wait, what?
And Captain Marvel too.
You see that there's more equivalence between those characters than I originally thought.
Who would win in a fight, Captain Marvel or Rey?
It's really unfortunate that they're brand new like role models for feminist, strong female characters when they're both some of the worst characters in the history of fucking fiction.
Yeah,
it's okay. We've got Captain Phasma.
No.
I'm gonna let my daughter watch Alita Battle Angel. We've got her.
Just let her watch Terminator 2 or
Aliens, yeah,
or something like that. Like those have got properly strong, good female characters in it.
Let her look up to people regardless of their gender. You can look up to anyone.
Yeah,
Jay, that's homophobic.
I don't think that can be done.
Yeah, Jay, that's wrong.
It's crazy.
So, Rags, are you in the watch together? Because we're trying to get through a video eventually.
How long have we been on this video?
10 years, maybe. So
like 2 hours.
So right, everyone else, right? Everyone else, we're gonna play the point he just said, and we're gonna let Rags respond to it. Everyone else, stay quiet, okay? Because this is something the Rags will obviously want to. Everyone else, let Rags. All right.
Close to the sea and drink their problems away. Then later, they become heroes yet again. But the main difference, aside from the fact that Luke is mostly treated with dignity,
God, it actually has been 2 hours and 15
What do you think about that, Rags?
Video.
Luke doesn't become a hero in the end, really.
What do you think about the statement that he's mostly treated with dignity?
No, not at all. In no way. Absolutely not. No, it's like Rian Johnson hates this character.
He milks the semen / like breast milk shit of like a sea cow thing.
It's space cow milk, yeah.
Yeah, and then he gets his ass kicked by Rey, who's never fucking held a lightsaber in her life.
It's
like,
a space
how's
rhino,
that treating him with dignity?
Do you think
It is
that
rhino.
space?
It's rhino milk.
Do you think that space rhino would have been justified to use the same force Captain Marvel used against Luke?
Yeah, I think Legal Eagle would be on the space rhino side.
Something like that.
Then again,
was Luke committing assault upon that space cow?
Absolutely. Well, in fairness, did the space cow
because it was non-consensual, definitely.
But
so...
did the space cow crumple a piece of paper that Luke was holding earlier? Did that happen? Is that a deleted scene?
Ooh.
Think about it.
It definitely. Well, no, like it definitely seemed frightened.
The sea cow was just sitting there reading its paper, reading the news about what happened on the island yesterday.
No, I think it was like one of my buddies is going to help me out here. Like I'm pretty frightened and I'm pretty intimidated by this guy, but
he keeps doing it every day.
There is clearly a power imbalance there. That
there's several of them, and Luke keeps going to the same one. He never goes to a different one.
That's a special favorite.
Once everything is over, Rey is like, Luke, I want to ask you about the cow thing, okay? And he's like, no. He's like, Luke.
He's like, yeah, like, once he's done, he's like, I'll be coming back for you once it's done.
do you think it like misses him after he died?
It's like, he has it fucking painted on the hood of his X-Wing.
Okay, so you guys ready to continue now? Because everyone's caught up now.
Wait,
I don't know if I am.
Become heroes yet again. But the main difference, aside from the fact that Luke is mostly treated with dignity, is the fact that Luke's arc throughout the movie is actually focused on and followed through on. A good chunk of the movie, and when I say
what even is Luke's arc?
He goes from grumpy old man to grumpy old man that can project himself to another
dies
place.
like a fart in the wind.
Like, if I was going to be super generous, I would say, like, he's given up on everything. He's given up on the whole idea of being a Jedi, and he's given up on the idea of the Force. And he eventually learns to reconnect with it and use it to help people.
But there's another element to this, because it wasn't like something he actually overcame. There was an opinion he had at the beginning that was reinforced by Yoda, is that the Jedi are useless and need to be destroyed and they're bad for the universe. And with Yoda symbolically, well, not symbolically, like literally destroying the old ancient Jedi texts, that's the confirmation that the Jedi need to be done with. And which kind of doesn't make sense with Rey becoming the next Jedi kind of thing.
My issue with Luke is, like, not only is he portrayed as a horribly flawed character and he does horrible things, but he doesn't even do them successfully. Like
he's like bad at being stupid.
Yeah, he sees Kylo Ren as a threat, so he's thinking about like killing him, but then he draws his lightsaber and then he pussies fucking out. And then, like, Kylo Ren sees him with his lightsaber drawn, and then that starts, like, their whole confrontation. And then later on, he's gonna, like, blow up the Jedi Temple. He's gonna, like, burn it to the ground, and then he pussies out of that as well. And then Yoda shows up and like, has to use lightning to, like, start it. It's like, you've given him the absolute worst.
You've got a heckler there.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Drinker being on a stage, and this baby like, fuck off. You don't know what you're talking about.
Get that fucking baby out of here.
I'm trying to mute myself so that none of the background voice doesn't come in when I'm like,
Seriously, I'm trying to work up an emotional kind of moment here, so just shut that fucking kid up. Right.
keep going. We're with you. We're with you.
All right, cool. So yeah, like you've got all of these things, like potentially, okay, I can buy into Luke doing these bad things, but then he doesn't even get the dignity of doing them. He has to fucking have someone else do them for him. That's the ultimate fucking insult of this whole thing. You don't even allow Luke to be a bad guy. You have to like show someone else doing it for him.
Do you think that if they actually had him kill Kylo in like a scene like that, where he was just fucking sleeping and minding his own business, people realize what a middle finger to his character?
You know what? No. Here is like, you could fix this whole thing so easily by just saying, okay, like Snoke was getting into Luke's head and he was starting to like influence him to like want to take out Kylo Ren, like to be suspicious of everyone else around him, whatever it might be. And Luke realized the danger that he was in, so he shut himself off on this island. And he was trying to use the Jedi text to find a solution to this thing, to try and find a way to be free of Snoke, of all the like dark side influence that was like coming in on him. That would have fixed fucking everything. It would have given him a purpose, it would have given him some agency, it would have given him a reason to fucking be there, and it would have given a justifiable reason to have closed himself off from the Force. And I came up with that in like the 5 fucking minutes we were talking. And I'm half fucking pissed right now.
Yeah,
and
that's a lot better.
Ryan Johnson couldn't come up with that in like a year while he was sitting there.
He went with his
writing
first fucking draft, dude. He didn't even redraft. That's so insulting. I
guess the thing you want to take from this is that I'm smarter than Ryan Johnson.
Oh my, you vape. Yeah, that's a low bar.
I wonder if there's like a Ryan Johnson bobblehead available anywhere, so I can just like set it in my car, and whenever I'm angry, smack its
head. You just flick it, and it just goes blue.
I know for sure. There's definitely a Ryan Johnson dildo.
Oh my god!
What? I don't want Ryan Johnson's face anywhere near my most treasured regions.
I want it so that I can have like, when I'm playing Dark Souls or Sekiro or something, and I like die, I could just be like, "Fuck you, Ryan," and I could slap him in the face, and his head will just go left and right, over and over.
We'll get Wolf for his birthday a Ryan Johnson pizza slicer.
This is the thing.
That would
right. Ryan Johnson could have made this all good if he just said, "Look, we tried to do something a bit different with this movie. You know, we tried to do something a little bit experimental, a little bit different. Maybe it didn't work out.
We got it out of our system. It'll never happen.
What do you mean? Why is that? Why is that any better than the interview where he said he has not heard a single fair criticism?
Because he would at least admit that he fucked up.
No, I think it's better. I think it's better as a creator to say you can never make mistakes. I think that's really virtuous, because that means you're really good at it.
Ryan Johnson is like Captain Marvel as well.
You know how easy it would be, like if people who directed these movies just were honest for 5 minutes of their life and just said, "Yeah, okay, you know, I'm sorry we fucked up a little bit. It maybe wasn't what everyone hoped for, but we tried our best."
I think he genuinely
that's all it would have taken.
Yeah, I think he thinks he made a really good movie.
That's the beautiful thing about it.
That's the problem.
It's so good.
If you're the kind of person who would go ahead and make The Last Jedi, thinking it's a good movie is like not as drastic as actually making it.
Do you know what? Does it not blow your mind though that people like? Fair enough, Ryan Johnson wrote this, and you know that was his first draft of the script or whatever. But like sensible adults like us looked at this and said, "Yeah, it's fine. Good to go." Just
look at what everyone did with George Lucas.
I'm firmly in the camp that many of the people, similarly to Season 8 of Game of Thrones, many of the people, including cast and production crews and whatever, they are too busy worrying about everything else, such as, am I performing this scene correctly? Have I got the snow right on these sets? Have I got the costumes correct? If someone says, hey, by the way, Jon Snow dies by sneezing himself in a toilet, they'd be like, oh, we got to make sure that toilet looks great. And someone goes, don't you think
that's... die on the shitter.
And it's like, don't you think that sounds ridiculous? It's like, oh, maybe, I don't know, I got other things to do.
I gotta focus on dying through a poo.
But there must be people who, like, their only job is just like kind of try and maintain the consistency of the story.
Well,
that's
it would be great if
their
they
thing.
existed.
There must be though, like, you know,
I agree.
even
I think
from our point of view, like there must be people within these studios, like they look at this stuff and, you know, in some part of their minds, they must be like, look, Ryan, you know, this is a great story that you've written, but people are going to ask questions about X, Y, and Z. Maybe you should rewrite it.
I'm gonna need answers. They're gonna ask us questions, Ryan. We're gonna need answers. Give us answers. What do we tell the people?
Ryan, please,
like,
please.
Surely, when
Ryan,
there's this much money at stake, they're not just going to go with the first fucking draft that they get.
Ryan,
that's where you're wrong, kiddo.
Yeah, there's a different mentality. I think one of the biggest mentalities they had with going into it is, how many toys will we be able to sell from this?
Not many.
Yeah, not many.
As the closest
not very many.
Because you know all the kids want the Rose Tico toy.
Oh my god, dude! Have you seen? There's a Holdo toy. It comes with a pistol. I was like, who would buy that? Why would you buy it? So embarrassing.
Does she hold a pistol in the film?
Well, remember when she pulls it out when she's been taken into custody as part of the mutiny? She just has a pistol.
Yeah, that's a kind of a failed mutiny if you let the person you're mutinying...
I'd like to remind everybody that TLJ is not very good.
Don't you have a break? Don't you have a place where you can put prisoners?
You know, it's nice that we're going back to OG TLJ, and we're just...
It
like
actually feels nostalgic ripping into TLJ.
Like we're visiting an old friend.
This is old hat for you. Just want to like punt off a bridge or something.
This is old hat for you guys, but this is something that I've needed to get out of my system for like 2 years.
We've talked more about TLJ than any other piece of content, but we've had a big gap, so it feels good to get back into talking about how fucking terrible TLJ is.
So much. There's so much. I said this to you, MooLer, the other day. Like, The Last Jedi is a perfect example of writing yourself into a corner and then using an absolute bullshit excuse to try and get yourself out of it, and then writing yourself into another corner as a result.
I upset a lot of people who like this film when I said that they should use TLJ in writing classes to teach how not to write a script. They were like, "How dare you?" And I was like, "No, seriously, it's got almost all of the like hallmark terrible pieces of writing, be it character, world building, or plot. It's all in there. Great. You could learn a lot from TLJ about what not to do."
I've said this to people.
Wait, go again, one of you?
Go, man.
All right. Isn't it just Force Awakens mostly that fucks the world building though?
No, yeah, well, this is the thing. You can accept that your world is fucked, or you can try and fix it. TLJ just said, "Nah, fuck, we're fucked."
I would have been fine with Force Awakens, the world building, because it doesn't.
It's so bad. It's so boring, and they just let's do it again. The same thing. Just okay.
Here's my thing. Like, a really good second movie in this trilogy could have fixed most of the problems that were present in the Force Awakens.
I can agree with that, but would you say that you can fix both of them in a theoretical, incredibly written Episode 9? Do you think that's possible?
No. I don't think so. The Last Jedi ruined so much for me.
Based on what we have now.
Yeah, based on could you, sir, given infinite money and time, write an Episode 9 that fixes everything?
Well,
Ray wakes up and it was all a dream.
Yay!
Yeah, wakes up and it's all a dream.
We did it. We saved the Star Wars.
Well, I am brainy as fuck. But I think even then I'd be struggling.
Honestly, I'm one of the people who says no. I don't think there's a fucking chance in hell Episode 9 can be good. Like, it's so unlikely.
I've genuinely applied my writing brain to this one and just thought, like, okay, where would I go with this? What would I do to try and fix this? And I could probably put it right to some extent, but I couldn't give you a good, satisfying conclusion to the story.
Yeah, no, it's a horrible circumstance.
In one movie.
You're dealing with a whole bunch of characters that you need to develop in their finale. It's like, what the hell? And it's like, also you need to have a convincing story that you have to develop because there's nothing to work with.
If it was up to me, I would kill off either Finn or Poe. I would kill off Rose. I would give Rey a proper defeat at the hands of Kylo Ren and the Knights of Ren.
Do the Knights of Ren even still exist, though?
I would potentially make Luke a false, like, fucking clone or some shit. I'd be like, there's a real Luke that got captured and taken away. At that point, though, you just do it was all a dream. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Kylo, I heard you snoring really loud in here, and I came in to check on you just to see if everything was okay.
Yeah.
I think things are fine.
I had this weird dream, man.
All right, I'm going to go back to the inside now. You see you in the morning for your
Guys,
lessons.
it was Luke having a moment of weakness. It was extremely well written. You just hate women.
Wait, is this where we need to actually watch this video and try and see what this guy's bullshit arguments are?
You know what? All props to this guy. I don't think the first half was all that bad at all. It's the second half that I'm more concerned with. So
it's the second half where we can't get past 5 seconds without having to deconstruct everything wrong with it.
Is the fact that Luke's arc throughout the movie is actually focused on and followed through on. A good chunk of the movie, and when I say a good chunk, I mean the only good chunk, is the stuff with him, Rey, and Kylo.
No.
Oh, right. Fucking pause
The good
this.
chunk is the credits at the end.
So, the connection between Kylo and Rey is really fucking disappointing because she basically gets over the fact that he killed Han in cold blood in like one phone call and for no reason. Yep. It's really fucking bad. And then Luke flipping out that they're talking to each other. We never really understood why that even happened. It was just like, don't talk to people. You're like, okay.
It's because she was platforming Kylo.
She was platforming. She was signal boosting Kylo's politics.
I've got a question for you guys. Like, in your heads, like, try and make this play out. Can you make a mentor character also go through the hero's journey?
Iron Man?
Who?
Well, in fairness, he becomes a mentor after he's completed his hero's journey, is what most people might argue. But you could also argue that he's...
But who does he become a mentor to?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man?
Yeah, but that's like 3 movies. But I mean, I'm
what do you
talking
mean there's like 3 movies?
Yeah, we call that a trilogy. Star Wars is known for those.
Yeah, but like, try and break that down into one movie, which is what.
You're saying is it possible to do in one movie?
It's possible.
Yeah, if you have a good writer.
I was gonna say it's tough.
That's where the skill comes in.
Like that's the thing.
How can you balance that though? How can you balance a guy who a mentor who should know kind of everything, and is just prevented from taking the next step because they're
most of the strong stories about mentors, they usually have something to learn or something that they haven't gotten over. There's a lot of stories about mentors that haven't quite. They think they're completed in their journey, but they haven't gotten there yet.
Can you mesh that
I agree
with
with
the idea?
there.
But can you mesh that with the idea of a guy who's like who somehow needs to learn a whole lot more?
Yeah, sure.
Well, if you segment the things being taught, and so he has a really good understanding of the things he's teaching his student, yet on the other side, there are things that he's still trying to figure out that might be somewhat disconnected to his capacity of being a good mentor that he's still going through. And it could be perhaps, I don't know, a revenge thing, or he has a grudge or something like that.
Someone said Will Smith in Pursuit of Happiness.
Yeah, I actually might have that in like this isn't into. I actually might have this in my novel that's coming out tomorrow, where the mentor is going through a
You don't know yet? It's coming out tomorrow, and you don't know yet?
Oh
fuck!
What is your novel called, sir? What is your name?
I gotta be in for a real mystery.
Shad, plug away, do it.
Plug. I didn't intend to plug it, but there's a character who acts as a mentor type figure who actually has a very distinct arc of his own that he has to work with, and so there you go. I didn't even realize put it in that perspective.
But let me ask you a question. Does the story pay proper respect to the experiences that character has had in his life?
Oh yes.
Right, well,
of course I'm biased.
Fucking Last Jedi,
you might be biased. That's true.
Right, here's the problem. Right, this is where The Last Jedi falls apart in many different ways. It tries to make Lookout as a combination of a mentor who's been there and done that before, but also who has loads to learn and doesn't really know where he's going or what he's all about. You can't have those two fucking things in the same character. It doesn't work. Someone feel free to jump in and like correct me on that one, but like.
Wait, so what do you think of the two conflicting elements exactly?
They don't work. You have to pick one or the other. Like Luke could have been an interesting character if he was a wise mentor who taught Rey some interesting insights into the Jedi or the Force or herself or whatever it was, and even like taught her a bit of humility by beating her down at one point, whatever it might be. Or he could have been a character who was deeply flawed and needed someone to help him out and to see him on the correct path or whatever. Either of those things would have been fine, but you can't do fucking both at the same time. It creates a complete conflict.
Well, what about this? What about if Luke has lost faith in the way of the Jedi? He gets this upstart person who comes along who shows huge potential, and there's some type of event that makes him decide, okay, look, I don't fully believe in this stuff, but I can see the benefit in teaching you. You might be able to do some good. And then in the act of teaching her, he rediscovers the value of the Jedi way. And then those two elements are combined, and he refines, and finds that being a Jedi is good. This is why I needed to do it. And I need to keep teaching more people to be able to understand the Force. Could they be combined in that way?
That would be fine, but you would need an entire movie to do it.
I thought that was your premise. Is it possible to do it within a movie?
No. Well, like the way they've structured it within The Last Jedi, it's not possible to do it because they only get like 10% of the screen time. Like Luke's scenes with Rey are like a tiny little afterthought in the larger scheme of things that's going on.
Then that's
not enough. It's not enough character development. It's not enough time for any of this stuff to play out. It doesn't.
No, there's time. It's about It's about time management.
I mean, a good writer can make even the dumbest thing in the world seem pretty good, but a bad writer can't make the best seem good.
Well, I think you can assume what Rian Johnson is.
Well, yeah.
Well,
so wait, 3 hours? You could easily make
auteur. He puts the aught in autism.
You've got a character that is a complete contradiction. He's either a mentor who knows everything and he's going to impart that.
But a mentor doesn't have to know everything.
No. Mentors don't have to know everything.
Like, for example, I just want to be quick here, okay? So like a guy who's learned, let's say, why you should help people, why you should save people, and why you should use the power you have over people for good. He knows all of those lessons, but he doesn't know why you should fight for the religion / cult / group / whatever encouraging area of people. He's gone back on that. Now his mentor, the person he's trying to teach is like, fuck it, I'm super strong. Why should I care about anyone else? He can teach them about that, but that he's still degraded in terms of why you can fight for the innocent, but why should you fight for any group?
Fine. You can do that, but then he's got to teach that character a lesson. That character has to fail in some way, and he has to pick them up and show them the way. But that never happens with Rey. It's never allowed to happen.
I thought you were arguing whether or not it's possible, because we all agree TLJ is a fucking mess.
It's really difficult to do two things that are completely contradictory.
I don't know that they're contradictory.
They are from my point of view, because you've either got a character who's got wisdom to impart or they got wisdom to learn.
Why can't they be both?
Because then you've got a contradictory character who you don't know what their role is supposed to be in the story.
They're just good at one thing and not good at another.
I was going to say, we all agree here that you can learn more than one lesson in life, right? What if you've learned one, you can impart that lesson to someone else, but you still have lessons to learn?
Okay, yeah. But then where do you go with that?
There's loads of places.
What lessons you have to learn.
This is the problem. Like, you've got Luke who doesn't go anywhere.
Well, that's not an issue with the concept. That's an issue with the execution of the idea they had.
Well, this is my problem with it. Like, when you get to that kind of level, like,
we agree though that TLJ did it.
Yeah, I think we all agree. The Last Jedi sucked.
Yeah, what they did.
But it's not just that. Like, I want to get into the reasons why there's a problem with it. You know, I don't just want to say like, oh, it's a shit movie. Like that's good enough.
So what
we've definitely covered all for years now.
What I feel like you want to say is something along the lines of Luke is teaching her why she should fight for people while being a person who needs to learn why you should fight for people. That would be a contradiction. But But I don't.
Pretty much.
But I don't think that's what's happening, and that's not what we're arguing for. We're arguing for he teaches a lesson and he needs to learn a different lesson.
My issue is like he's almost portrayed as a character who's back in the.
No, you're right. Stop there. He's almost portrayed as a character.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, he's almost portrayed as a character like back in the sort of realms of A New Hope, where he's clueless and he needs to learn something. He needs to learn something that's going to be taught to him by someone else.
Right.
And the person that's going to teach him that thing is Rey, and that's completely wrong. She shouldn't be teaching him things because she doesn't fucking know anything. She is younger than him. She's less experienced than him. She doesn't know this stuff. She shouldn't be able to impart that kind of wisdom on him because he should be there before her.
The thing that brings to mind for me is a mentor can often be cynical, and then when you have someone who's not learned anything, they're very idealistic, and they can inspire a mentor who's cynical. That's the kind of thing I would imagine.
Yeah, totally. But there has to be reciprocation there. They each have to learn something from each other, but then they don't.
But we're talking about a potential, not what TLJ did, right? Because again, we all agree that TLJ did shit.
Well, I guess that's where I'm going. Like, I'm going.
Yeah, if that's the case, we all agree, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
But a film in which a mentor...
I withdraw my point.
I was just going to say, a film in which a mentor imparts wisdom upon a student and through that process learns something from the student that changes them as a mentor, I almost would consider that to be a great potential story, because that's usually... It's much more interesting for us to see the mentor as a character as opposed to an all-wise, all-knowing creature.
There are good movies that have done that. Like Finding Forrester, I think, did that quite well, actually.
Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, a lot of people referencing Kung Fu Panda. I find
Last Avatar, Last Airbender.
The
Karate Kid. Karate Kid.
So, is everyone ready to continue?
Oh god, yeah, we're watching a video.
And followed through on. A good chunk of the movie, and when I say a good chunk, I mean the only good chunk, is the stuff with him, Rey, and Kylo. While he teaches Rey things about the Force, she helps him come to grips with his own failures. And it really takes a while.
I don't think she helps him come to grips with his own failures at all. She basically she says to him that it's not his fault that Kylo turned out the way he did, and then she realizes from Kylo that it kind of is. And then... that's not really concluded. She says it's not too late to save him, and Luke is like, lol, you're an idiot. And then Luke does...
Yeah, but remember more. No one's
ever... Well, yeah, so what I find odd here is that this guy seems to have delved quite deep into Thor's sort of ins and outs in Endgame, highlighting issues. But he's totally glossing over Luke's story in this and taking all of, like, vague beats to try and create a sort of storyline that wasn't necessarily there.
It's almost like he's projecting,
which is odd because he said he didn't like The Last Jedi, so I don't know why.
Yeah, but when you've got a point you want to make in a YouTube video and you've got like a lot of your advertising revenue on the line,
I mean, it's a controversial position to take, right? To say that TLJ did something right that the MCU was trying to achieve. Like, ooh.
So what is his fundamental point about look?
Well, I'm assuming we'll get to that in the last third or so.
Rey helps him come to terms with his failures.
Apparently, which I would love qualification for because I disagree completely.
This pisses me off as well because she shouldn't have anything to do with his failures.
She doesn't even fucking know the context of them outside of flashback recants that are all different.
Like, you know, we've all done things in our lives that we're not proud of. Like, I've done horrible things. But, like, you don't need some random outsider to come in.
That sounded like you murdered someone.
Yeah.
Should we be worried?
I did once throw up on a stripper in the middle of a private dance, but I'm not going to go into that.
I want to believe that's true.
The point is, right, you don't, like, to have some random outsider character come in and tell you, you know, the things you did were okay, or, like, help you make peace with the things you did, it's so fucking presumptuous. It's so fucking arrogant. You shouldn't do that. That's not a thing that
well, yeah, she's got no insight for his life, those events, other than him telling her what happened, and then Kylo telling her what happened, and then she tells Luke, Kylo's not completely gone, and he's like, lol, stupid. How do you describe that series of events?
It'll be all right.
How do you describe that series of events as her telling him to overcome his failures or whatever? Like, it's like, come on. She gives him... Yoda is more responsible for that than she is.
And like, I have to ask all of you guys, right? You know, when Luke and Rey had a bit of a fight with their staffs, and Rey beats him down. Was there a part of you inside that just died when that happened?
Don't get me started on Rey's fighting skills.
I've seen those videos; they're wonderful.
I don't care about fighting stuff, but like,
I do.
Well, yeah. Think about the character dynamic here, right? This would be like in fucking Karate Kid or something when Daniel LaRusso questions Mr. Miyagi and then beats the shit out of him and then walks away. Like that doesn't work. There has to be a moment where the mentor shows how strong they are and how much the pupil has still to learn. You have to give that, but like even then, this fucking shitty screenplay won't even give Luke that. That's what pisses me off, because it undermines the basic fundamentals of storytelling.
There does need to be a point in the film or in the story where the audience is made very much aware that this person is the mentor for a reason. They're worthy of respect. They are powerful. There's a reason they're the one doing the teaching. Because if the audience doesn't respect the character that the protagonist is supposed to be respecting, well, that's not going to gel. It doesn't mesh.
Exactly.
Anyway, kicking on.
Teaches Rey things about the Force, she helps him come to grips with his own failures, and it really takes a while for him to process and recover from said failures. Thor is fine after one conversation with his mother.
So that's where a comparison comes in, I guess. Thor is rejuvenated after one conversation, while Luke is faced with his issues over the course of several scenes and overcomes.
But I wouldn't say Thor is fine, though. He has a lot of crap to work through still.
Well, it comes back
his mother,
to...
But then why? Why does he have that?
What do you mean, like, as in...
Well, bearing in mind everything he's been through in the past 3 movies, should he really still be struggling with shit like this? Or is this just artificially constructed in order to give him a kind of arc within this movie? Is it?
I think it's case dependent, because Thor is dealing with some pretty heavy stuff about sorrow, loss, and all that stuff, and that can take years to overcome. And so that would be honestly up to the writer to choose, and then to try and convey it in a realistic way. And the chat he had with his mother, I saw that his mother was giving him the needed boost and encouragement. And if there's anyone who can have an emotional kind of effect on anyone, it's going to be their mum if they have a close relationship. Especially this is the mum that is Thor has been dead for a while. In this life.
That's the other element, is she's been dead. So
that's going to have a powerful impact on him. And then when he tests, him being able to grab the hammer, and that the hammer still finds him worthy, I reckon, like with the dark place he was in for a very long time, that I don't think it fixed his whole thing, but it certainly would have given him the encouragement to keep on going and being ready to fight.
Because if you remember, the scene following that, where he finally decides that he's going to be the one to do the snap, he's still very awkward. Very like, I'll do it. It's me. Like, I'm the one who fucked up.
And didn't even say he needed to do it.
Yeah, he needs it.
He needed to
he's
contribute.
clearly...
He needed to feel,
This is what I mean. It'll be a disservice if they treat him as though he's absolutely fine in Guardians 3. It's like, there's clearly something going on with him. And I have faith that James Gunn will push on with making Thor deal with the fact that he's almost kind of glossed over the events of everything that's happened so far, and then he needs to come back to it. But again, this is dependent on how they take it forward. I'm kind of at that point with it. But anyway, comparing it to Luke, I don't even...
Yeah, and Thor is not fine. That's the kind of the thing with what, just referring back to the video we're watching.
Yeah, we'll see if there's some more supporting evidence.
With his mother. Luke, meanwhile, is constantly drowning in his grief. He only agrees to train Rey after careful contemplation and talking to R2.
He agrees to trade Rey after careful contemplation. Why is he brushing over this stuff?
Fuck. Like, this is the kind of shit that drove me to drink in the first place. Honestly.
It drove me to drink critically.
Christ. That was a good scene between him and R2.
Yeah, but what's it got to do with Rey?
The good scene.
Nothing. This is like fucking author insertion, fan fiction bullshit, like trying to just put your favorite character into a story you like.
You know what made me realize why everyone thinks that's a good scene, including myself, is the fact that this would have been a fine scene in a perfect sequel movie, but the fact that we have to desperately hope that any of the OT characters get to fucking talk to each other. Like, that's why this was a ray of hope. We were like, oh, Luke and R2-D2 get to see each other.
See it in the cinema, like, watching that scene, I was like, oh shit, this is where it's going to kick in. This is where we're going to get a little bit of Luke and be in the character he used to be, and the person we used to love. And it's over within, like, 30 seconds.
Like, oh, you and
There's
your thoughts.
nothing there. And then he's back to being, like, this miserable, grumpy, drunk asshole. And you know how I feel about that sort of thing.
How do you feel about that?
Sad.
It makes me sad.
What does the R2 and Luke scene have to do with Rey? I honestly want to know. I'm tempted to check the script. Like, what is it that they say to each other that even has anything to do with Rey?
See, this is the problem. Like, if you took Rey out of all this nonsense, you could have an amazing script. Like, R2
if you took out the protagonist, the script would be better.
R2 convinces Luke to, like, go back. Like, he gives him, like, the hologram of Princess Leia and stuff back in A New Hope. Convinces him to be the man he used to be and, like, get his shit together and just go for it. And he does. Like, imagine what kind of movie that would have been if we didn't have Rey involved. If we didn't have all this nonsense with Kylo Ren. This is what people actually want from the Star Wars movies. They want the original characters. They want that nostalgia. They want these connections. And they don't get any of it with the new movies. And it's like, it pisses me off because, like, it's all there. You could create any of that with any of these actors who are willing to do all this stuff.
You could have had a scene where Akbar throws Holdo out the airlock. We could have seen that.
I would have been happy
so
with that.
Close.
That would be so great. And ironically.
Is there not part of you guys that just feels pissed off that the wasted opportunities that they had?
You know,
is that a trick question?
I wish that instead of Holdo ramming it, that Akbar just pointed his finger at Holdo and he was like, "She's a trap," and then they threw her out the airlock.
Oh, sorry. Just a fan in chat said, this is not their trilogy. They're old, as a reference to what people say. I fucking hate it when people say that. It's like, this is not their time. They, as characters, have moved on. It's like, just because you're old doesn't mean you can't fucking learn something or have a story. What the fuck? Like, not...
Yeah,
nope.
this is
Once
like,
you hit
this
30,
is like,
your life is basically over.
Oh, Jesus.
This is like
guys,
Rocky. This is like Rocky. Like, you know, Creed is over. You know, you're just there to
You're just old. Fuck off and die.
They clearly hate old people.
Yeah.
The oppression is real.
God, like...
But you know,
can tell some incredible stories with people who are aged.
The older actors is all that's the only reason we watch these movies. Do any of you guys watch the Star Wars movies because you care about Rey
or Poe or Finn or Rose
or Kylo?
I gotta find out what happens to Rose Tico. Her story is really riveting.
I hope that she dies of like a horrible brain hemorrhage or something at the beginning of Episode 9.
Yeah,
she incurred she's not in the trailers yet gives us hope.
From smashing into who's the black guy? Finn. His ship. I just forgot his character for a second.
Yeah, I hope that she's like horribly paralyzed from like the neck down or something.
I hope she's horribly paralyzed from the neck up. I don't know what you're talking about.
Everyone in chat is right. Logan was a bad film because Logan's old and he shouldn't have had a story. Logan's too old. He's 90 or whatever. Old.
Indeed.
Gandalf the Grey, more like Gandalf the Gay.
Gandalf the Old, get rid of him.
Well,
Fuck.
He is technically gay.
And old.
The actor is.
That is true. Yeah.
You know that Picard series they're trying to do? Why? He's old.
Yeah, he's old.
Stop it. He's old. Fuck.
I can't wait to see them rape the corpse of Picard.
And Lando. Don't forget Lando. We got plenty to rape.
We can ruin all the old people.
So much rapage going on. It's awful.
Let's kick on. It's gonna be great.
His grief.
Someone's going to take that out of context completely.
There's plenty to rape.
Someone's just going to say, we got plenty to rape. And it's going to be like MooLer 2019.
Like the old quote, I have not yet begun to rape.
I'm going to own that quote 100%.
Careful contemplation and talking to R2 in a really beautiful scene that doesn't feel like cheap fan service at all.
Yes, yeah, it does. They literally use the fucking mess. How is that not fan service?
It doesn't feel like cheap fan service, really.
But if it works, I don't think there's anything wrong with cheap fan service.
Well, this is the thing. I'm actually not against fan service as a whole, but the idea that this isn't fan service, like when you were designing this scene where R2-D2 shows a 30 years on disheveled Luke, the message that got him into the fight in the originals, and you're not in any way thinking, oh yeah, the fans will fucking love this. You're lying to me.
Imagine though if you treated this scene with the proper respect it deserved. Like Rian Johnson actually wrote it properly into the script. How good would it be?
Dude, can you? I want to go to the timeline. I want to go to the timeline where we say the sequel trilogy is better than the OT.
It just pisses me off, man.
I want to see those.
It's like so many wasted opportunities.
Do you think there's anybody who unironically thinks that Force Awakens and TLJ are better than the original 3?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, I think there are. Yeah,
retarded people.
Can you imagine being that devoid of a brain?
There's three kinds of people who do that. There's like people who just fucking love Star Wars no matter what it is. There's people who are literally too stupid to understand the problems of it, and there are people who. Well, there are people who love the sort of progressive messaging of it and just latch onto that, and they don't care about the actual storytelling of it. And that's it. That's the only people who love this stuff.
Hello.
Hello, Jay.
Hi.
Hi.
You know,
talking about Star Wars.
Let us.
Scene with the message, because that's the best scene in the whole movie.
I know it is. He said. Wait. So Jay, what's your take on this? He said it's not fan service.
I don't care if it's fan service or not.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Yeah, I didn't ask that.
I
fucking piece of shit trying to dodge.
I don't know. I don't know.
My take is yes, it is, but it's still. I love the shit out of it.
Like when I see something being called fan service, I think like, oh, it's being called that because it's just like to try and identify the motivations rather than anything. And I don't know what the fuck Rian Johnson was thinking for any of the script, so I would not be able to tell you if it was fan service. Like
you've got on a character arc for TLJ, because I feel like when I met you, you thought it was 50-50, right?
I thought it was fine, yeah. I thought it was fine. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, the fuck?
You see, that was kind of this is interesting because on the surface level, if you don't take into the previous movies what was established and what's important to maintain about the previous characters, and you were to just look at the Last Jedi as if it was a movie by itself, with nothing before or after, there are elements that are enjoyable. Oh no, there are fun parts in it, like some of the jokes you could laugh at, and some of the visuals are really spectacular and things. And so it's just when you look at it deeper, you're like, holy crap, what happened? And then if you look at the plot holes, gosh.
For me, the one and only high point of The Last Jedi was when Holdo rammed her ship into the First Order.
It looks
ship.
great, and it had a big oomph, right? But then it also undermines the canon of hyperspace travel completely.
Visually, it's very impressive and it looks lovely. And you have that moment in the cinema where you're like, holy shit, like this is cool. But then you actually start to apply your brain to it.
Yeah, that doesn't last long enough, does it?
Yeah.
I've taken you all as role models, by the way, and come back with a big drink.
I've drank a lot now.
When we first met Jay, he thought women were okay. After spending time on EFAP, he seethes with an undying hatred.
Now they're horrible creatures.
It's just men for me now.
We penetrated the impenetrable forest of Jay's brain.
Jay, I have to ask you a question. Like, you're in the UK at the moment. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Leamington Spa.
Oh God.
Lemon?
I know.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Oh.
I don't want to be here. It's okay.
Bye. Goodbye, Jay.
guys,
Kick J. Hashtag kick J.
You guys ready to?
Fucking Leamington Spa.
I know.
And talking to R2 in a really beautiful scene that doesn't feel like cheap fan service at all. It's a touching moment. He second guesses himself over and over about whether or not he should be training Rey, and rejoining the fight. Forget it. He's immovable. The move.
What? You just said what she convinces him to.
Right. He shouldn't be second guessing himself.
I thought that he wasn't second guessing himself at all.
No.
The only agreement to teach Rey was to teach her why he's right.
Let's play this out, right? Let's take it in the context of the original trilogy. Imagine if Obi-Wan Kenobi was like constantly second and guessing himself about whether or not he should train Luke, and Luke beat the shit out of Obi-Wan Kenobi and constantly proved himself to be better than him. Where would that take the fucking movie? Anyone should get
lessons from this guy.
Oh, Baowen finished the Sausage Raider.
Wait, the what?
Well, don't worry. We've got a selection of memes. We'll go
because
over
that's one of my many nicknames. So I'm very, very interested in what he has here.
How do you raid a sausage?
Oh, wait, go on with the thing. We will definitely. Oh my god, it's awesome. We will definitely go over all the memes once we're at that portion, I suppose. Carry on with what? Who was talking? I forget. Mind is falling apart right now.
I was having a rant about this shit.
Carry on. Ignore these massives.
What the hell was I even saying? Yeah,
I don't know.
So, like, imagine if Obi-Wan Kenobi from the original trilogy was going on the same kind of character journey as Luke in this film. Imagine if he was constantly doubting everything he said and everything he did. Imagine if he was just riddled with, like, self-doubt and insecurity and... like Luke was able to just beat the shit out of him and prove that he was better than him in every way. Like, where would that take the fucking story? What would his role be? Like, can any of you guys help me out?
It would have undermined any confidence you have in the mentor, especially if the student is beating them. The reason why that can't happen with Luke is because Luke has such an established backstory that we know he's powerful, we know he's capable, and so that.
Well, you wouldn't know it from this film.
No, exactly. If you were to take this film individually, you'd be thinking, why does she need a mentor in this sense?
But this is it. Like, why does the film not have the guts to say, like, well, Rey needs to learn stuff from someone else?
Well, that's why she's a Mary Sue.
And yeah, and the fun part is always like, name one thing Rey learned over the two films, and all you'll ever get is she learned that Kylo isn't to be saved, and it's like, what? It hurts the. Your only flaw is being too nice.
Sounds like there's small people in the background. You need to get rid of them right now.
Get rid of
They're just trying to put input. They have thoughts on The Last Jedi too, okay?
Pretty late for an abortion.
Their brains are too small.
It's never too late for an abortion.
Oh, what the?
No, I'm saying that's bad. I think that's bad.
No, Rags is clearly in support.
I get applause for.
I think abortion should be mandatory.
For a Tomb Raider reference there. Right.
Someone said to Anakin them.
Oh God! These are my kids you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about other people's kids.
I think you mean younglings.
Oh yeah,
younglings.
Younglings.
Like,
they're called younglings.
Seriously, it's like
Chadlings.
It's pretty late at night. Like, can't you like chloroform them or something?
It's not late for Australia.
It's 10 in the morning over here.
Oh fuck! You got it. Oh, it's only the start of a day.
All right.
Damn it.
We gotta get through this video. It's important to science.
Okay.
Training Rey and rejoining the fight. Forget it. He's immovable. The movie makes you feel that. He literally says he came to this island to die, which is.
I fucking hate the line.
It's kind of a shame that he left a fucking star map to tell people how to get to him.
He does say he says something along the lines of like, I came here to die or some shit.
No. He says like, do you think I came to the most unfindable place?
He mentions
in the universe?
die. I'm gonna get the quote because it pissed me off. I'm gonna find it.
Maybe he was just saying the in German.
Yeah, so, Rey, why not? I've seen your daily routine. You're not busy. Luke, I will never train another generation of Jedi. I came to this island to die. It's time for the Jedi to end. He says that.
Oh, I don't even remember that. What?
Came to this island to die. Fuck you! He's not Luke Skywalker.
You guys are right. I mean, like the map, you know, like what was the point of the map?
Well, in fairness, a lot of people have a misconception on that, and they're not wrong for coming up with it, but a lot of people say, why did Luke leave a map to himself? It's never confirmed where the fuck that map came from. We have no idea. It's a mystery box, and it's never answered.
No, didn't they say...
In ways that makes it worse, though.
If Max von Sydow says to you, like, there's a map to this guy, you fucking believe him.
No, of course. No, there is a map to him. It's just that nobody knows who made it and why. The only thing I have to go on, because I talk about this in the extended parts of my TFA review, which will be out in 2076, the idea is that he's gone to place X, and there is a map that takes you to place X, and it's like, oh, so technically that's a map to Luke Skywalker. That is the...
Well, if you say place X, then it sounds like place X, which is fine.
I would like to place X.
Well, we all want a bit of place X, but...
we can do that in the intermission.
The thing is, like, it makes sense. Like, he left the map, 2 pieces of the map with 2 people that he
didn't leave it there. There's no confirmation that he left it.
Oh, fucking, like...
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's just that we have to go with what we're given, and that map, we have no idea where it came from. But like, I'll tell you what J.J. Abrams said. R2-D2 has the bigger portion of the map because he accidentally downloaded it when he put his penis inside the thing in Force A New Hope.
Penis what?
You know when R2-D2... When R2-D2 puts his tisms inside the machines in the Death Star, he apparently downloaded... I'm not even kidding, this is a thing, I talk about it in my videos.
It would be less dumb. It would literally just be less dumb to say R2-D2. He was made
He left it with R2 because of reason.
And I'm talking strictly from the movies. Before chat starts asking why aren't you considering the video games or the books about how it explains it, fucking everybody's got a different account, including J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams initially says something along the lines of, I don't fucking know why he has it, he just does. And then later on in interviews, he's like, oh, he has it because he downloaded it when he was tisming around with the Empire stuff in the other films. It makes total sense.
We're right.
Why would you ever make that up? Why?
Because they're hack writers, Jay. They have no fucking clue what they're doing.
But how can you be that thick?
we need to do something very important right now. We need to discount J.J. Abrams as having any fucking clue about what he's doing. Because he clearly doesn't. He never has. He never ever has about anything he does. Like, he's like, oh, I will set up a fucking random mystery and just let people figure it out from there. And that's going to be my modus operandi. Fair enough, man. But, like, no one else is going to buy into it.
Has anyone even pointed out that the idea of a space map is really stupid because all you need to know is the endpoint?
Yeah, I was about to say, why don't they just call it coordinates instead of
exactly?
Fuck you,
and they
it's
show
cool.
the map, and there's lines between these star systems. It's like, but she does one jump to get to where she needs to go. That's just needed coordinates. Yeah, you need a location. You don't need that.
You don't go that exact route. The planet isn't there when you get there.
Yeah. Even if you know the rough area, can you not like narrow it down to like the number of planets there?
I like the idea, by the way, that they had R2-D2's portion, which is essentially the universe outside of this small block. And it's like, why don't we search the small block? Like, what?
We have
the Republic on our side. Send a billion ships.
In universe.
The fucking small block has got to be like millions of stars, though, to be fair. If you
It doesn't matter how many there are, search them. Like, they got the Republic on their side. That's the most power in the universe.
Like, none of this answers the question of like, why do we even have a map to get to Luke?
It's not even. That's the thing, though. It's not to Luke. It's to that specific Jedi planet, whatever the hell it is.
But who made it? Why?
That's the fucking thing. They never tell us. That's the problem.
My favorite thing though is
like all we have is to assume that Luke made it, and he left it there.
Right, but
I'm going to this place, and like if anyone ever needs me, I'm going to leave the map coordinates with 2 people I really trust, and if you combine those 2 things together, you'll find a way to get to me. Fine, okay.
But he doesn't want to be found.
Apparently not.
The place that he went to was the most unfindable place like ever.
Except there's a map to it.
Yeah, according to Ryan Johnson, yeah.
I fucking hate that dialogue, by the way. Unfindable.
I don't have a map to my apartment.
It would make sense if there was this weird nebula or something around the planet that, blocked hyperspace travel unless you had to go from one exact specific angle from
like
another
the Kessel
planet.
Run.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there was nothing like that established. It was
Remember
just like,
Solo?
the planet is here,
Well,
and all you need to do is go there.
And if you'd like,
Can
hey,
we-
Luke,
can
why
we
did you
talk
think
about-
that the idea that you'd go to the original Jedi Temple was somewhere that people wouldn't expect you to go and is unfindable? And he's just like,
No, what if he had like an apartment on Coruscant or something?
He's just on the street, one alleyway. He's just like, yeah, nobody's gonna look for me here.
Because like he's one person. It's a whole city planet. You're not gonna find him by accident. Well, I don't know. Maybe you will.
He wears a shawl.
You know what would have been what would have worked quite well is if he was there for an actual specific reason, like he was trying to research.
Oh, that would be great. That would be so cool.
Like he was
If there were reasons for the things that happen in the film, that would be amazing.
I'd love that.
Imagine if
no
like
films have
was,
reasons for things.
He was trying to find like the secret to like stopping Snoke from like infiltrating the
No, that's
Jedi
something a
Order
hero
or
would do.
something like that.
Why would you write that? That sounds really boring. I prefer that there's
That's
no
really
reason for
heroic
anything to
and
happen.
brave and smart.
Yeah.
But you can see how like you can take that same premise and turn it into something that's
Well, do you
actually
know
workable.
why you
with
just said
so
it-
fucking easily.
Why you just said it's even more frustrating is this quotes from Rian Johnson saying, like, when I was taking up the reins for J.J. Abrams, I had this character who's a hero who's just hidden himself on some, distant planet. I have to write a reason for why he would have been here for so long, and you're with him for that point. You're like, yeah.
Die.
And then it's like, oh, I'm
Yeah.
gonna write him so he's
It's
a
like-
cowardly piece of shit that wants to kill himself. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Fucking JJ, like just give me a call and I'll sort it out for you, man. Like
Yeah, people are like,
half an hour, we'll
there's
be fine.
nothing else you can do. What else could you possibly write? It's like anything else.
Roll the
So,
die. I'll take a random outcome.
I will
would
take
just
that
like
he was
to-
kidnapped and captured and put on that island.
He was kidnapped by Jawas, mistaken for an old.
He was
MacBook.
kidnapped by
I don't
Jar
fucking
Jar
care. I don't-
Binks.
I would just like to point out, right?
For an old MacBook?
Yeah.
I've been trying to point this out for 5 minutes.
Because they scavenge old machines and stuff, so they
He's
thought
not a
that Luke was an old
machine.
MacBook.
Why would
And
they
so-
think that?
Because Jawas, they don't have good vision.
I want to see this version now where it's like MacBook.
Fucking what? I would take everyone's version over J.J. O'Brien's. I would take. Could you imagine a Tommy Wiseau directed and written TLJ? Oh, it would be so good.
Oh boy.
Would have been
Dude,
so good.
He'd probably make Luke into a vampire, and
Yeah,
that would be
yeah.
perfect.
Yes.
Like, did you ever hear that story that Tommy like really legitimately wanted the twist of the room to be that Johnny was a vampire and he'd like drive it? Yeah. The twist was going to be that Johnny is a vampire, drive his flying
I would
car
watch
off a
the
roof,
shit
and that
out
was
of
how
that.
the movie was supposed to end.
Why did Wars not let him make that?
Because they didn't have the budget for it.
They didn't have budget for a pair of prosthetic fangs.
Did you read the Disaster Artist?
Yeah,
the book of it.
Yes, I have.
You're tearing me
incredible.
apart, Death
Such
Star.
a great book. The audiobook is actually voiced by Greg Sestero, and he does like a rock solid, perfect Tommy impression. the
Well,
whole
yeah,
thing.
I was like a screening of the Disaster Artist, and Greg was there, and he.
Oh,
he
you're
did,
so lucky.
He did some impressions of Tommy, and it was fucking spot on, man.
It's amazing.
Like, perfect.
Oh, I wish I could have been there. I really want to go to a room screening.
We should do that for EFAP movies at some point.
I just want to tell Tommy one day, like, you have changed my entire life.
You made me the man that I am today. All of this is because of you. All of it. Look at me.
I think he would play it cool. I think he'd be
It's like, oh, I'm so happy that you like my movie.
Pets Chewy. Hi, doggy.
You can laugh, you can cry, as long as you don't hurt nobody. It's fine, man.
It's really good.
I just wanted to say something like really pseudo intellectual to me, so I could be like, "That is the smartest thing anyone's ever said."
Well, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
And I'll just be like, I love you, Tommy, and you hug him.
It's like, yes.
I can't wait to see Big Shark. That's gonna be beautiful.
Big Shark.
So let's.
Have you guys seen
Forget
Best Fiends or Best Friends or?
Oh, I have
whatever it's called?
not. I have rather.
He doesn't have
I say
friends.
not. Yes, I have seen that. Both of them.
Is it glorious or is it shit?
Yes, me and a friend were huge fans of it. If you if you read the Disaster Artist, you're gonna.
Is it glorious or is it shit? You said yes.
Me and a friend that are really big fans, Tommy in the room and all that. We went to go see both of them, and it was great. If you read the Disaster Artist, you'll get a lot more out of it, though. It's kind of like a lot of the jokes in there you're only gonna get if you've read the Disaster Artist.
I'm sorry, I just fucking spat fucking gin and tonic all over myself at that joke, and I went through my fucking nose.
Ooh.
You
saw some rhino milk to counter that, dude.
It's fine, yeah, it's fine.
I should be drinking more rhino milk. Fuck, I'm gonna have to clear this up.
What is...
As long as it's not Gordon's or anything.
But yes, it is brilliant, and it is shit.
In relation to everything that's just been said, including the stuff about Joe, what's the... Tell me why so. Don't question that. And Jay doing that.
He was thinking Johnny.
Frontman242 said Jurassic Park, thinking face. What does that have to do with anything anyone's been talking about?
We've dug up the bones of prehistoric Jews.
Can you imagine, like, they take the ashes of the Jews and they, like, use them to recreate
We can bring
Anne
them
Frank?
back.
Like, they put Anne Frank in her own little exhibit, and you're just like, oh, you died once.
See the Jew
But then,
in the wild.
life finds a way, so...
The Jews break out and start eating everybody.
We're up our allotted time. We got to play this video a little bit more to make sure we're still responding to it. Okay, let's do it.
Let's do this.
This is a valid response.
The movie makes
Serious,
you feel
gentlemen.
that. He literally says he came to this island to die, which is heartbreaking.
Not heartbreaking. It's fucking annoying.
Well, it's heartbreaking in a way.
Breaks my heart.
It breaks my. You know, you're right, Jay.
Breaks my brain.
All of my childhood
my heart brain.
wonder and all of my childhood happiness and joy and everything about cinema just died with that, and I just became like a shriveled husk of a man that only lives for his next booze.
He came to this island to die, which is heartbreaking. Thor agrees to join the mission because there's booze on the ship.
I actually liked Shad's take on that. I have to say, he's changed my mind a little bit on that.
What we wanted to do it anyway, was that?
Is Shad here?
Yes.
I am here. I'm just muting myself so the kids don't.
Thanks for hanging out, by the way, Shad. I like you, sir. You're a very good man.
Well, I like you guys as well. It's fun to
Thanks
hang
for
out.
ignoring your children to instead hang out with us and talk about Star Wars.
Chuck on Minecraft. Sit them in front. Have fun.
There, go build a castle. Dad's got to talk about Star Wars.
How many days is it since they've eaten anything?
Oh, we had a feast last night. Actually,
Like, did you know that the carpet is edible?
Children, your shoes are not only walking implements; they are food.
It's real leather.
If you
Australia,
boil them,
I kind of imagine they're quite resourceful out there. So
Yeah, hungry kids get resourceful.
Shad, you're going to teach your kids to take back the land that you lost to the Emus,
Oh yeah,
right?
I've killed a snake with a sword, and it was a tiger snake, one of the most deadly ones in the world. So these are the things you got to do in Australia.
Wait, you killed a snake with a sword?
Yeah, I did.
I can't wait to
sounds awesome, dude.
When it
Please
gets
tell me.
I'm just imagining like
a
a Dark Souls fight with Shad in it.
Like he's
Please tell me
walking
that
through the
Roman
street,
army,
and then
I
this
get one of the Albion swords.
little snake comes out of the high grass and goes, "No, and a health bar appears, and he's like, "Oh god."
Oh yeah, in Australia the critters have health bars. That's
They have phases.
I was talking to
multi-stage phases and health bars, alternating attack patterns.
I was talking to Fringy the other night, or maybe it was last night. I don't remember. I was talking to Fringy at some point, and he showed me like a 6-meter crocodile, and I'm like, yeah, I'm never going to that country ever.
We got gators here.
These are the things you just got to deal with.
No.
No.
Why do you think I learned how to use swords, guys? Seriously.
This is why I like Scotland, because there's nothing here that can kill you.
Also,
apart
Shad,
from
guns
alcohol
are a
abuse
thing,
and
mate.
Drugs and stuff.
That's how they get you.
Rip snack.
Tiger snakes, king of the monsters.
I'm just waiting for him to be like, oh, also there are elephant snakes, there are whale snakes. Like, what are all these things?
We even have snakes.
Basilisks.
dragon snakes. They can fly and breathe fire.
Griffin snakes.
Balrog snakes.
I imagine the Balrogs are just
Naga
gathered
snakes.
together.
Oh fuck, yeah, so there's a video.
Join the mission.
No, there's not.
Naga,
Don't lie to me,
Don't
I know
forget
there's a
the
video.
Rhino snakes.
Rhino snakes.
Says he came to this island to die, which is heartbreaking. Thor agrees to join the mission because there's booze on the ship. The moment
he's
when he
alcoholic?
rejoins the fight is played off as a joke. Luke rejoins the fight after he's talked some sense into by none other than Yoda.
Yeah, which makes so much fucking sense, doesn't it?
Is that played as any less of a joke?
Yeah, you literally showed him going, boop, you fucking noob. Go and help him.
Yeah. You dumb fucking asshole.
I always love
I'm gonna
the red letter media take.
no.
Where they're like, why is Yoda a crazy asshole? Why isn't he normal Yoda?
Someone explained that scene to me. So, like, Luke's going up to that tree to burn the Jedi temple, and then he stops, and then he sees Yoda, and then Yoda makes lightning come down to burn the Jedi temple, and Luke's like, "No, I've got to stop this."
Kill stealing.
And then he tries to go into it, and then it explodes because that's what trees do when they're on fire. And then like it knocks some on his ass, and Yoda's like, "Haha, you're a dickhead."
Like, what was Luke gonna do? Was he gonna run in and flap his cloak?
What was this scene trying to show us about anyone involved in this? Like, nah, fuck it. I'm just checking out of this shit. I'm just drink right now. You guys just talk amongst yourselves. This is nonsense.
It also seems to contradict Yoda's character. Like, when Yoda is training Luke, it's all about the Jedi way is the best thing ever, you know? The Jedi gets his strength from the Force, and he is fully there. And now he's suddenly happy to burn the Jedi secret text.
Yeah, it's like,
where did that
but
come
it's okay.
Those younglings
It's okay
died for
because
nothing,
Yoda. Ray knows everything. She's
No, that's actually...
amazing.
I've got something for that, because I said that in a video I made on it. Every few days, someone in my comments me that actually what he meant was that Rey literally just took the Jedi texts and you see them in the Falcon.
Right. Which is not, that is not precedent to destroy a fucking building. That is stupid. Especially with the... What about those poor caretakers who wake up to the ashes of the fucking thing they're supposed to maintain? They're like, wow, thanks.
Well, now I'm out of a job.
The texts.
Fucking
Now we
ghost
have to call
puppet.
Space Uber to come pick us up on the most unfindable place in the universe.
Think as well about Luke, right?
They reproduce.
He's been on Craggy Island for like the past 10 years or whatever it is. All he's had is those Jedi texts. Has he never read them? Has he never like looked at them or anything?
Yeah, you'd think you'd want a Reader's Digest or something if you're just stuck on an island for the rest of your life.
Like, if there's no Pornhub or anything, like, you've got to have something, man. Like,
he does have,
Luke does have something.
Yeah, he might have done some things with the frog people and the
No,
the alien team.
Let me squeeze out your eggs.
It's the sea cows.
Yeah, the sea cows. He might have done a lot.
That milk doesn't come from nowhere.
I can tell how they look at him. And it's the same way that, like, my girlfriends used to.
You literally couldn't have cut off at a better time. You just, all you said was the same way my girlfriend's ...
But yeah, like, what has he been doing all this time? Like, if he's not read the texts, like, why would he leave them there? Why would he care about them if he doesn't even know what?
Imagine Yoda had said, no, the books, they're with Rey. And then Luke is like, but that was like a sacred worshipping building. And Yoda's like, but the books weren't there. Like, Yoda, it's not just about the books, Yoda. And Yoda's like,
That represents the Jedi right there.
A building on fire it is.
All of this comes back to my previous point about, like, Luke is supposed to be the, like, dignified mentor. And he's treated like a fucking clueless clown. Like,
I agree.
Like, do you not see the disconnect in this script? Like, there is no mentor, there is no, like, archetype in this story because he's not allowed to be what he needs to be. He's just a useless asshole.
Yeah, and he defeats the main villain by projecting himself temporarily, saying that there's like no hope to save him, and then
And this would be one of the many reasons why I think this script is a big pile of bullshit.
Yeah, as Carswell just said, I blew up your church, but it's okay because the Bible was okay.
Oh, good point.
Well done, Yoda, you piece of shit.
Jesus,
drunken
save
ghost
Bible.
puppet frog.
Save the church.
Also, why Yoda? Like, why isn't it Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Yeah, what's the spirit of Count Dooku doing these days?
Could you imagine if the spirit of General Grievous appeared? Why the hell are you here? He's like,
he steals the books and is like, "Aye, this will make a fine addition to my collection."
Do you remember that meme with like Dooku's head on a spider body? like the whole no one's ever really gone.
Yeah, no one's ever really gone.
That's a thing that could legitimately happen.
And then Luke is like, what the fuck? He's like, I'm good now. Like, okay. And then Ryan Johnson's like, well, they wouldn't see it coming, would they?
That subverts your expectations.
It did. Subverted them so fucking hard.
It's interesting. I think from the video we're watching, the main gripe that the guy seems to have is that he didn't like Thor's reasons for joining up because he just saw it that it was for beer. And that might have sent him down this rabbit hole.
Right, well, so I think this video would have been way better if it was just a criticism of Thor in Endgame, because to say that Luke was well handled in TLJ in any way, shape, or form is just a disaster. Don't hold
Yeah, it doesn't go well. It doesn't lead to good places.
I can imagine the ghost of General Grievous going up to Luke and saying, General Kenobi. Just doesn't understand it at all.
Yeah, he can't actually tell the difference between people.
I'm just picturing several Force ghosts. Several Force ghosts turning up and several of them being like, oh, we're not necessary. Wait, who are you? Luke. No, I never met you. Oh, fuck, sorry. Let's just...
Qui-Gon Jinn shows up.
Jedi they never met who can also do that. Who are you? Like, I'm Tim.
Like, Qui-Gon is
nothing
like...
else going on, so I thought I'd just show up.
Qui-Gon's like, Anakin, you need... No, wait, you're Luke. Who are you? He's like, I'm the son of the guy that you taught. He's like, oh. And then Vader's ghost is there, and he's like, Anakin, how did everything go after Phantom... Oh, I just...
Yeah, he shows up, I was like, I'm so glad the Empire was destroyed.
All the Force ghosts start catching up and teaching each other lessons. Luke is just sitting there like, guys, this is about me? I don't know.
No one gives a shit about you, Luke.
Shut the fuck up, Luke.
You don't even want to be a Jedi anymore.
Yeah. Get back to milking that sea cow, Luke.
Moment when he rejoins the fight is played off as a joke. Luke rejoins the fight after he's talked some sense into by none other than Yoda. Another great scene, in spite of how bad that puppet is. I'm still not over that.
Not a great scene. Fuck you.
Nah.
Sorry.
Whatever.
Oh, it's disgusting. No, you.
And by the way, Luke rejoining the fight as a hologram instead of in person. First of all, his whole ship is underwater.
No!
Okay, number one, that's the fucking film's choice. You can't say that that's just a thing because, like...
First off, his whole ship was underwater on Dagobah, too, but that didn't stop him, now did it?
Under a swamp, which is more damage than water, by the way.
This is the kind of shit that pisses me off. Right. So, he messed up one time, okay? And he failed one of his pupils. And that pupil went on to kill all the people in his Jedi temple and do all this kind of bad stuff by himself off his own bat. And that's all on Luke, apparently. And that was enough to drive him into exile for like 10 years and do nothing and like just give up on everything. Fuck off.
You know I really hate that shit when... So, let's say, for example, a theoretical Guardians 3, Shad is like, oh, I can't wait to see Thor's story in it. Thor dies in the opening 5 minutes, he's just dead. And then Shad is like, wow, they've completely wasted his story. And I argue to Shad, well, they can't do anything with his story, he's dead. It's like, that's the fucking film that killed him. It's not... That's stupid. They could have just had the fucking ship on a different piece of the island.
In that story is arbitrary.
God, I hate it when they fucking make that argument. It's like, no, we could have just had the ship. Why is it that the ship covered in water means he can't use it? The whole reason they showed it was to make us think that he was actually showing up there personally.
Exactly.
But it's like, no, it's not actually.
That made everyone think that he was going to fly over to them because he still had the X-Wing.
No. Like, you couldn't look at that and be like, well, that shit was underwater for 10 years or whatever. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll fly. But
it's Star Wars. We could totally.
Technology.
I was about to say they could totally get away with that.
No, I could have bought into the idea of him like having a change of heart and getting on the Millennium Falcon and flying away with Rey or whatever. But this was just nonsense.
If they had...
like,
can I ask something?
Go ahead.
You mean, can you ask two things?
Hang on, can you hear me right now?
You've already asked something, Jay.
No, that was it. That was your question. That was your question. You
Because
fucking blew it.
after I said that, I accidentally pulled the fucking cord out of my mic.
Oh wow, that's tough shit, isn't it?
But why did Luke park his sex wing underwater?
Did you say sex wing?
You sound like you're closer to your microphone, Jay. Calm down.
I am closer to my microphone.
Don't.
Well, actually, I moved my microphone closer to me to plug the cord back in.
Get it away, Jay. I don't like the sensation.
I don't think.
Scary.
I wouldn't imagine there was any particular reason for it, just because it looked cool underwater. So
did he swim out of it?
Oh yeah. By the way, there is some logic. I'm not saying this is true, right? This is something to consider. If you can survive the vacuum of space, the pressure of air trying to get in, you should be able to survive underwater.
It's not unheard of to think that if it's designed to be in like a no pressure, no atmosphere environment and keep people alive inside.
I'm not a scientist, so I don't know the specifics of that.
They're very different environments because water can potentially be very high pressure.
Well, that's the thing. It's complicated. I don't think it's the same.
You could just as easily have parked it on a cliff above.
That's
it,
why.
That's
and
why.
Then got out of it and then just like.
Yes.
It just has like dirt.
Also, you could easily establish that X-wings can fucking function underwater. You could just say that.
That's why blobfish die if you take them out of water. It's because they've not got the pressure to hold them together anymore. They're literally held together by the pressure.
I've had a lot to drink, chat.
You see, Jay has been holding that knowledge in his head for years now, just waiting for the right time to let everyone know about his knowledge.
Is this the point where we have to debate how the bombs like fall out of those like?
Fuck those stupid fucking bombers. Fuck them.
Well, hang on. There is a possible answer to that, even though it is mostly dumb. It's that the ships, the ships have a gravity generator of some kind, and so the gravity on the ships could have accelerated the bombs, and then once they're in motion because they're in space, they just continue.
Then the bombs at the bottom would
even then it doesn't work.
At the top and they crash into each other.
Even then, it doesn't work.
I've got this one. Like they're above the planet. They're orbiting above the planet. Okay.
But that's not the angle that they're at in comparison to the planet.
It is though.
No, it's not. It's not. Watch it again. It's not.
The planet is.
I'm sure when you look down, you see a planet below.
What is down?
It's to the right of them. It's to the right.
Really?
It's off to the side. It's not directly below.
I withdraw my point then. Fuck it.
I withdraw my stupid point.
Yes, fuck it. I'm not.
My desperate attempt to make this feel less shit.
What were we talking?
Oh no, I'm not going to try and defend it.
What was the point of the video? What point were we supposed to be addressing? Forgotten.
I forgot. Something about.
What were we supposed to be covering? 3 videos today.
Yes, there is a third video to cover. Wait, I'm going to rewind him and we'll let him tism.
Instead of in person. First of all, his whole ship is underwater.
Right, so that's not a reason. Fuck you.
Yeah, and also, there are certain conditions in which things actually preserve better underwater than exposed.
Like logs, yeah.
And also there are swords that they find in water that are still intact. Well, not when I say intact, they're still rusted. And
found a way to link this to swords, everybody.
Exactly, that's right.
Found a way. We did it.
I'll always do it. But they survive, and we're able to find them because they were in water. And sometimes it's because they are also immersed in the mud. But there are other. So there's conditions in which it can survive. But if this is seawater, that can be worse. But anyway.
No, I understand, man. There's plenty of murder weapons that I've tried to dispose of, and they've ultimately been discovered like years down the line, like the river.
You can't throw it in your sink.
No, it's like you throw it into the local like river, and you think it's going to get washed away, but it doesn't. It gets preserved, and then there's going to be some asshole on YouTube that goes like magnetic fishing with it. They get it, and then that's it. You're nailed.
The ship didn't have to be underwater. The fact that it is doesn't mean it's unusable. He is wrong. Exactly. Let's see what his next point is.
All right.
And can we talk about how badly Rey is photoshopped onto that image?
No.
Like she's literally She's literally standing up at a different angle to the fucking images.
Yeah, she's that powerful.
Yeah.
And by the way, Luke rejoining the fight as a hologram instead of in person. First of all, his whole ship is underwater.
Ooh.
Second, it's perfectly reasonable considering the grief he's
What if that's high tide? What if at low tide
Wait,
it's
what was the
Okay,
second
so
point?
he said something interesting here. It was perfectly reasonable for him to appear as a hologram because of the grief he's experiencing. I'm not sure those two.
I don't think that this man is a therapist.
How do these things follow? How do you? Why
exactly? Why would grief prevent you from wanting to appear in person?
Like, listen, Doc, I think I'm depressed.
Anyway.
I've been down. I've been upset. My life is just in shambles now. And the therapist turns to you and he says, "So can you force project yourself?" Is that how sad you are?
Is that how sad you
The 5 stages of grief and 5 is projection.
It's like acceptance, anger, forced projection.
brings a whole new meaning to projection, right?
Projection.
I'm sure this guy's a really nice guy. I'm just
No,
like,
yeah. I mean, I kind of like his editing and his humor.
I mean, in fairness, Shad, a lot of idiots are nice people.
Hello.
I still happily say that this video isn't so bad. I feel like he's desperately trying to make TLJ the good guy in this argument, and it's just not working. Like, no,
this is not the hill you want to die on.
Because it has to fit his sort of his structure.
This isn't the island
good
you
one,
want to
and
die on.
Like, why didn't you just make a video complaining about Thor's, Endgame portrayal? Why did you have to bring? Why?
Because
why
the whole versus thing gets more people to click it.
Damn it, Jay! Stop it! You're making him seem like a bad man.
That's not like you, Jay. Jay, you're unusually charitable.
Yeah, Jason.
This isn't like you.
I'm quite alcohol at the moment. I've drunk too much.
Instead of in person.
You're quite
First of all, his whole ship is underwater.
Not too
Second,
much,
it's
but,
perfectly reasonable because
I've been
imbibed
under the influence on a.
Oh, do you not drink, Jay?
I do, but I've not drunk for fucking
Brags,
ages.
have you drunk or not today?
I'm not. I had a beer. I just finished one.
You gotta join me, Jay, and critical.
It's the last one I had.
Well, to be fair, it's like 1:30 in the morning here in the UK. So if you're not drunk, there's something seriously.
I was about to say
wrong.
that's nice and early to begin drinking.
Yes.
Anyway,
Video.
Continue.
whole ship is underwater. Second, it's perfectly reasonable considering the grief he's experienced. Whether he's physically there or not, he's still confronting the source of his grief in Kylo.
If I text somebody, it's not quite the same as being there in person.
Listen to that
Like,
again.
I think
His experience. Whether he's physically there or not, he's still confronting the source of his grief.
Whether he's there or not, he's still confronting it. This is in the list of arguments for why he's projecting it. Whether he's there or not, it's like, so that's an argument for both of them, not for one over the other. Why are you even bringing that up?
Yeah, and he's trying to say that these two things are equivalent when no, being physically there means he can actually physically try and stop Kylo from doing so. Like, being physically there is obviously a far more valuable and honestly more difficult.
It's far more it's more of a show of character.
Yeah.
Hey, are you okay?
Well, is someone gonna die right here?
You understand, drinker? He's not had a life of drinking like me and you.
If someone's going to die, it may as well be.
That's fair.
The man saw it fit to put drinker in his name.
This is an argument though. Like, you can apply to anything. It's like whether it makes sense or not. Like, well, it's in the movie.
It sounds like what he's saying is a response to someone saying that it's fucking. That it's not him confronting his grief. Like, no, whatever it is, he's confronting his grief. He's confronting his grief, whatever.
I like what you just said.
To try and be generous, like, Luke is confronting Kylo, at least in some way, but I don't think that is equivalent as if he was there. That's my son. If he was there personally.
You should probably feed him or something.
Your son is a fan
No,
of the
he was
Last
voicing
Jedi.
his agreement.
Well,
he was like, that's right.
If he comes to Kylo as a projection, he's not in any danger of anything happening to him. It's completely risk-free.
Almost like his.
Well, no, he literally dies from it. He's maximized.
Does he die from it?
By doing something that kills him.
Fucking
He
bullshit.
merges with the Force. That's like.
Yeah, he doesn't die from the strain.
But I mean, that's what the film tells us that happened, right? Because remember when Kylo is like, "You're not doing this. The strain would kill you."
Yeah. But whatever this film establishes
right.
as rules, like, it doesn't matter. It's just nonsense. Like it could apply to anything. You know, you've got like hyperspace tracking and stuff. You've got like cloaking devices that apply to
the cloaking scans.
You're naming all the reasons why this movie sucks.
Yeah, like you've got 1,000,001 things that apply or don't apply depending on what the script demands. Like it's nonsense.
As Mr. Mad Dude highlighted, why did the strain kill Snoke? Because Snoke is super OP when the plot wants him to be.
Belch.
Yeah, so I'm not satisfied that the projection was the thing that killed Luke. Obviously, they're trying to say that it did, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, what do you think it was?
A broken
I don't know,
heart?
because he merged with the Force. That seems to be Jedi's do that when they're deciding to.
They do that when they're fucking bored with life.
Yeah, it's like, I'm done now. I'm gone.
That's how they commit suicide.
Like, why did Obi-Wan have?
It was just a crossfade to the next day when he wasn't there.
I always thought that Obi-Wan allowed Vader to kill him to further convince Luke to go for Vader.
No, that's good writing. Fuck that.
Like that, yeah, I can accept.
Because this is the thing about Obi-Wan that I actually...
Obi-Wan knew that he couldn't defeat Vader physically.
The thing I love about Obi-Wan as an idea, by the way, this isn't confirmed, but the idea that Obi-Wan is actually a little bit morally dubious, if you consider that he was like, oh fuck, I can actually use this opportunity that I can't defeat Vader in to let him kill me and convince Luke, fuck it, this guy's the worst evil piece of shit. I've not told him that he's the father, and whenever I talk about Anakin Skywalker, it's always positive, but I fail to mention the fact that Anakin is Vader. You know, all this shit that's like, wow, Obi-Wan is kind of a...
that. That's actually
That's what I mean. I love it. It gives Obi-Wan a really layered character, I think. I don't know how much of it was on purpose. A lot of, you know, people always comment about how it's a retcon when he says from a certain point of view, but you can make a retcon fit in, like you know, the idea that you have things that explain something that was a plot hole, but then not once you add necessary bonus content through sequels and stuff. It's a very complicated.
Yes, a plot hole becomes a knot hole.
I think the way they worked it was just enough to make it plausible, or to make it kind of, they got away with it.
Which I just find it very fascinating that Obi-Wan manipulated Luke to a certain extent, and when confronted with it, he's like, well, I was right from a certain point of view.
Yeah, but then you have to wonder, like...
I was right.
But then you have to wonder, like, how much did he know how that was going to play out with Luke and Vader? Like, did he ultimately know the confrontation they were going to have?
Well, I'm assuming... Well, remember, Obi-Wan advises against Luke going to confront him early because he wants him to be in his best form to kill Vader. I see him as almost a little bit, like... one-dimensional in that he's like, I want you to kill Vader. We need to make you as best as possible, because I've already got the motivation sorted when I killed myself against Vader, so now we got to get you strong, while Luke is still trying to... This is the thing, he's almost annoyed when Luke finds out that he's his dad.
But then did he know that Luke was going to be impetuous and go ahead of his time?
No, I don't think he knew that at all. He advises against it, right? He's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, and he would have trusted that Yoda would have held Luke back until he was ready, but Luke decided to be headstrong.
Isn't the OT so much more fucking interesting than the sequel?
Headstrong.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that if we apply this logic to Obi-Wan merging with the Force, and there are so many layers that we can look into to give him reason to do it, it then raises the question, why is Luke deciding to merge with the Force?
He was bored.
He was bored. He was like, I'm done now.
He ran out of Jedi text to not read.
How is it helping anyone?
He burnt all the books, and he was reading half of them. He's half done. He's like, you burnt all of them. Fuck it. I'm done. Skip to the end. Give me the cliff notes.
You see how the original trilogy dealt with universal themes, and it dealt with like, some like the kind of epic fantasy hero's journey kind of way of presenting your storytelling. And the sequel trilogy deals with nothing, because there's no ideas there. They don't know where anything is going to go. They're just winging it with every movie that they make. And you don't think that's just a little bit sad in a way? That's what we've devolved into.
Totally. I mean, the whole fucking affair is sad. So anyway,
what if it keeps getting worse?
Well, that's why I'm not going to watch the next one.
You're not going to watch episode 9?
You're not gonna.
No,
it's going to be so funny.
We've got to see it out, Shad. We've got to see how it ends. Come on, Shad.
Do it for the live stream.
You have to watch the tism ensue.
Yeah, we believe in you.
Watch it for the cultural significance.
Well, man, have you guys heard the rumors that like Ryan Johnson's
watch it completely.
sequel trilogy is going to have Rey as like the mentor? Then she's going to pass on her wisdom to the next generation.
No, have her as the villain.
The only way a separate trilogy could be successful in my mind is if they just treat it like it's its own separate thing, and that this new trilogy with Rey just doesn't exist. Go Knights of the Old Republic or something.
I'm actually excited for episode 9 because there's no way you can do it right, and there's so many ways you can do it wrong.
Plus, J.J. Abrams is doing it, so it's not.
They've ran out of original trilogy characters to carry the film. They're literally relying on everything we've learned about Rey, Poe, and Finn, which is fuck all.
Well, no, they're trying to get Palpatine.
Yeah, no, they can't rely. This is the thing. Like, you can rely on living characters. Dead characters can only do so much. They can just pop up and be hey.
Bringing in Palpatine felt like such a cheap, like move to just. We need to get nostalgia. We're relying on Palpatine.
Saying no one's ever really gone and then having Palpatine's voice. Red Letter Media sum it up. It's just like, no one's ever really gone. Are you fucking kidding me? What are you? Come on, Disney.
Bring Luke back then. Like, oi, Palpatine and Luke Force Ghost fighting.
I remember back when
for another Star Wars film, and he's like, oh fuck.
Back when I was making my TLJ Rage, back the first video that ever was viewed beyond 1,000 views or whatever, I remember reading threads where they were saying, I cannot wait, after Yoda lightning struck the tree, that proves that Force Ghosts can affect the world, and I cannot wait for Yoda and Palpatine's fight as Force Ghosts. Unironically. And I was just like, that's where we're at, folks. People are looking forward to that. We're fucking done.
What the fuck would happen as a result of that fight? Nothing else can happen.
One of them chops
the head. They
go
to super hell.
They become super Force Ghosts. They're on a different plane altogether. They can only visit Force Ghosts.
Then they become even more powerful.
Strike me down, I shall become really powerful.
More powerful than I was before.
Eventually, they end up in the paths of the dead in Middle Earth.
His whole ship is...
Alright, we can do this.
It's underwater.
How many times are we gonna have
it's
to see this
perfectly reasonable
fucking
considering
X-Wing?
the grief he's experienced. Whether he's physically there or not, he's still confronting the source of his grief in Kylo. Unlike Thor and Thanos, the entire climax of this movie revolves around the confrontation between the two characters who incited this devastation.
Okay, so like, maybe he's right when you cut away every single piece of context and you literally keep it to the pieces on the board who were involved in whatever happened. You know what I mean?
Snoke be the one that started all this?
Yeah, that's actually true too. But if you said, like, Kylo was involved at the inception of bad happening, so was Luke, and you know who was involved at the climax of the film trying to sort it out? Those two same characters. Like, okay.
Every
it's interesting though. Like, the confrontation between Luke and Kylo, I was hoping for something good, and it disappointed me, but that was something I was really looking forward to because they did have a history. And so if anything was mildly set up, in The Last Jedi, you could say that could be one of them, even though it required Luke betraying his whole character in the previous movies and all that stuff, just looking individually. So there is some validity in the strength of that confrontation. It wasn't executed well. But that doesn't undermine the confrontation between Thor and Thanos. Luke's one feels a bit more personal, but Thor had a lot, he went through to get there. So I'm not like that. Well, it's hard to say which is better.
Wait. Luke's one feels like it should be personal because it ultimately comes down to him and Kylo, but there's ultimately nothing there.
Well, yeah, nothing happened.
Especially in terms of solving the problem, because it really fucking bugged me when Kylo said, did you come to say you forgive me, to save my soul? And Luke just goes, no. It's like, what?
Yeah. You're a lost cause.
Oh god, yeah, that's the thing. Luke saying he thinks that his family member is unsavable. It's like, oh my god, my head, help.
You can imagine Ryan Johnson writing that scene though, being like, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, Luke's such a fucking badass. They'll love him.
Yeah, it's like, are you here to save me? No. Like, no one's really gone, okay, that means nothing in the context of what's going on right now, but fuck
Oh
it.
my god, it makes sense. Luke Skywalker is Captain Marvel's hero.
No.
Please, no.
You know what makes me sad about all this? Poor Mark.
Yeah.
Like he actually tried. Like he was really trying in this scene, and he was trying to make it like work for everyone. He really gave it his all, and there was just nothing to work with.
I just want Star Citizen to come out already, so then I can get a real Luke Skywalker, since he's literally in that game.
Rewatch the OT over and over again, crying, rocking back and forth with a Jack Daniels. That's the Luke that I know.
Episode 7 never happened. Episode 7 never happened. Episode 7 never happened.
Subverted expectations. Oh no.
The villain who tore everything down and the hero who failed to stop them. And technically Endgame doesn't qualify here because this Thanos isn't the same one who killed half the universe.
Shit.
So it's not even really a fair comparison.
The Luke in The Last Jedi isn't the Luke that I remember either.
Oh, there you go. That's a nice comparison.
I mean, I know what he's saying, that he's not the same in the sense that they're from different timelines, but they are the same because he's just Thanos from the past. Like he's completely equivalent and is intending to not only do the same thing that he did before, but he wants to do something far worse. He wants to kill everything now. So to say that Thor shouldn't have any grudge against this Thanos because it's from a different time period, that doesn't.
I agree that he should have a problem with this guy regardless, but I think it's a missed opportunity to not have the Thanos that met all of the Avengers in the film.
Yeah.
It would have been, especially someone like Iron Man, who was defeated thoroughly, to then fight him again in a round 2. One of the things I absolutely love about Thanos in Infinity War is his dialogue. I almost love everything he says. I'm like captivated. That's a word. Watching him. In Endgame, he's very just, I am bad. I kill. Oh.
Yeah. The good thing about Thanos was like you could sort of understand where he was coming from. You know, you might not support his aims or anything, but like you can understand that he wasn't necessarily a bad guy.
The fact that he asked after the Maw in Titan, and he's not the person who throws the first punch in Titan either. He's talking to Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange is like, I think you'll find that our resolve is as strong as yours. And he goes, our? And then he gets hit. Like, he wasn't even, like, in fight mode. He was in chat mode. He's much more fascinating in Infinity War than he is in Endgame, unfortunately.
Yeah. My problem with him in Endgame is, like, when he comes to that final confrontation with Tony and Thor and Cap, he's like, yeah, I'm going to destroy the entire universe now because you guys resisted me. And it's like his entire worldview has changed just because these guys put up a bit of resistance to him. You know, everything that he held dear, everything that he considered important, this idea that he could, like, balance the fate of the entire universe in his mind just went.
Not to mention that all of it is dependent on fucking Nebula's head having a glitch.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying to you earlier. It's like all of it came down to, like, you know, if she hadn't spazzed out in front of him in that one particular scene and shown a really incriminating bit of conversation, he would have had no fucking idea what was going on.
Not to mention it happens 1 second before Nebula's about to go home. If that button was hit 5 seconds earlier, none of it would have happened.
Yeah.
I just watched Endgame the other day. You know, after that happens and she's like, he knows, she could have pressed the button right then.
There's a lot of times she could have pressed the button between then and the moment she's captured by Thanos. It's like, why didn't you press it at any point during that entire progression?
Anytime when your plot depends entirely on, like, just random chance like that, that's when you've got shit right.
Not even just random chance, it's characters acting stupid.
I want to go back on the whole Thanos thing because I think what you guys are saying has validity. But I think that, like, another way to look at it is, like, Thanos is working towards this goal and he wants to achieve it and everything, and then he finds out from someone from the future that he does achieve it, so that would be awesome. But then he finds out that everything he's worked for is now going to be reversed by these people messing with time. And I think there's enough justification there for him to feel rightly ticked off. And I was like, and because that could make him doubt that if he succeeds, what if someone just reverses it? They're like, he can't stop people from discovering time travel.
If I could steel man you for a second, you're saying that he's like trying to create a better world, and he realizes that there's no fucking way he can do it because no matter what, someone's going to travel back in time and undo his actions. Therefore,
there's potential
he's going to create.
Him,
He's going to create a universe where everyone's happy. That's it.
And it can't be like his will can't be challenged.
I think the problem,
reversed.
But then you could make that work, but you have to give it more time.
I was going to say it's so quick in the movie. It's like in one conversation he goes from 0 to 100 in terms of 100% genocide.
We don't get to see the sort of impact that has on him. You know, it'd be interesting if we got to saw him, you know, be gutted the idea that all of his plans have fallen through and like the universe is always going to resist him if he tries to do this thing. You know, fair enough if you get a little bit of time to let that sink in with him, but he just takes it on board straight away and he's like, okay, cool, I'm going to just like reshape the entire universe now. Whoa!
My son agrees. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
I was actually going to say, are you guys cool with, I think it's now as good a time as ever for me to, YouTube has a stream limit. It's 8 hours. We're at 6:38, and I know that with the amount that we have to talk about, and I have to read out all the super chats, which is probably going to take at least 2 hours, it's good to, we're going to be splitting this into 2 parts, so...
I'm taking it we're not doing the third video.
Maybe we will.
I'll be right back, guys.
Fucking hell.
And admit defeat, never.
Door, I'll be right back.
No problem. So I think this is a natural end, and we will wait just about 5 minutes, I think it is, and then we will restart the stream just to come back and start talking again. With we'll come back.
Had a better arc than Luke Skywalker.
But yeah, we'll be coming back with EFAP episode number 41 because this is gone on really long. Yeah. Anything anyone wants to say before I hit the old end stream button?
How many pieces of pizza are you gonna have, Wolf?
I don't know.
Haven't decided yet?
Well, I already had a pizza, and I also had a burger.
I haven't eaten anything.
I was healthy. I'm
very hungry.
You're talking like hamburger on your pizza, right? Not like a whole
they sell those.
hamburger in addition to the pizza.
Is there?
No, it was 2 additional hamburgers with the pizza. Well, after several hours after the
they
pizza.
Have pizza burgers.
I had cantaloupe, so it's healthy.
Can you possibly have a doner
I had a
kebab
Diet
on top
Coke,
of all
so it's
this
okay.
and just like
no, I
grind it
just
out?
actually whipped out another Pepsi.
I desperately want a doner kebab now you've said that.
All right,
I kind of do as well, actually, because it's like 2 in the morning here.
Everyone say goodbye. Quickly, everyone say goodbye.
Goodbye quickly.
Rags is gay.